For once, Commander Cole and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
Come on, you ape! You want to live forever?
Hey everybody, this is Dean Cain, and you are watching Double Impact with Gabe, Shanth, and Jericho Green. And so am I. Hey, Dean Cain here. Look, if you love action with a little bit of a wink, then you're going to love my all-new, action-packed graphic novel, Dean Cain, All-American Lawman. Get it today at bigmancomics.com. And I'm not the big man.
He is not the big man. I am the big man. Go to bigmancomics.com right now. Guys, Wednesday, September 20th. Where in the hell is this month going? Where's this year going? I sent my daughter Minnie the link because Minnie needed to jump in here later in the show. Not right now because she wanted to talk a little bit about this stuff too. But let me bring in the amazing, the hilarious panel. It is the great Shanth and Jericho Green. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
What's up, fucker?
Hey, fool.
Pinche.
No,
it doesn't work when I
Stinga.
doesn't work. I care too much. I New England it. I was like, "What's up, Pinche?" That's the
Pinche.
get some Dunkin', you know.
Some Dunkin'. Is that what you guys have? Dunkin' out there, right? You don't have Starbucks.
You
Like
kid, I'm a mayor of Dunkin'. You know how it goes.
There's no Starbucks on the East Coast?
They have it.
There is.
Like Dunkin's the main thing,
Oh.
right?
You don't understand, man. We're fucking animals. Like, what do you want me to say? Like,
You guys have Tim Hortons? Or is that closer to
yes,
Canada?
we do.
Yeah,
Mhm.
when I was in Buffalo, we went to Tim Hortons. It was right down the street.
There it is.
That was a Sunday morning routine. That was some good shit.
Never
Yeah,
been to
man.
a Tim Hortons. I know what it is. It's like it's a Canadian fast food place, like donut and coffee. And they have these thing called Timbits. They're little like donut bowls, right?
Yeah, and it was
Yeah.
at the gas station. So it was a gas station, and the
Oh, it's a
inside
gas
was
station. Okay.
was a Tim Hortons. And then you can get all the donuts and donut holes and shit coffee you wanted. But it was a good place.
I was fascinated with the East Coast staple. The 7-Eleven on the East Coast, it's called Wawa, apparently. And I watched the Angry Video Game Nerd. It was I watched him before he was on YouTube, and it was the first YouTube channel I subscribed to. The Angry Video Game Nerd is so funny. And he lives in Philadelphia, and he would talk about the Wawa and how they have this deli there where you can get a sandwich made and blah, blah. When I drove out to Disney World 2 years ago, we went to the Wawa in Orlando, Florida, and it did not disappoint. That was an amazing gas station. I love road trips. As you guys know, I love Buc-ee's, the Texas thing. Buc-ee's is the greatest gas station in the world. But Wawa was good. Are you a Wawa devotee, Sean?
You know, it depends. It depends on, you know, any port in a storm, I say. And I will tell you, you're so right, Mouse C. You gotta read that, dude. It's so great.
I like that. Starbucks are like foolish. I'm gonna say it in a weird accent. I don't know what this is. Starbucks are like foolish opinions. They're everywhere you look. What kind of accent was that?
Amen.
Terrible or horrible?
I don't know. It was
sounded a little Arab.
Actually, I thought it sounded like Laser Missionistan.
Ah,
I don't know if you guys have been there.
Oh, Africa City. Yeah, that sounds like
it's like a food court of nationalities.
Like West Africa City, though, not East Africa City. West Africa.
Yeah, it's Cuba near Nigeria. But it's the thing about it is, like out here, you know, we've got just a bunch of different random things out here, and you know, we do the best we can. But I will tell you, there's a channel on YouTube called Resort TV One where they go to the theme parks. They're very, you know, sweet, you know, kind of people, and they just go around. Like, it's not an intense channel, and they're actually, I think, going to do an episode where they go to a Buc-ee's. Like, that's what they do. They go to play, and I'm like, when Buc-ee's and Disney World and Universal are fighting for your attention,
Buc-ee's is amazing.
Good stuff.
You gotta go there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, this is a pretty big question, so I'll make it brief. See what you two think too, but I don't want to ignore a question directly in the chat. Dwayne Asher, I have a question. Hi, I have a question. What is your opinion on anime as an art form? Do you want to take it, or you want me to go first?
Go first.
We'll go in order. You go ahead and go first.
I think anime is outstanding. My art hero is Walt Disney, Walter Elias Disney, not woke Disney. Walt Disney and his vision of great, uplifting, beautiful stories for families and American culture. I think anime follows that tradition. And the father of manga, one of the fathers of manga or anime, he said those big anime eyes came from looking at Bambi. So it's kind of funny that Americans ended up copying manga back in the 90s, and it persists to this day. But really, manga was copying Disney. Now, I know I'm talking about manga and anime. I'm kind of blending them, but they're very related. They're very similar, and there are many mangas that are animes. I love anime. The greatest anime of all time, in my opinion, is the 1988 masterpiece Akira by Katsushiro Otomo, and it is the greatest comic book of all time, too. It's like 3,200 pages, multiple graphic novels. It's amazing. That's my opinion on anime. I love it. I think it's great. I don't watch much of it, but I think it's fantastic.
There you go.
Well, this is a very like normies opinion of it, because I'm not in the art world and the drawing world like these guys are, so I'm sure they have a different view of it. But as a fan, I love anime. I've never seen Akira. I've seen a lot of the other classics, you know, Fist of the North Star, Ninja Scroll, Crying Freedom, and all that stuff. Crying Freeman. But I've never seen Akira, but I can't wait to. I'm sure we'll do it on the show. Sounds great. But I'm a fan of, I'm not even sure what the art style is, but more in the line of, or more in the vein of Fist of the North Star and all those other ones, not like the Dragon Ball Z and like the cosplay Catholic schoolgirl kind of anime. I'm not into that shit. I respect it, you know, it's its own thing. But I'm definitely more of a fan of the movies of anime. But I think it's great. I think it's cool to see basically rated R film stuff in animation form, because from when you're a kid, animation is happy, it's silly. But to see, you know, some dude get shot in his forehead or someone's arm get cut off in the cartoon was like, whoa, that was a little jarring. But I'm a big fan of anime. I love it.
They have it. Yeah, I mean, yes, you're right. It was influenced by Disney, starting with Osamu Tezuka, who actually was kind of, in many ways, the father of both anime and manga. He did both. He was incredible. He could do like 14 pages a day. So he was a machine. He created Astro Boy and all that. But As an art form, for me, what reigns supreme in terms of anime, which I think some people see as sort of out of it, is the work of Hayao Miyazaki. So for us and our family, My Neighbor Totoro, Spirited Away, a lot of those movies that Disney ended up releasing at a certain point, Howl's Moving Castle, I mean, Porco Rosso, all of those are great. Big fan of Ninja Scroll. I was a fan of an anime called Bubblegum Crisis. And if there's one thing that I've been saying in our own work ever since I was sort of exposed to anime and manga was, and I'm a big fan in terms of manga as Berserk, which I think is a brilliant book. But I've been saying, why is what we do so tepid? Why is everything we do here so staid? Do you know what I mean? Like everything that we do in the States, their stuff is cranked up to 11 like our stuff used to be.
Right.
There's nothing that's out of bounds. And they actually, I said to somebody one time, I go, for all of the, and everyone in the chat's going to know what I'm talking about. For all of the, pearl clutching in the art world and in the publishing houses when you throw a Christian symbols into comics, in anime and manga, they do it with reckless abandon.
Right.
If you've never noticed that before, so when you see something like Demon Slayer, or you see Vampire Hunter D, or you see any of these sort of supernatural, or even Blade, the Blade anime they did, which was great. If you've never seen it, you guys know I'm a massive Blade fan. They're not afraid to kind of, in a lot of ways, tackle certain aspects of Western culture more than we do. And you're seeing this even with another popular one, My Hero Academia. So yeah, we're down.
Yeah, anime is fantastic. I think Studio Ghibli, that is the Miyazaki studio, is the most respected. They've actually won Oscar awards. I don't like any of those movies. I think they're some of the most beautifully animated movies. The illustration, the animation is gorgeous. I've seen about 5 of them, and I can't almost keep my eyes open. They're so dreadfully boring. I know that's like the most unpopular opinion. I hate Princess Mononoke. I hate Spirited Away. I hate those movies with a passion. Oh my God! You want to go to sleep? Watch those. What in the hell? I don't get what people see in those, but apparently I'm wrong because they won Oscar awards. I don't know. There's no account.
No, it's not the Oscar awards, man. Look, dude. Let me say this. Here's the thing about those movies.
So boring. They're so boring. Oof.
Dreadfully boring.
Beautiful. I like the most beautiful anime. They're right there with Disney quality, old Disney. But holy crap, are they boring?
I will tell you, I think there are some of the most finest nuanced storytelling that you're going to see in anime. That's just the way it is. Now, that does not mean I don't like the other more action-packed stuff. But I think if Walt Disney was with us, I think he would love those movies because they're like the Snow White to me for Japanese folks of that period. So is Snow White kind of boring? I mean, it's got musicals in it, but it's got some sing-song stuff in it. But I think it's just a different thing. Not anymore.
Midgets.
Not anymore.
I thought we were talking about the old one. Yeah, the new one. No midgets.
The new one, no, they got fired. But
Snow White's fucking Puerto Rican. And
hey,
I do like it.
You expect me to eat that poison apple? I'm not eating that apple, Papi.
I'm not eating that fucking manzana, Papi.
Where the hell is it? Someone just put Aeon Flux by Peter Chung, which is an American one. I actually have somewhere near me here. I have the Aeon Flux DVDs because I got those recently to rewatch. Yeah, man.
What a shitty movie that was too, with Charlize Theron.
Yeah,
that was horrible.
Yeah, that was a horrible movie.
I wonder if Charlize Theron is still pissed off.
Well, I know this.
I don't know, but she just walks around with that look on her face.
I know that her 2 African boys that she adopted are still girls. She turned them into girls, so that's cool. So there is American anime, right? Is there?
I can't anymore.
These are serious.
What's wrong?
No, just the Charlize Theron story that he just dropped. I can't.
She does. She adopted 2 boys from Africa. And now they're little girls. She turned them into little girls. Fucking great, right? Remember when that was all the rage? When they were like, the human handbags, where everybody was just plucking these little.
Listen, I know this is an uncomfortable topic. But, on my channel, I got to take responsibility for what's on the air here. And if you're comfortable with it, Jericho, you're a black guy. Do you want to share when the liberal ladies tried to change you? Because you told me about it. I think it maybe be cathartic. cathartic for you to get that out. So
Which ones tried to change me?
the ones at Trader Joe's told you needed to live your truth, and you know.
Trying to remember because there are so many.
You know that I'm
I
bullshit.
thought it'd be a shorter story than that. Just
I'm trying to
you'd be
think.
like,
Because I got.
you want to tell me about those ladies who tried to change you? They did.
Show
That's
me,
the
show me
Southern
on
way
the
with
doll.
the answer.
Show me on the doll
Yeah.
where those ladies tried to change.
But let me say that. Let me just say this too, just in general, man. That comes down to all of us is just that I think the fact that there's enough anime and manga, different subject matters that people can say I like this kind of stuff is what I would kill for, because animation, as Gabe was saying, means only one thing right now. It does in this country. Comics even means one thing.
Right.
And our job right now, what we're trying to do is, oddly, getting back the freedom that we had in American animation and in American comics. We're trying to get that back, but it's alive and well over there, and that's why they're kicking our ass in sales.
Right.
That's why my kids are fans of Attack on Titan, which is basically a Goya painting of, you know, the Colossus and Saturn eating his children. Those two paintings brought to
your
life.
kids don't love Gonzo telling the other Muppet babies that he's trans? Your kids don't love that?
These non-binary.
No, they're more into the Avenue
My
Q.
true self, everybody.
You know, my kids are more into Avenue Q. They like it hardcore and disturbing. You know
All
what I
right.
mean? You know,
Very
they watch
weird.
a lot of snuff films. I don't know. I don't trust them. You know.
Yeah, lock your door at night when you sleep.
Yeah, lock my door.
Dwayne The Rock Asher has one more question. I'll try to, because this is a huge
Mhm.
question, but I'll make it quick. I have a question. I want to make a comic book, but Dwayne can't. Can't make art. What is Dwayne supposed to do? Dwayne, what you're supposed to do is get good enough to make it. That is not a satisfying answer. I know, but it is the truth. And what it's going to take to become, and let's say you have zero illustrating skills, you can have professional skills, in my honest opinion, in about 7 or 8 years. And it would be consistent
right.
work 4 or 5 days a week, couple hours a day. You would be a world-class illustrator in about 7, 8 years. I know you hate what I just told you. There is not a shortcut, though. Anyone can learn to do this. It is not talent. Does talent exist? Yes. Talent is irrelevant for business. You can work hard enough to make yourself a professional illustrator. But and the way you do it is you find people who are better than you, know more than you, and you ask them what their journey was from point A to point B, and then copy that journey. That's the shortest answer, because I could talk about this for like 2 hours. That is basically it. Find people that are willing to tell you what they did, people who are really doing it too. Not people who have a bunch of ideas and they're academics, people who are actually successful professionals. Say, hey, you're over there. How did you get over there? And then they'll go, oh, my boy, well, the road is just that way, that way, that. They tell you the path, then just follow the path. I know these are very simple answers. I simplified it too much, but I have to simplify it because this is a very long question. So I hope that helps. So copy people who have already won. Copy what they did.
So the American, I'm guessing it's American anime. You guys have you guys seen that animated series on Netflix, Castlevania?
Oh yeah.
Haven't seen it. I know what it is, but I haven't seen it. No.
That one's really good, and it doesn't look like traditional Japanese animation. So I'm guessing. So I was wondering that because there are some like that aren't, you know, Japanese. Japanime, is that a thing? Is that still a word?
That's what it got called in the 90s before people started calling it anime. We called it Japanimation when I was like in middle school.
Yeah, that's what I grew up calling it.
Yeah.
But
guys, you don't know how far we've come as a society when we're going. I remember I was in San Francisco visiting this rest stop. It's not important, but my point is I was in San Francisco and Buddy was having me over to Pixar. He worked at Pixar, and I was asking directions from this guy in a gas station bathroom. Again, it's not important, but no, I was asking this guy directions. He goes, "Oh, you mean over there where they make the cartoons?" And I thought about that word, cartoons, and how, you know, that's like a word you don't hear people say anymore, right? Cartoons, and like especially for something like CG. But I think Castlevania, much like the Blade animation, is made in Japan, so it's definitely in the anime style. And I think they just kind of they dubbed it here. It was a joint thing, you know, like it's going to be translated because the one thing anime has, at least most anime has on American stuff, is they don't worry about the lip sync nearly as much as we do. It's almost like it's made to be easy to translate. Like the mouths are just open, close, and that's how it goes.
Look at Diesel with the wild accusation.
Recommend that one.
Diesel said you were trying to find a ladyboy lot lizard. Is this true, Sean? Remember, you're
the truth is somewhere in between. I was either trying to get to Pixar, I was trying to do that. We don't know.
Not both.
By the way, let's be really clear. I am a Chuck E. Cheese asexual. I think we all know this. So I'm more Chuck E. Cheese specific. I like, Chuck E. Cheese. That's how it is. There.
This is Sean's dream girl right here.
She is.
And I will always. I should be more like, and I will always love you. Come here, kiss me. Let me take that dip out.
Right.
Let me just take that, take it
out
and then the whole bottom jaw just came off on the table. It was, those were different times.
Well, as fetching as this lady is, Sean, why do you prefer her to wear the rat head, though? Why don't you like the rat head off? You like it on instead.
Why wouldn't you want it on? Like, complete the outfit.
Well, okay, fine.
Like, don't you know anything about the romance of it? The chain.
I don't know. And then you're like, you have that big mousetrap at your house that you pretend to get caught in every time, and then she has to free you from the mousetrap, and then you fall in love.
Exactly.
It's a very involved fantasy. Very involved.
It's involved.
Oh no, not the mousetrap again.
Not the mousetrap again.
Who will save me?
How am I going to get this big piece of cheese home?
Right.
That's right. She calls me the big cheese. Holy shit. Yeah, but man, there's a lot of cool stuff out there, and what we're here and what we're trying to do is dial it up and also have a good time talking about, all of this different stuff. I'm glad the guys, were up for doing this, following up Goldfinger, because there's both an attempt to recapture this and a stark, contrast, real stark contrast. Everyone has their vices, no matter how strange.
Right.
Well said, Timmy. Well said.
Let's see. The Whore of One. I think Sean loves the mystery of her being masked. I don't know. Love is a mystery. Love is a mystery. Very well put, friend. Very poignant.
It is. Yeah, definitely.
Loving a rodent. And listen, not a lot of guys are man enough to love a rodent. So,
yeah.
Count me as
one. That is definitely a thing. That's true.
If you, of all the rodents out there, Jericho, which are the hottest?
Never given that any thought.
Gophers.
I'm not going to stop now.
Come on, son. We've all given it a thought. Here, let's play some dueling banjos and get you in the mood.
No, I go more exotic than a gopher. Maybe like nutria or something like that.
Ooh. Heading down to the bayou to get some of them nutria.
Maybe some. What do they call what are those little? The ones they live in South America. They look just like nutria almost, but they live in South America near the crocodiles. They're big rodents. They got like big rats with.
Yeah, capybara, right?
Capybara. Yeah.
Capybara. Yeah.
Those
are terrifying.
We have those here at the San Diego Zoo, the world famous San Diego Zoo. We have some big capybara. They look like a big nose with feet. They're just this big brown thing. But it's right. I always remember because it's right by the koala thing, and the koalas reek like piss for some reason. I don't know. They just pee everywhere to mark their territory. But you walk by the koala place, and it's awful at the zoo. Do something about that. Jeez.
Kill him.
Stop it. Yeah, you guys still have the Komodo dragons?
Yeah, there's a Komodo dragon there. Yeah, he's hanging out.
Yeah, because I went there when I was really, really little. Like, I don't really remember, but I just remember seeing Komodo dragons, because that'll change a person. I don't care how young you are. You just go, we're not meant to be this close to you.
No.
Nope.
This is not right.
Crazy.
No.
They're not good, dude.
Yeah, they have that one. It's at the reptile exhibit. You go around this big rectangle, and there's a little window everywhere. There's all kinds of snakes, all kinds of reptiles, but mostly snakes and lizards. And then right outside of it to the left is the Komodo dragon. Last time I was there, a dude came with a bucket of meat and just like threw it down, and the Komodo's like, these things are awful.
No, I want to see them. Like I've always wished that they had, like, at the zoo. Number one, I wish zoos were big, like huge open, not even exhibits, but like, you know, where they put
Jurassic Park.
Yeah, there's a fence and they have thousands of acres and you drive through. That'd be nice. But I've always wanted to see like one of those animals take something down. You pay extra for some tickets. It's feeding day. You get to go in and watch them, like, you know, release, or maybe not even kill something. That'd be really cool. But maybe throw a carcass out there and watch them like actually feed. I've always thought that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
instead
of, you know, so random and like they just throw meat on the ground. I want to see these
We
things.
actually have something. We actually have that out here in San Diego. We have the world famous San Diego Zoo is in the center of town and called Balboa Park. There's a bunch of museums and stuff in a huge park like New York Central Park. 20-something miles to the north of the San Diego Zoo is the San Diego Zoo Safari Park. And it's hundreds and hundreds of acres of basically the African savanna. So it's open and there's all kinds of animals in it that don't eat each other. The ones that, like a tiger and stuff, has his own thing. But there's, you know, there's the gazelles and all the animals will be peaceful with each other, all there.
Plant eaters.
And you get in a big truck. You can pay extra money. You can get in a truck and drive through this safari, but it's literally hundreds and hundreds of acres. So the thing you're saying, like Jurassic Park, we have it in San Diego. It's called the San Diego Zoo Safari Park is what it's called. It's awesome.
Drop a couple lions in there.
Right.
Just to tear some shit up.
Have a little fun.
That'd be fun. Who would want to see that?
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh, look at this. Diesel. When he lived in Australia, dude I knew had a freaking Komodo dragon in his backyard in a big enclosure he built. Okay.
The couple he built are the two worst words in that sentence.
Right. That's my Komodo dragon. What's an Australian accent? I don't even know that accent. I know it when I hear it, but I don't know how to do it.
Crikey.
Right.
Look at that there. You got a Komodo dragon in there. Look at the size of that bigger.
Better be careful. Don't let him bite you.
Don't want to let that bite you, mate. Tear off a piece of your flesh, mate. Did you hear me say, look at that bigger?
You can't do much better than for me where he goes, my name's Nugget. I'm looking for Walter Riley. Haven't seen him around, have you? Crocodile Dundee, too. He's just sitting with beers out in the middle of nowhere.
It's
God. Spun Bearing 65. Knew a dude grabbed by a tiger. He was a zoo worker with food on him. His arm is gonzo. Terrible.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Ooh.
Don't get me started.
Tigers in their meat.
Ooh.
You don't want to get in between them.
I say lock them all up.
That is too bad, sir. Yeah, I know. I'm going to get him to do an interview on my new channel, but my daughter's friend, her dad was attacked by a mountain lion when he was 12.
I'm not having that.
You know what was super badass? Speaking of mountain lions and speaking of the Denver Broncos, the 0-2 Denver Broncos.
I don't know how you put those two together.
Well, you get where you get to.
Super Bowl 50 champion, defensive end, Derek Wolfe, fantastic NFL player. He killed a mountain lion this last fall near his property up there in Colorado where he lives. It had been terrorizing the neighborhood and killing people's dogs and cats and stuff. And he went, and he's a crazy dude. He's like a wild man, defensive lineman, but he's 6'5", 280 pounds, dreadlocks down to here, crazy white boy. And he went into the hills in the snow, by the way. It's freezing weather with two dogs and another friend of it was the hunter with a bow. And they tracked down this mountain lion and killed it. And he went on Joe Rogan and talked about it for 3 hours. And he was on some hunting magazine holding this thing up. And he's 6'5", and this thing is as big as him. It's like an over 200-pound cat. And he hunted it down with the fucking bow. That's insane, man.
Yeah. I used to work with a Tongan guy. He should talk like this, man. Hello, how you doing there? And he said in Tonga, they would get up in the trees and jump down on the backs of wild boars as they walk by with machetes and knives and cut their throat. I'm like, dude, you get them wild boars are psychopaths, and you catch a tusk in the leg or something or in the gut, them things will rip you open. He's like, yeah, for dinner we jump on it back from the tree.
Yeah. My attitude about that is, you want to die actually from a wound like that, but you just don't. You just kind of leak. You're savagely wounded. Those things are, Yeah, you see a tiger or lion that's been, or lion, I mean, I should say, that's been attacked by a wild boar, which you see often, and it's like, yeah, that lioness has got a couple days.
Yeah.
That's it.
The hyenas will start nipping at her feet and shit in a couple of days.
Oh, dude, you said it was big.
That is a 6 foot. Listen, that guy's an inch taller than me. I'm 6'4". That is a 6'5", near 300-pound NFL defensive line. Look at the size of that thing he killed.
That thing's probably bigger than him because the legs are kind of
right.
bent. Like if he stood that thing up like on its actual paws.
He hunts this thing down in the snow with 2 dogs and a friend that you had. I guess they each had a dog that was a hunting dog. Now that is macho. That is awesome.
Dude, that thing was
say,
healthy. That thing.
The good news is not only is it as big as him, but it's probably 50 times stronger with its bite capacity and arms.
Oh, easily.
So,
easily. The muscles on that thing. Dude, he was nice and fat for the winter. He must have got a bunch of cats and dogs.
Right.
He was just living the life up in those hills.
Oh, and he said after he killed it, all the PETA shitheads were giving him death threats, and they were like tagging the authorities like, this is illegal. And it's totally legal, according to him, and I'm sure it is. I lived in Colorado. There's a certain, like, you're allowed to hunt these things to a certain degree. I don't know the law. I'm not a lawyer. Don't quote me. But it was
they're
all
hunting you.
You know.
I mean, let's be honest. Have you guys seen the mountain lion? Have you guys gone down that YouTube rabbit hole of mountain lions hunting people? You know, it's like, let's all just deal with this for a minute. They're absolutely hunting us. Period.
Yeah.
End of story.
But if you're going to have a death threat from somebody, you want it to be from somebody in PETA.
Yeah.
That's what you want to get threatened by.
Get a vegan slap to the face.
No, the mountain lions, I remember watching episodes of that show, I Survived, and there was a lady on there who was attacked by a mountain lion. And you can see them, they got their little clips and stuff. Yeah, I was walking down a path and stuff like that. And you see her face, and her face just looks off. It looks like the side she got bit on is like melting and almost being like pulled. You could tell like her face was reconstructed. But when you hear all these stories about people getting hunted, they don't have a chance. Like mountain lions and big cats and those meat eaters, they're built to hunt other animals who have super hearing and super smell and sight, not our stupid asses who are just like walking down the bike path. We ain't paying attention. We can't run fast. We don't got claws, teeth. We don't have shit. So when they get us, it's not hard.
Right.
Like they don't have to use all their skills to sneak up on a dumbass.
It reminds me, Jericho, you were telling me when you were a 20-year-old lad in the Navy, you got attacked by a cougar real bad. You were at the bar with your friends, and she was a retired school librarian. She just pounced on you. This cougar.
These cougars travel in packs, though. These are different cougars.
I remember you told me that story, man. You said your life out of you. Yeah, he said once those jaws of that cougar clamped down, he's like, I'm not getting away.
Yeah,
you know,
I'll make sure.
It's a miracle. Miracle you're still with us.
Yeah. How'd you get through it, dude? How'd you get away from that?
We all have our struggles.
All right.
I made it through. I did.
It was
I
a struggle
suffered, but I made
session.
it through. Yeah, it really was. I don't want to make people feel bad for me, but I made it. I was okay.
Oh,
some say if the weather and the timing is just right and you listen, you can hear the cougars just crying out at night, late at night. You can hear it.
Now, listen. Now I know it was consensual because he just made the call. Like if we,
you hear it enough. You hear it enough, man. You can mimic it.
He goes to the bar and he's like,
"Oh," but Mark's music obsession. Like little meerkats.
What is the cutoff? At what age does a woman become a cougar? What is that? What do you guys think? Like 45?
Like 40?
Okay.
Are you guys serious?
Now, how long are they a cougar? Do they become when do they become a saber-toothed tiger? What is that, like 60?
No, cougar is like 40 to like maybe 55, 52, something like that.
I think you're skewing that way too high, dude. And I'm gonna tell you why. Listen, gentlemen, with a monsoon of respect, we are all a little bit older as gentlemen. I want you to picture what you would identify a cougar as when you were 21. Pick that age, and that's the age that's correct.
Right? The number that just pops into my head first is 55. I don't know.
Wow.
Well,
That's when you're getting...
Let's say like 40 to 48. is like cougar time.
Oh, Spun Bearings
I
has
want
the
you guys-
answer
now
for
we're gonna
all
have
of
to look
us.
this
When
up.
the ass has to be tucked.
Oh no, that could be way beyond. That's not even. There's no. You might as well not even have a distinction. Like the ass has to be tucked. That's way up.
I don't even know what that
Holy
means, but it
crap.
sounds like things are drooping.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Oh,
man.
my
I say
God.
40 to 48. When you
40
start getting like AARP shit in the mail, like to current resident, that
Right.
kind of shit, you're like, time to turn it in, sweetheart. I mean, you don't have to retire. You don't have to, go to the pound.
We're just saying
but
stop swinging by the high school. Okay?
Yeah, you
That's
have
all
to.
we're
You got to
saying.
turn in your cougar card.
It's like pro
Gotta get
golf.
that.
There's the seniors tour in pro golf, So
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Mhm.
there
none
comes
of
the
my
time you
says
got to.
Cougar's a vibe, man.
Ooh, it's a vibe.
On 102.3, the meat.
Man.
Yeah, this is the tough meat session for those
Right.
50 and over on 102.3, the meat.
Beef jerky Wednesdays.
Mhm.
It's a little dry, but still give it a try. On 102.3, the meat.
If you like
Why
your
did I-
jerky, tough and sweet, swing on over to 102.3 The Meat. Wednesday night is a house party. Cougars all night long.
You gotta make the
Hey.
sound for the stinger.
It may not it may not be moist, but it's somebody's choice. On 102.3, the meat.
Lizzo was a cougar before she started school. Why that's I don't understand that.
Oh.
I think
Yeah.
he's talking about tucking. Okay.
Huh.
Damn, that's harsh, guys. Listen, Mark, I don't make the rules. I'm just observing. I'm just reporting what I observed, dude. So yeah.
It's no longer tight, but that's all right. On 102.3, the meat.
Oh man. It's a jungle out there with them cougars, guys.
It is. Watch out.
That's right.
I wonder what's gonna happen. And I sincerely mean this out of pure curiosity. With the lack of marriage going on in the world today, what is going to happen when like the majority of the adult population is unmarried and they're now 50-ish, Like
Population
What do you
decline.
mean?
what starts to happen? Do people go insane? Because you can't just work a Monday through Friday job and then that's your life. That's like you work so you can have a life. Now that cannot be your whole life. Like what's gonna I think it's gonna be crazy.
I don't
We'll
think there's
all
a really
find out.
great answer for this. I don't think there's a really great answer for this, but except for a very, very dark one. First of all, your premise is what's going to happen. We've got this whole generation that's not married, right? And that's of a certain age. I know I taught a lot of them. I taught students. I think something very similar that what has happened with every previous generation. The guys are going to have a change of heart and say, you know what? I'm going to go date me somebody a lot younger.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be mainly the women in that generation that it's going to be rough. Let's put it that way. Because
I'm going to invest in wine and like kitty litter companies then.
Yeah,
Well,
cat
no, I
sales.
mean-
You have a lot of new billionaires from cat sales.
nah, dude,
Right.
I'm telling you, man.
It's
Now-
Wild.
Go
Now,
ahead.
Sean,
Uh-huh.
your idea of them setting their sights on the
Sorry.
younger crowd, but will that influx of competition for the younger males will that shrink their pool? Because if you have older, guys who are maybe a little bit older, they're not going to be going after these, crazy cat ladies in their 50s. They're going to be looking at the younger chicks. So they're going to be taking the younger chicks away from some of the younger dudes. Because if you're older, you got a little more money, you're more established,
Well-
you're more mature, a few more things, especially in the bedroom and things of that nature.
Man, see, you're talking about our generation, man. They're going to have to compete for the first time in their lives. That's going to be something interesting to see. I think it's the same game it's always been, man. I think it's the same game. Like people with game and people with opportunities and people who, it's a very strange thing. I think one of the things that people are fascinated by when they see people like us talking is you don't see a lot of guys who actually understand women and understand men being a man and articulate it well. I talk to guys and that are like 6 or 7 years younger than me, and it sounds like they're talking from a different planet when they talk about things. Like they're very much frozen in their youth. And I think the thing that's going to be the thing that's going to be most appealing, what you're going to see a return to. Fuck, this Bond movie speaks to that. Is you're going to see a big return to girls are looking for masculine guys, and that pool has always been doing well, always been doing fine.
I don't think there
fine.
is. I don't think there is any competition. If you're going to have an older guy, whatever that is, say let's say 35 plus, versus a younger guy, say 25 or 30 and younger, whatever. And if the woman is going to basically give you both the same opportunity, there is no competition.
No.
Because a more mature man, a man from a different time, a man who's a man versus whatever these things are that they're turning out now, there is no competition. That girl will go with the older dude in a hot second, in a New York minute. It will be over.
Yeah.
And then they're going to be like
no
China.
doubt of that.
It's going to be like China. Too many dudes, not enough women. And I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to start doing dumb shit.
Dude, why, man? We're talking about cougars. Now I'm all fired up.
Spooky season is upon us, and I just wanted to share some of my handiwork. I had been working on these the other day, and this is for our friends south of the border. We have Abuela Borracha. That means the drunk grandma. Tell me which of these you guys like. This one is a little abstract. You're not dressing up as a thing. You're dressing up as a concept in this one.
It could be anything.
Yeah, you're dressing up as
eggs.
economics.
It could be a fucking dozen eggs, a gallon of
Here
milk.
in San Diego County, by my house, the gasoline is almost $6 a gallon. In Del Mar, it's another coastal community. It's up the freeway 10 miles. There was gas over $7 a gallon in Del Mar. Wow. So Bidenomics. I like this one, the big guy costume. You know, it has super sniff action nostrils. That's a good feature on this.
Yeah.
MAGA girl, hands-free action. Comes with
Is she the one who was getting her titties rubbed on in the movie theater? She was stroking some dude's dick.
She was getting honked in the feet.
She was tuning into Tokyo. Sure was. I mean, look, if she's single and that guy's single, I don't really care. If she's married or something, but I don't believe in holding these politicians to too high of a standard. If they're single and you want to go to a show and it's dark and you want him to rub your titty and you're rubbing on his dick, who cares?
Right. I like this guy, actual moron. Cleats boosters, mask, and limited edition Ukrainian flag if you order now. And this is wife's boyfriend approved.
Yeah, he's like, this guy would definitely be a felcher. And that's one of the most disgusting things you could be.
I found out what that means. Oh,
that guy's a felcher for sure.
Listen, the thing about GoldenEye, no,
that guy is his wife, and go back and gave that guy. He's turned around asking his wife and her boyfriend if they need anything or to call me. He's dropping them off. He's dropping them off at a hotel or something.
I brought the snacks.
He's dropping them off. This could be, you're right. This could be he's dropping them off, or he just picked his wife up. No, he just picked the wife's boyfriend up, and the wife was already in the back seat. And he's like, "Hey, you guys need any snacks or anything? I'm running inside. You want me to get you a drink or?"
Yeah, he's definitely making sure that they're comfortable before this guy blows his wife.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
So there you go. I no longer feel sorry for the people wearing the masks. I just. If I see someone out wearing a mask, I think I should just point and laugh.
In the car by themselves.
Anywhere. I don't give a shit. I don't care if you're scuba diving. I'm going to laugh.
It's coming. The government's handing them out for free.
Oh, well. Let's see. Kevin McCarthy.
They start handing out plastic bags. Just put this over here.
And zip ties. Plastic bags and zip ties.
And the same shit.
No, go back, Dave. Go back. That dude, he is a rhino, but the horn is up his ass. That's where his rhino horn is. To the base. Fucking piece of shit.
And then our favorite, the eloquent statesman, and that he's got the little quote under there. You know,
dude, did you hear what he said? Oh man, I played it for my wife, and she was like, "What's wrong with him?" I was like, he had a stroke a year ago. I mean, it was just, I'll send it to you guys. It is the most gobbledygook, nonsense, incoherent, dribble, gibberish. I don't even know. I don't know
who he needs for a doctor? The doctor in Idiocracy. First of all, your shit's all fucked up and you're retarded. But here's the thing. It's fine. My ex-girlfriend was retarded. She's a pilot now. But except for it be, but like he's a senator now. Like that's the world I live in, man. That is the world.
Yeah,
Well,
I sent it to you on Instagram, Gabe, and I'm texting it to you, Sean.
what is it?
Okay. Am I gonna have to experience this live? Okay.
The fetter neck. Dude, it is just you're like, what is he saying? And it starts off, all right, and then it just pull up, nosedive into the earth. It's bad. But what do you expect?
I'm going to my messages. Let's see.
$74 million, collectively earning.
Okay, I finded it. Okay.
No, dude, it's not even on the rails. That wasn't even. No. That was like no. That
What
was
he
some
talking
wedding
about?
toast on meth kind of stuff. Like that was messed up. Well, yeah, I've known Todd and Christina in the time when the thing is about it and I was like, go Vols. And the thing is, if you think about why they've got cars and then other like that was like some U.S. Americans don't have access to maps, and these U.S. Americans, and I was like, I can't stand that moron. But in high school, I probably would have dated her. We got to be honest. This is not a place of lies.
And she'd be a better senator.
Okay?
Hold on.
My message to the CEOs is.
Can you hear it?
He says my message to the COs. That's a commanding officer. I think he means
I got
CEO.
to mute because I'm gonna.
Wait, am I muted?
No. We can hear him. You're good.
I've got to mute. You go.
You're good.
I was asking if you could hear it, and I didn't think you could hear me.
Yeah, we can hear it. You're good.
Oh, okay. Let me play this for you then.
Oh boy.
Let's see. Fucking shit. Why did it do that? I didn't ask it to do that. Gosh, fucking damn it.
Fucking damn.
The CEOs is
back. Then forward.
My message to the CEOs is, it's $74 million, collectively earning that. How many yachts can they need, to yacht to water ski behind it?
How many yachts can they need to ski behind it?
Well, I mean, we all have that question. We've all sat there and pondered
That guy at age 40,
to ski behind it.
I guarantee that guy at age 40 still has poop streaks in his underwear. That, by the way, guys, that's got to be over by the time you're like 8. Okay, it happens to you when you're a young man. You got the brown streak in your underwear. That has to be over in elementary school.
No, man, he wears
I guarantee that guy is just like fucking a bank robber, skid marks in there.
No,
that guy's a slob and a disgrace.
If you had a little boy, if you're the parent of a little boy, or he was a little boy at one time, I guarantee you he still has that poop face where they're just standing there looking. You're like, wait, what are you
the 1,000-yard stare? You mean the 1,000-yard stare?
And his wife just goes, "Fuck."
No, man.
And you got to hose down that fucking grizzly bear. No thanks.
Look, we're not saying things are dire. Okay, we're saying things are diarrhea.
US, United States Senator for the state of Pennsylvania.
That's right.
The great Keystone State. Come on.
He's like, I got a question for the COs. $74 million they make collectively. I mean, how many yachts do you do you need to pull behind? Well, of course.
I'm going to tell you something bad I did as a parent when my kids were young, and I'm not proud of this, but it's something you got to do sometimes to mess with your kids. I looked over at a car that was driving with a trailer that had a boat in it, and I said, "Man, it's amazing how powerful boats are. It's pushing a car on the highway." And my kids, like, really?
Really?
It's dark. It's dark,
Imagine him drunk.
Dude, he would probably be a scholar. Of course. I told you.
But the problem with GDP being used as the hallmark to evaluate things, I mean, my goodness, man.
My goodness. You're like, wait a minute. What
you couldn't
happened?
possibly be serious. It's preposterous.
No, don't be silly.
What is it? What's that you say, Nicky? That little neck thing. His little.
So
bun.
he inverted his
you.
facial hair.
One for the
Basically.
neck, and yeah, I don't know when he became a porn star highway
Magnum
patrolman.
PI.
A retarded Magnum PI.
Maybe
It's
better
scary,
next should
man.
sing "Putting on the Ritz."
Oh God, help us all.
Those are his wedding vows to his wife.
Uh,
Huge hot Fetterman. Put on the Ritz.
Oh.
Right? Take that as an
Stop.
I do.
you know what? I just made an executive decision. We're doing that movie for Halloween. We're gonna do one more, maybe
Yes.
one more Bond movie next week, I guess, since we're doing Bond now instead of Connery.
I don't know, man.
This
If you
is a
want to do
Humvee.
that next week, I'm
this movie-
game.
Well, I want to do them in October, the Halloween theme.
Okay.
No, yeah, that'd be great, man. That movie is
Yeah.
hilarious.
Oh, you met her all alike. love
Walk this way. And he
What does
hands
she
him the
tell? Oh,
stick.
you met her all alike. You want something? Oh, what the fuck is it? She's talking about when they have sex, like, for a roll in the hay.
So,
So,
roll.
and it's like, you better keep your mouth shut.
Fabruka. And that's
Luca.
German for glue. That's why the horse neighs in the background, because Fabruka, or however they said, that's German for glue. I was like, holy shit. I'm not going to say anything else about it. I can't wait to see that movie. And that's a movie that I don't need to watch. Like, if I woke up 5 minutes before the show and we were doing that movie, no problem.
Here's what I want to do. I want to do that. Young Frankenstein. I want to do Psycho. I want to do Friday the 13th because I've never seen it. And I'll let the chat pick the fourth one. So people just throw out some Halloween movies. And I'll pick the one that I think is best. Just you can mention them any old time. And we'll do, and those will be the four for October. Anyways, we've got to get this show on the road because it is after 7 o'clock already. And I want to get through this one because I'll just say it. I do not like this movie. I had never seen this movie. I couldn't even watch it. I was watching it and I was just like on my phone. I was on my phone. Famke Janssen, A Vision of Beauty. Holy cow.
Yeah, but I did not like the character she played in this movie.
Zinnia on the top? You did not like Zinnia on the top?
And the other girl was way hotter.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Famke Janssen
Dude,
is
see?
1,000,000 times prettier than the
No.
lead. And that
No
was
way.
one of the main things in this movie that bothered me is the lead was like average looking, the lead woman. And Famke Janssen, I mean, she's literally became a model at like 17 or 18. You cannot question beauty. It's out.
No, she's
Cindy Crawford.
pretty,
She's
but
insane.
maybe it was the character she's playing. The what's the word I'm looking for? The sadomasochist, psycho,
beyond-
bloodthirsty. Like maybe that's what it was, but
It was beyond.
I don't know, man.
I picked the lead over her.
No way.
There you
No
go.
way.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta.
Oh,
That's insane to me.
Oh,
What we're trying to say, ladies, is do not try to predict men's taste.
You
Don't try to
cannot
do it.
tell. You can't say that. You cannot say that other woman.
I will. That's how
I
I
did.
do.
I
Guys,
said it, and I'll
guys,
I
say it
just said
again.
it. She's my type.
It isn't close.
But that's not what we were
She's
looking
not
at.
even out of her fucking league. They're not playing the same sport.
But
This
that's not
woman-
what we were looking at.
You got to
this
pull
woman
up her
is an
competition,
all-time
man. Come on, man.
beauty. The other one was a plain Jane.
Let's
I
see.
don't even know you two anymore.
Find a
That's
picture of her with
This
the
is out of
winning
control.
machine
It's out of
in this.
control.
No, find the equal picture to the other woman, and
Ugh.
then we'll make that distinction.
I don't even know what's happening right now. I can't believe this.
It's on.
Well, we got 4 hours to figure it out.
This is so bad.
17 hours. to figure this
Yeah,
out.
we'll get to the bottom of it
This is
today
so
or
bad.
tomorrow.
How could?
Oh.
Oh my god! I couldn't. The other woman in her terrible
She
haircut.
is no that what's her name? Femke or whatever. Yeah, she's great. But in this movie, that other woman was hotter.
She's great, like a Lamborghini's exotic, dude. She's beyond great. She's an all-time gorgeous woman. Are you crazy? The other
Yeah,
woman
in
is
that
so
picture.
plain.
In that picture,
Yeah. Well, it's a real picture.
but pull up we'll see one of the stills
Okay.
from
okay.
the movie and tell me that she doesn't look like a
Guys, if you'd
a
like to
hot
donate
mess.
money for obviously an eye exam for Jericho and Sean, I will take those in the form of super chats, please. I'm outraged.
Yeah, get my
I'm outraged.
eyeballs fixed. I've
I'm
been wanting to get my
outraged.
eyeballs fixed for a long
Oh.
time.
Benson is a high 8 at best. How dare you?
Damn,
Would you have a roof to go
Look,
fix?
dude, it's like we're not
It's
alone,
gone
Governor.
off the rails.
Looks like we're not alone, Governor.
Oh,
Yeah, you
This
start.
is some scary. This is some scary stuff, man.
What I do think
This
is
is
funny is
where-
I think women think that if we like this one, we don't like the other one. The other one was beautiful too. I'm just
No,
saying.
you find a picture like that one of the other chick, and then we'll see.
Uh,
This
Okay, I got
come on,
you.
this woman's
I didn't
world
even know
class.
her name. Isabella Skorupko.
I've got one
Yeah.
for you. This is a
Jeez.
decent photo. It's
Come
not
on.
as high end as that, but I just want to, it's worth throwing in the
Jeez.
mix.
She's smoking.
Hold
Come
on.
on.
I'm gonna
He's
go
all
find
right.
like a 25-year-old. And I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna find her smiling and find her young, looking beautiful.
Yeah, there's tons of them.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah,
not
this
like
is
not no crazy model picture. Like, you don't have to be like that for what's her name, Jensen.
This I would say is a very good picture.
Yeah,
And
come on.
It's not close, dude. This isn't even a competition.
You're
This
What are
is-
you talking about?
This woman is so much more beautiful than
Come
that.
on,
Hey,
dude.
Are
you
on
save
drugs?
you save that eyeball surgery money for yourself.
That's not even close. now I know. My
Out of
friends,
your mind.
you know what? It happens to a lot of guys.
Hey,
Their
put it to
friends
the
just
chat.
don't have the good taste.
Put
in
it to the
women.
chat. Who do you guys pick?
Put it to the chat. You
One
got
or
to
two?
do a poll. Do a
Blonde or
poll.
brunette?
Well,
Yeah,
first
which
of
one
all,
do you pick?
I'm going to say it. No one will like this. Liking blonde women is like a basic bitch thing to do. That's like saying you like vanilla
What?
ice.
No, look at
That
her
is like
face.
the most-
Look at her smile.
That's like saying you're a Cowboy fan or a Laker fan. It's the most basic thing. I
No.
like blondes. Okay.
No, this isn't a broad brush we're painting with. I'm talking these two women in this moment right now, and the one on the right is beating the brakes off the one on the left.
Well, you got the backwards. You got the mirror image, but I understand what you mean. The one on the
Yeah,
viewers.
looking at the screen, the one on the right is better than the one on the left.
No,
The one on the left, the
Flip.
one on the left, yeah. I'm
You're-
ready for
you're
the check.
crazy.
You
You're
can
totally
clear my
crazy.
table. You can take my bring me a to-go box. Yes.
It's not close. I'm astonished.
I know it's not close.
It's not close.
We
That's
agree
wrong.
that it's not close. All right.
Wow.
Yeah, we agree on that. It ain't even close.
Listen, guys. You don't know what has happened behind the scenes during this whole thing.
Ugh.
Okay, this is going to be one of the great episodes, and you're already seeing it. This is one of the great episodes. This is the start of an Empire Strikes Back period in the history of this show. That people are like being challenged. Some of us are at Cloud City. Some of us are on Dagobah training with blondes. And this is the thing, right? When you're seeing this stuff, this is complicated. All right, this is complicated. This show, and so you guys are here for a great one. Because Gabe sent a text, and he was like, "I hate this movie.
You want me to read
burns
the
the ground,"
text?
and I loved it.
I will read the text just so the audience knows.
You got to. It was great, man. That's what I
I'll
love
read
about it.
This is what I text. I watched this. I've never seen GoldenEye. And I played the video game so much and you see so much about it. I had assumed that I had seen this movie. And I watched the movie. I was like, oh my God, I've never seen this. I saw other Pierce Brosnan Bond movies. Here's what I texted my two buddies last night. I wrote, never seen GoldenEye before. Two thoughts. Famke Janssen was one of the most beautiful women to ever live in her 20s. Two, the movie is dog shit and boring as fuck. Pierce Brosnan has zero charisma. I don't buy him as suave. The story is contrived. I hate this movie. LOL. That is what I. So that's where we started.
What was my one-word response to what you wrote?
You wrote that you hate beautiful women and you like weird-looking blondes. No, you wrote damn. And then Sean, you wrote.
Why don't you?
Other than that, Gabe loved it.
Yes, of course. And here's the other thing too. You didn't spell what you wrote as. You just read it. He wrote two thoughts, but it was THOTS. So let's be really clear.
Yeah,
Right.
like
Indeed.
two bitches.
Indeed.
Oh no.
See, now
There's-
plus five, he's being a peacemaker. Both of them.
Both of them.
Now
Yeah,
that,
I mean,
now
either
that
one.
I agree with.
No, either one, they're not getting kicked out of the bed for eating crackers.
Right.
But if one of them I was going to save,
Dude,
the other one,
wait a second.
The other one's getting dropped.
That's a slur in this house, Gabe. Jericho, that's a slur. Look, when we talk about eating crackers, I'm so tired.
Here we go,
Yeah,
Clutch.
stop.
Thank you for the
Right
chat.
here.
Here we go.
Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, not on Sean's watch. You don't play that racism.
Punch
shit.
the Dirty Roofer is wrong. None of this is right. He wants to give me an optometrist appointment. My vision is not
Damn.
going. Famke getting kicked out of for eating crackers versus that smoke show. Yeah, liking those kind of like little blondes is like the most boring kind of taste.
What do you mean? No,
It's boring.
it's not
It's
just a
boring
little
taste.
blonde. Her
It's like
hair
the
is
most-
not.
it's
It's
the
not
most-
it.
It's what an alien from another planet would say. Like, I think I heard this.
And why is that?
There's a
And why
blonde
is
and
that?
a black.
No, an alien from another planet is like, fucking, where's the blondes?
Where's the exotic, man? Give me a little spice.
Dude, what are you talking? Have
It's
you
not
seen
even
this
about-
planet?
it's
That's
about
the
their
rarest,
face.
like the only thing rarer
Her
than
face.
blondes is redheads.
There is nothing exotic about this woman. She's beautiful.
She doesn't need to be. Why does it need
Let
to
me
be
explain
exotic?
this to
Hey,
you. I'll tell you
some
what's
of us like excitement. Sorry, exotic.
That looks pretty exciting
No.
to me.
Let's
I'll
have
get
this-
excited.
Let's
Don't
have
worry.
this conversation, man.
It's just so
Exotic-
boring.
Exotic is relative, man.
No,
Exotic is
no.
relative to where you start from.
No.
Like Lauren looks at me, my wife looks at me, and she goes, "Oh, he's kind of exotic looking, I'm sure." I look at her and I go, "Hey, blonde hair, green eyes. Don't see a lot of that in my circle."
Man,
Like,
Let me give him his uppercut. real quick.
FMK
Here
looks
we go.
like
yeah.
Hold on. For the money,
FMK
you're
looks
wrong.
like-
My vision isn't going. I'm just fine and healthy.
she
Anyway,
looks like she used to scrub floors in like an Eastern European orphanage when she grew up or some shit. I don't like her. She's gross.
Oh.
Now I hate her.
now you hate this blonde
Yep.
girl? I don't even know her name.
Fucking hate her. We'll start a new
Yep.
YouTube channel. Hate FMK.
Oh, please. Let her down easy, Jericho. Let her
I
down
will.
easy.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
No,
she'll
he
be
starts that
watching.
channel.
She'll be watching.
It'll be the worst ever, man. Because you know some story is going to come out the next day. It's like she just donated all this money to an orphanage, and you're gonna be like, "Damn it!" Like,
I'll be like, I knew
this
it.
monster on YouTube.
I just know between the two of them, one of them at 17 signed with a huge New York modeling agency. I do know that. And it wasn't the
I'm
boring
sure-
ass blonde woman.
I'm sure if you look up the other chick's background, she probably had a modeling contract in there too.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Please.
I'm sure she did.
Now, I will tell you this. The character that Famke Jensen played in this movie was terrible.
Yes,
Horrific character. With
was.
the weird writhing and moaning about killing people.
Dude, I almost turned it. I was watching with my son. I almost turned that shit off. I was like, "Ew, stop
Yeah,
moaning and shit right
Oh,
now."
so stupid. Oh,
Yep.
Disgusting.
it's just
Her
incredible.
character was stupid.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
oh.
Her
Stupid
death was
bitch.
lame too, but we'll get to that.
See, look at Hunch. He's up on that roof in the heat, and then they're spraying that.
He said she's basic, not exotic.
Right, he's spraying that like sealant on the roof, and he's breathing up all the fumes and that Florida humidity and heat. And it's I don't know. Maybe
He has a point.
Maybe he's high on those fumes from sealing roofs.
He has and all that
Between
fresh
those, got a
air.
red flag happening.
All that fresh air he's getting up there. He's fine.
Can you imagine? As this is the most ridiculous conversation. You know why? I'll tell you why.
Every week.
Could you imagine turning this woman down though? Like, I know I'm being very adamant about this, but no, you would not. You know what? You would not turn this woman.
Yeah, don't even worry.
She's a beauty. She's just not close in beauty.
In the late 1980s, Skorupko traveled throughout Europe working as a model and appeared on the cover of Vogue magazine.
Oh, but she didn't make it to the New York agency.
In 1987, she was discovered by director Staffen Hildebrand. That's how she got in the movie. So she was a model as well.
The famous Staffen Hildebrand. I remember.
The one and only. The one and only.
You know what? Mark is playing the peacemaker here. Both would get the 102.3 the meat.
They sure would.
That's true.
Yep.
Oh,
They both of them would get the 102.0 the meat.
Sure.
Gabe hates white people. William
Damn.
Jensen.
Damn.
Hold on now.
Truth is
Jensen, I don't even know this. She's a white lady. She's
yeah,
having
man,
that brown hair.
she's whiter than fuck.
She's a white lady, So I could say something horrible. The football coach in me could say something very dirty here, but I won't. They're all pink on the inside. Okay, I said it. I had to say it. So
Dear
man.
Lord.
Turn them lights out.
anyway.
Speaking of the birth canal, we've got the opening shot from
Very
James
vaginal.
Yeah,
It's very vaginal.
And
Yeah, there you go.
as we
Every Bond movie.
don't look
starts
through
with
the
a classic.
barrel
Don't do it.
is the key when you're
Shoots.
firing a weapon.
I don't even like the way he stands. Look at him.
Yep.
I thought Pierce Brosnan, he's my least favorite Bond.
What about George Lazenby?
I take him over
Okay.
Brosnan. He's just too lanky. He's not. He doesn't have that. See, Connery had the perfect balance of tough guy and suave.
Right.
He could sit across from you at the poker table, or duke it out as he's dressed in all black. Trying to get information from this facility owned by a German guy, but guarded by Korean guys. He just had that balance. Even Daniel Craig. Daniel Craig's more of the rougher side of Bond, but he can pull the suave stuff off too. But Pierce Brosnan, he's just too. I always think Remington Steele when I see him. This is 2 years after he played the boyfriend in Mrs. Doubtfire, so no, I wasn't happy with this.
It's dreadfully boring. I think everything is just kind of breathy. You gritted teeth, and I don't feel.
He's never been in a fist fight, is what it looks like to me.
I feel
he's never been in a fist fight.
Zero emotion from this guy. Nothing. I just
like if you
feels
split
like
Bond, if you split him into two people, and one Bond was just the suave guy, and one was just the tough guy, this would be Pierce Brosnan. He's just the suave, but he's just the scenes where he's shooting the guns and running and punching. That shit just. I didn't believe that. Sean Connery is by far the best.
I agree with Hunch.
Not even close. Yep.
I agree with Hunch here. Connery is the one and only true Bond. It is true.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought I had seen this movie because I played the video game so much as a teenager. I watched this movie, and this opening stunt is amazing on this.
It's in Washington.
The way it's in Washington State is where this is.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be somewhere in Russia or something like that.
It's supposed to be, but they filmed it in Washington, and it's a dam where a lot of people commit suicide.
So I've been to the Hoover Dam a few times over there near Vegas and all that, and the Arizona-Nevada border. And it was built in 1939. And you think, it's a dam, boring. It's a wonder to behold this thing.
Oh, yeah.
It is. Like, you're up at the top, and you look over the edge, and like, holy cow, that is amazing. And there were guys walking around with like ARs, like, or giant, some sort of giant rifles. From the government, just like guards, like, wow, they really protecting this place. But it's fascinating. This is a great action set piece to start. He's running along the top of the dam. He leaps off. Bungee jumping was quite popular in the 90s. I feel like that's what was in here. So he has to go into this dam, and he's going to meet up with 006, and they're going to blow up. What do they got? A bunch of chemical weapons in there, the Russians or something like that.
Something the Russians aren't supposed to have.
Right.
And then he shoots a gun, and it like shoots the whatever, it shoots
grappling hook.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, into the ground, and then he hits a trigger on there, and it has a little winch, and so it pulls him down to that surface right there, so then he can grab onto it, disengage his bungee cord. But yeah, this is like a huge dam that he's breaking into. And one thing I did like about it, this part was cool. The bungee jump, the little gun that he uses, it was cool. I did like that the Russians were the enemy, but that's where the cool stops. Cool. There's no more cool after this. The next scene when he breaks into the facility and he gets into the air duct, the air vent, and he's looking down in the bathroom, and guy's taking a shit, and he lowers himself down. The guy's reading a newspaper. This is back before you had a phone to scroll on. And he's looking at the newspaper. He slowly moves the newspaper down. Like if you thought somebody was hanging down in front of you in a stall,
would you were slowly middle of pinching a loaf?
Would you slowly, or would you drop that newspaper like, what the fuck? Slowly lowers the newspaper. There's an upside down James Bond. Something like, you forgot to flush, or some shit like that. Knocks the guy out.
Let me just address this so I can get off the screen. Timothy Dalton and Daniel Craig both tried to portray book Bond, while the rest tried to be the charming film version. Which do you prefer? Just do a one-sentence answer, everybody. I prefer the Sean Connery movie Bond, not the book Bond. You guys, how do you feel? Book Bond? I've never read the book, so I have to prefer the movie. What do you think?
Well, as long as it's Sean Connery playing him in the movie.
All right. Sean?
Yep. Same. Yeah, exact same thing. Right. I mean, my personal feeling is you have to sort of separate the books. You have to separate the books from the movies when the movies become iconic. They kind of become their own animal. You know what I mean? There's a Jurassic Park novel, there's a Jurassic Park book, there's a Shining book, and there's a Shining movie. Stephen King may not like the Shining movie, but it's a masterpiece of cinema. So it exists in its own, in its own sphere. They're both incredibly strong works. And I think that I would just look at it when I look at, what they did versus the book versus I don't care. I would say that he is and he got a lot of credit because they were throwing Timothy Dalton under the bus at this point, and they said they wanted him, but he had a contract, so they couldn't get him for Living Daylights. Simple fact of the matter is, I think history will show he's one of the weakest Bonds ever, if not the weakest Bond. Period.
Yeah.
Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah, Pierce Brosnan's the weakest in my opinion.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this movie, listen, we talked about this. This movie takes place about maybe 30 years after the one we watched previously.
Right.
And there's a lot of tells, and it was filled with nods, over the top nods to the first Bond. And what's interesting is the way they increased the scale in some things to a lesser effect. Like it was not as effective. And then they tried to do some of the more cheesy, flippant things, and all it reminded you is how much he couldn't pull it off. Like that's all it reminded you, of. And it was weird. Like everything was, I don't know, it was like beta Bond is the best way I could put it. Fascinating.
Yeah. And this is 6 years. There's 6 years between the last Bond or the Bond before this one. And before that, it was like every 2 years it came out with a Bond. Bond might be different, but every 2 years there was a Bond movie, and there was 6 years between this one and the last one. So I don't know. But at the time, this came out in 95. So if it came out before November of 95, I was 14. So 14 going on 15. It was a big deal. It was a big deal that it was a Bond movie because...
Can I interrupt? Why do people say that? They say like... What? 13 going on 14, 14 going. It's like I know what number comes next. Is there something about that saying that I don't understand? Does it? Because I've always wondered. Does it mean their birthday was right like a month away? Like that saying has always confused me.
Well, I always use it like if I'm over like whatever and a half. I don't say like the month after my birthday I'm going on whatever. But I'm getting close because I think I don't remember when this came out, summer or something. But I was a teenager and it was a huge deal. Big, I remember we'll get to it. I forgot the scene where, it's a scene where him and the lesser attractive woman are having a little dispute, having a little fight in like a steam room or something. There's part of that scene was used as, in the clip and the previews and shit when they were marketing this movie. And it was huge. GoldenEye was huge. Because of that big, that 6 year gap. Pierce Brosnan was hot at the time, as I mentioned, was in Mrs. Doubtfire and shit. And it was huge. It was all over. Again, one of those fast food movie, GoldenEye value meal. Like it was huge. I remember going to the theater to see this with my parents. And normally my dad, like we would go, me and my brother. Okay, this was released 4 days after my birthday. So it just turned 15. But my dad went, and that's probably, I think it's the only movie that my dad ever went to with us. So, and the same day we were leaving, we were going one way, there was a car parked, but it was facing the other way. So this car tried to get between us and ended up scratching my mom's brand new 95 green Volkswagen Jetta. So it was all bad. So they pulled over the whole trading the insurance information. So I'll never forget this one. And where I can't remember what scene it was on, but the film melted. So all of a sudden, this big hole just appears in the screen, and you see the film melt. They came in, stopped the movie, so we had to come back. They gave everybody a rain check, so we had to come back and watch it. But this movie, and because I was 15, I didn't know shit. You don't know a good movie when you're 15. So I thought this was great. Seeing the action, the stunts, and all that kind of shit. And of course, looking back at it now, the quote unquote CGI that they used in 1995 was terrible. So, but you didn't see that at the time. I didn't notice that at the time because it was the cutting edge CGI, whatever that was.
Jurassic Park just 2 years before having vastly superior CGI to this. This is looking like something on the UPN network or something. This is United Artists. This is a huge
movie company. This ain't no bullshit. The stars they have all throughout this movie. And at the time, great. Rewatching it today, fucking terrible.
First of all, I'm being attacked in the chat. He said he figures since artists can't do math. Not true. I passed trigonometry and calculus in college with an A. And I would say this as an artist back to any math heads out there. Math, you like math because you're not creative. That's what I would say.
Damn.
The artist can do both. I can do it all. I choose not to do math because it's boring. It is boring. It's drab and boring. There's nothing there.
I tell you,
There's no story. There's no humanity. There's nothing to math. It's a very boring thing.
this show started to turn. No, all right. No, listen. Click on that image I'm sharing because this is something we got to call up because I think this is important. It was a tough image to track down because you'd be shocked how many times they post an older picture of Sean Connery when he wasn't even Bond in these comparisons.
Yeah,
I'm like,
so
come on,
stupid.
guys. Yeah, stop trying to make it work. This almost will tell you can tell who were the colder, most intense Bonds versus who were the more light comedic or, humanized versions of it. And when you look at all of these people, it's kind of crazy how Sean Connery still has the most character out of all of them.
Just looking at the three faces here, or it's a Freudian slip. Looking at the faces here, I only like three of them. Bond, Roger Moore, and Timothy Dalton. The other three, I can't stand Daniel Craig. Holy shit.
There you go.
Those are not good movies. I feel like the legend and the concept of Bond is so much better than the movies. I don't think the James Bond movies are that great. Like some of them are kind of fun, but I don't think any single great James Bond movie is like a fantastic movie. I think the legend and the concept of James Bond is amazing. Like this amazing British super spy, but I don't know. It's been disappointed in some of these, So.
I think there are some good ones. Some of the other ones that Sean Connery was in, like Thunderball. Roger Moore has some good ones, Moonraker. But once you start getting into the 80s, what was that? A View to a Kill, Christopher Walken, Grace Jones, and Timothy. Then you get into Timothy Dalton. He kind of took it from the mid 80s to the late 80s. I don't know. There's some good ones in there. Timothy Dalton hated him. The George, whatever his name is, the second guy, His Majesty's Royal Service or whatever. He only did one or two. I think he only did one.
George Lazenby did one. It was on Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Secret Service, yeah.
Yeah,
because I think Sean Connery.
They said he was an Australian model. They got picked to do some acting. I was reading about it on Wikipedia, and he's allegedly said in the middle of filming, like halfway through production, "I don't want to do this Bond thing again."
Yeah,
and I think Sean Connery has the most movies.
And Hunch points. I read this too. Hunch is right here.
Yep.
Lazenby was Ian Fleming's version of what Bond looked and acted like. His words, not mine. So interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it's a fascinating thing, James Bond. Overall, it's awesome. The concept is awesome. A lot of the movies missed the mark, and the one we're on missed the hell out of the mark. This is not a good movie.
Sure did.
But
so
you know
now
what I don't like about this movie not being a good movie? It's not funny, though. Like, I love when a movie's bad, but it's also funny. That's awesome.
Yeah.
This isn't funny. This isn't.
It's not supposed to be funny. And there were moments where they were trying to make it funny. James Bond is not fucking funny. Like they had, we'll get to it, but they have all these beats, these comedic beats they're putting in. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. So he breaks into the facility and he's sneaking around in the shadows and he runs into 006, played by the great. What was he? I know he's Sean P, but was he Boromir or one of those mirrors from Lord of the Rings? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Nerd alert. I don't know. I never seen that shit.
And they're gonna break into the facility and plant the bombs before the Russians can find them and destroy whatever these chemicals are.
Go back where he's fucking holding the gun. They know each other. Why are you sticking a fucking gun in my face? Because he comes out of the shadows and surprises James Bond. I think he comes up behind him and Bond turns around and he's still holding the gun in his face. Like, what the fuck, dude? We know it. You're 006. I'm 007. Get that fucking gun out of my face. That shit pissed me off. I was like, no, I'll be doing that shit. I'd be mad as hell. And of course, he didn't call him 007. He calls him 007. Everybody calls him 007.
Oh, 007.
Oh, 007.
007.
Yeah, that's what
007. What's 008? I'm
sure. Hey, why is 006 afraid of 7? Because 007 8 9.
Oh goodness.
Oh damn! There it is.
I guess it's becoming unanimous. Nobody likes this movie.
You guys picked this one. Yeah,
I couldn't watch it. I was watching it, and then I'm just on my phone on the couch, fuck this movie. This is fucking boring. I don't know. I think it was and I hate to betray my love, but Famke Janssen's character, when she starts straddling that guy and moaning and rather, I was like, okay, I'm done with this movie. This is
it was
beyond
it was
parody.
stupid.
It's just stupidity, this movie.
This movie, though, this is the thing about this flick. This was you guys talked about it with the video game. This was a huge phenomenon, and I would argue that in a lot of ways, I think they've had a slight bump with definitely with Skyfall. Skyfall, I think, made the most money of any Bond movie in history. It was a smash hit, regardless of what one makes of it. But the thing about it is, this was a full relaunch of Bond, and they were choosing GoldenEye. Why were they choosing that title? Because they wanted to reference Goldfinger, the best Bond movie. They start out with him racing around after this scene. We're going to get to it, in the Aston Martin. So they're like making all of these notes. The thing that's interesting is they're trying to do Bond, but at the same time undercutting him, which is a very strange thing, even with the choice of the actor. It's like he's a non-threatening Bond. Does that make sense? Like he's non-threatening. Like you feel like he's like, oh, when he picks up the kids, I saw him in the pickup line, Bond, James Bond. Like that's what it was. He drives a minivan. To me, that's what I was fascinated by. After you see Sean Connery, and Sean Connery's like, another woman I slept with was killed. Like it was just like every 5 minutes.
That's a big thing that's missing from this Bond. He doesn't get with women like the other one. He doesn't seem to.
He gets with sixes. I'm not going to throw stones, but
he gets with some of them. But they like every other scene, Sean Connery was just banging some chick.
The best one I think was in what is after Thunderball? What's the fifth one? I don't remember. But he's in the hospital and he gets the lady in the steam room, and then when they come out, he's all right, see you later. It just made me laugh so hard when he's walking away from her afterwards. Meiser does point out this. I want to point this out. Sean, you're right. They named it GoldenEye to kind of echo Goldfinger, but also GoldenEye was the resort in Jamaica where Fleming was staying when he wrote the first one. So what a weird name.
You only live twice.
Skyfall isn't a pimple on ass. There you go. Goldfinger.
That's the greatest song ever.
They should have asked Bean as Bond. He would have done. No, he's James Bond. First of all, is a brunette. That's one of the biggest problems. Brunette does that qualify for men? James Bond has black or brown hair. That's a major problem with Daniel Craig, him being blonde. You can't have a blonde Bond. It doesn't work. There's a reason. Listen,
James Blonde.
James Blonde. Blonde. James Blonde.
James Blonde.
I say this as a tall, dark, handsome man. It's tall, dark, and handsome, not tall and pasty. It's not blonde. He's not blonde. He's the tall. He's John Hamm from Mad Men.
It's all coming out now.
This is dark hair. It's more imposing. It's more foreboding.
I think John Hamm, if he was British, I think he'd make a good Bond, because you can see him as a tough guy and he can pull off the smooth shit too.
Right.
But
let's see. Bond. You'd have to get in better shape though, because John Hamm, not fat or anything at all, but he just kind of looked like he was a advertising executive.
But I'm sure they can cut him up. They can shred him up, give him those dick roots. Look at those dick roots there in no time.
I gotta tell you this, man. It comes like when we were having that conversation of like, who would you cast as James Bond? Who do you think should be the next Bond? To me, it's the same way you should always be doing this. You got to put this to the ladies, and you don't even need to ask them. You kind of just, everybody knows who are the actors that ladies are swooning for at the moment. That's the person that you want to cast.
The most obvious guy right now would be Henry Cavill.
That's right.
He did a dry run like 5 years ago. The Man from U.N.C.L.E. is another Cold War spy movie, and it was fun. I watched it. It was a fun movie. I think, Henry Cavill put about 6-7 of these movies back to back. It would be maybe a return to the Connery style Bond. And I would like them in the future Bond movies. Go back to the Cold War. That's the most fun era for this stuff.
Yeah.
That's next, none the miser. That's next.
I don't know.
Jane Bond.
Jane Bond.
This is
Jackie Chan is Jai Bong.
Vodka martini, shaken, not stirred. But I think I don't know. This might be petty, but I don't like the reason I wouldn't like Henry Cavill as James Bond is one of the reasons I didn't like Pierce Brosnan as James Bond. I don't like their bottom row of teeth.
Wow, that's
Crooked.
very specific.
James Bond has to be a good-looking dude. He has to have a great smile and everything else. He has to look the part. And to have a crooked bottom row of teeth, it humanizes him. It makes him like the average everyday person. And that's not James Bond. He's a super cool. He got missiles behind his headlights. He beds 10s and 11s like before 9 a.m. But he bags more 10s and 11s before 9 a.m. than an average man does in a lifetime. This is James Bond.
Well,
so
if his smile is fucked up for you, they could just use CGI to fix it. I mean, they already did it.
Yeah, that always works.
Henry Cavill is fucking Superman. Superman doesn't have crooked teeth. He's Superman. He's perfect in every way. I didn't like it.
I honestly didn't know he had crooked teeth. I never noticed. But I think it's ridiculous that they CGI'd out his mustache and gave us this in the Justice League movie. That was actually
great.
Weird. Just tell him to shave. What the fuck?
Well, yeah, that eliminates most British actors. I hate to tell you this, Jericho, but you just
CGI that shit. CGI that shit, but I don't want to see these super iconic characters with regular human flaws. Like, throw some Invisalign on that fool for a couple months, or CGI that bitch. But James Bond should be absolutely just a handsome, gorgeous man in every way. He's a fucking super spy. He's a British super spy. The hell?
Jericho, James Bond is British. How can you expect the British to have good teeth?
How can you expect us to have good teeth on a Tuesday?
Oh, my wife is in the chat. Don't tell her about Famke Janssen, who I think is hideous. Mr. Japan Man would make a great James Bond. Well, let's bring him in and see what he has to say. Welcome, Mr. Japan Man. How you doing, sir?
Good.
Have you ever done any any wet works, any sort of spying stuff for the Japanese government? I don't know if you're allowed to tell me, actually.
I can't. I'd hate to have a carrier.
Oh my goodness. So that's a yes. Right? I mean, just wink if it's
Yes.
Hey, if you have done spying, flash your kimono open real quick, open and closed. Okay. So we don't know if you've done any spy work or not, but if you had, do you think you would get more women than like a James Bond kind of guy? Do you think so?
Sure, yeah. The women are liking the tattoos in their sword.
Oh, so you've had a few mama sons in your day, huh?
I don't mean a katana when I say a sword.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm an uncutter.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
That is more than anyone needed to know.
You know.
Oh. Well, if you were to ever go on a mission and you found yourself in danger and you had to save a beautiful woman, but it was like between you and her, would you save her? Would you sacrifice yourself to save a beautiful woman, even if it was just like a plain blonde, like someone like this, like not exotic? Would you be able to just save her and sacrifice yourself, or would you realize that, it's a dime a dozen?
Well, first of all, she's a beauty food. I would just sacrifice after we fuck her.
You think you'd still feel the same afterwards?
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't have that clarity, that built-in clarity men have?
No, I would be fine after we fuck her. I'd die.
You would die for that?
Yeah, like a bee. After a stinger out, you were dead.
Oh, well, what a way to go, Mr. Japan Man. All right, well, I guess you can't really tell us about your secret missions. But, last thing, Japan Man.
Sorry.
Do you have a favorite James Bond?
Of course, Rez, Sean Connery.
Sean Connery?
Yeah.
Who's your least favorite James Bond?
That would have to be a Timothy Dalton.
Oh, okay. You didn't like the Living Daylights.
Yeah, he sucks.
All right, Japan Man. Well, thank you, and thank you for your service to your country when you go on those spy missions. And right now, they got a deal at McDonald's right now. They got 2 Big Macs, 2 10-piece nuggets, 2 fries for $20. You think that's a great deal?
For you, but I eat there for free until I die.
All right, everyone. The great Japan man, defender of Japanese secrets. Thank you, sir.
Right on.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's Japan man. Everyone.
Still the best.
Oh.
The greatest
someone
sign
had
off.
was that you and you only lived twice?
Yeah, he said he was uncut. That was a lot of information.
You only
That was a
lived,
lot.
you only lived twice.
You only river twice, sir.
Oh. Anyways,
Riv.
006 and 007, they break into the
Dude.
facility. They're planting bombs. The bad guys break in by shooting at point blank range at a bulletproof window.
Yes, in a room with
I feel
all those
like-
AK-47s going off in a closed room. They all have blood coming out of their ears because your eardrums are finished.
Now you know a lot more about weapons than me. But if you fired those bullets at this bulletproof window over and over, hundreds and hundreds of rounds from these like 10 soldiers trying to break into the room, wouldn't fragments of the bullets and all that come flying off and hit your compatriots? Couldn't you get injured or perhaps killed? Or do I have this all wrong?
I mean, you could, but it'd probably be shards of glass before the bullets.
What would
'cause it's
happen
gonna-
to the bullets themselves? Does it, like the lead doesn't vaporize? Where won't pieces of it fly back? Some of it?
Maybe, but again, I think it would mostly glass because that
Okay.
bulletproof glass is made to absorb and hold on to that bullet. So
I didn't know that.
The bullet would just mushroom inside of the glass where the little, not holes, but the strike marks that it's making on there. That's all of that energy in the bullet being absorbed by that glass. So yeah, if they're standing close enough, they probably get some shards of glass coming at them. But that's the least of their worries. You're going to be deaf. You won't be able to hear anything being in a room, and not even a pistol. If you were to go into your living room right now and shoot around into the floor, your ears are going to be ringing. So multiply that by hundreds of rounds coming out of AK-47s and their big rounds, the 7.62. Yeah, everybody's like, huh? Yeah.
I've taken my ears off at the range more than once, like once or twice by accident. I go to this shooting range in Vegas when I go out there. It's my favorite place to go shoot. I go to the range here in San Diego too, and you go in Vegas and people are shooting machine guns and all kinds of really loud, heavy things, big stuff. And my brother's like, oh, I'm like, what? And I pull the ear, I pull my headphone off and you're like, oh God, don't make that mistake.
And that's outside in the open air. Imagine being in a room.
Right.
Dude, being in a room, it's over. And so these guys go through, they shoot through the window, the bulletproof glass to get inside the room. And then I don't know if they opened the door or what. No, they blew the door.
They blew the door with like thermite or whatever.
Yeah, so why didn't they just blow the door and everybody come through the door instead of wasting all the ammunition, getting through the glass, and then still coming through the door? And that's where you have to worry about getting hit by shit. That door, they didn't like just blow the edge of the door. They disintegrated a metal door. So yeah, those dudes that were down on the floor and shit. Yeah, if you were anywhere in front of that door, you got hit with all kinds of hot metal. That's where you really be in fucking trouble.
Does this guy's face, the Russian commander, does it look fake to you guys?
This guy,
like he has like weird fake cheeks and his nose looks fake. I mean, poor guy. If this, it's obviously
it looks like he was gonna pull off, like Mission Impossible style, Ethan, whatever his name was, like pull off a rubber face. So this guy, he starts talking, and he's very unsen. I'm like, wait a minute, they're supposed to be, they're in Russia. Not only are these guys Russian, they're in Russia. So you should have.
Well, they're actually in the mountains above Africa City, where you have Russian.
Oh, so it could be
the Russian. They're commie Nazis.
It sounds like a laser mission. Sorry, go ahead.
All you had to do was say laser mission, Africa City, and then I'm like, okay, I get it. Geography isn't what we know it to be up there.
Right.
It just kind of it's crazy. So maybe it was. Maybe this guy's from Russia, Germany, because he's a Russian general, but he has a German accent. So I looked it up, and he's from Germany.
Oh.
You don't.
So I guess they just figured, fuck it, you're all European, just talk in your accent.
Wide net.
Because
wide.
The defense minister who comes in later,
he's
a French actor. So I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
If they don't care, I don't care.
So 006 and 7, they're placing bombs on these big canisters of some sort of explosive or fuel or chemical. I don't even know what it is. And it's Sean Bean and Pierce Brosnan. And Bond is going around between these big things, these big drums, and then he calls out to his friend, doesn't get an answer. And this commander has Sean Bean hostage on the ground, on his knees, gun to his head, ends up shooting him in the head, ostensibly killing him, but we'll see. And then Bond makes a daring escape, and he goes out on a conveyor belt, and he shoots and knocks all of these big barrels all over those soldiers. Man, they're
like kegs.
Yeah, they were like 55-gallon drum kegs. It would have killed everybody.
Those dudes, they would have all been dead. Because they're in these big cages up high, and he shoots the lock or whatever, and they all come rolling out on top of all these soldiers. They would have been dead. If they're full, I remember when I used to deliver beer, a full keg weighs 165 pounds. For that to come down from 20 feet above your head, it's a wrap. You're dead. You're dead, or your parking spot's going to be blue for the rest of your life.
In the whole movie, this is a good next 5 minutes where Bond goes out on his back on the conveyor belt, shoots at the bad guys, knocks all the drums and kills tons of them, and then they're all chasing him out of the base. He kills a guy that's inside of a little Cessna airplane, gets on a motorcycle, chases the airplane, jumps and gets inside. That's all a fun, awesome action set piece. It is the highlight. Unfortunately, it's in the first 10 minutes of the movie or 20 minutes, and it is the highlight of the movie. It's really, really well done. It's fun. It's exciting. So I like it.
I think the opening titles were good, and I thought Tina did a good job on the song, too.
Yeah, Tina Turner did a great job.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
She did a great job on the theme song. R.I.P., girl. But yeah, he's running it first, and then they send these guys on dirt bikes to go get him. Somehow they get fucked up and get off their bike, and he picks it up, and then wham. Then he can ride a dirt bike too. Wham, spins around, does a 180, and then takes off. I think it was like a 180. Spins around and then takes off after the airplane. Little.
And this, I feel like if this was made today, Tom Cruise would have done this in real life.
Yes, he would have. 100%.
Mission Impossible movies, he just keeps upping the ante on the death wish danger.
You do it like 5 times until they got it right.
Yep. Right.
I feel like we need another angle.
It is cool because the plane is doing a nosedive, so he's free falling, catching up to it, and gets inside the plane. That was pretty cool, but then you can totally see that it's CGI or whatever.
Right. He pulls up. He almost crashes into the mountains. He pulls up. The base explodes, and he flies away.
And it's obviously a fucking model. It's like the little tiny models that they blow up. You could totally tell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, come on.
Godzilla stomps it into the ground and then
cracks. Yeah, where'd you get the giant lizard from? This is stupid.
Yep.
Then you get a pretty cool Tina Turner song.
Yeah.
With, some weird imagery.
Yes.
I didn't think all of it was weird.
Robert Broccoli, is that his name?
Yeah, those guys
Albert Broccoli. Yeah. Albert Broccoli, the producer.
Saltzman and Broccoli produced so many of these from the beginning.
Yeah. But yeah, Tina Turner did a great job. But again, this is all we have to make sure that we view this through the prism of a 6-year break between Bond movies. So this was the great return to Bond. So
yeah,
this was all super cool to see because we had all grown up on Bond. Seeing the movies. Yeah. My parents owned all the movies. Plus, we had TBS, the Superstation. They're going to play 2 things. They're going to play the Duke Marathon, all the John Wayne movies, and they're going to play all the James Bond movies. So I'd seen them a bunch of times. So it was cool to see those old ones, but new one, right? New Bond. It's Pierce Brosnan. Okay. This is what we got. But I did like
Can you imagine there's an alternate reality where it's not Pierce Brosnan and it's not it's Piers Morgan as James Bond.
Excellent.
That might be better. That might be.
It's already probably happening somewhere. I mean,
but I did
Bond anyway.
I did like the whole fuck communism angle.
Yeah,
it's a lot of hammer and sickle, and they're bad. Commies, bad. So I did like that.
Yep.
So, Sean, this was a nod to Goldfinger here.
Yep, it sure was.
Yeah, this was cool. This is another cool part.
And this shows what CG can do, though, don't you think? I mean, the thing about this Bond that is so odd And it's almost kind of strange when you see something like Austin Powers. Austin Powers almost has more sexiness, as funny as that may sound, than this movie does. It's almost like this was a parody in some ways.
Vern Troyer too, but you're taking it too far, my man.
No, Vern Troyer, now that we bring him up, God rest him, for Bond, he would have been perfect.
Yeah, because he would have got all the chicks.
He would have. Yep.
They would have picked him up.
There you have it.
And after they're done with him, spike him like a football.
Throw him in a shoebox.
Famke Janssen, I mean, that would have been over. She'd have just smashed him.
Just towered over him.
But this seemed, I was like, is James Bond buying this car? And this woman works for the car dealership. Who the fuck is she? Why is she in the car?
It's Moneypenny.
No, it's not Moneypenny.
I think it is.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
No, it can't be Moneypenny because he makes out with her after this.
Yeah, it's
Moneypenny. Him and Moneypenny never.
They're always will they won't they?
Yeah, but it was always won't they? It was always they won't.
Yeah, but he let her on.
No way. No, I gotta look.
Because I'll give you one dip, and that's it.
That can't be Moneypenny.
It really is though. It's her.
No.
He's
like, no.
Observe him and do some report on him. And he's driving the Aston Martin through the hills, just like in Goldfinger, and being tailed by a woman in a beautiful woman, the most beautiful woman in the movie, being tailed by her in a sporty car, zipping through the hills, just like Goldfinger.
No, two different women. Samantha Bond actually played Miss Moneypenny, and Serena Gordon is Caroline, her right there in the car.
Who is this?
So they're two different women. She's just some chick. Exactly. Is she a car dealer?
The DMV?
Yeah, is he taking a driving test? Like,
I thought she was Moneypenny. I don't know.
No, hell no. So who the hell is this woman? So he's driving
and by MI6 to give him a psych evaluation. I knew that, but I just thought it was Moneypenny. I just assumed.
Now she's a secretary.
I guess.
So he,
I thought it
pretty
didn't
cool.
make any damn sense.
Yeah, this is the first of many. So she's riding with him, and he's having this. He's racing Famke, whatever her name is, Famke, whatever. She looks like a fucking vampire, all pale and shit.
Damn.
But he's racing her, and that was a pretty cool part, And then of course you have the group of cyclists coming up the other way, and and they go around him and shit, and they're all watching him pass by, and then all of a sudden, whoa, they fall over, and there's this big domino effect of bikes and people falling over. There they are, right there.
Right.
So then, of course.
Biker sound effects.
Yep. That's what all bikers sound like. Cyclists. And then he makes out with her. Like, that chick wasn't hot enough for Bond to make out with. What the hell is this?
And he pulled the storm.
Dude, but James Bond is above that. James Bond doesn't bang these ugly women.
Oh,
they're all 10s. What is this?
My boy.
There's something bigger in the scene going on though, too, guys. You gotta be real. It's you've got this sort of middle management, and look, I'm saying this with love. Substitute math teacher who is in charge of Bond, whether his psych evaluation goes well, and he's like, all right, like there was never that dynamic between Bond and women in Bond films. He was not like going out and being evaluated and measured by this person. You're like, what are your qualifications, right? Like, this is a person who you take your fucking driving test with. What are your qualifications for secret agent driving ability and mental health? You look like middle management. It looks like a public education administrator. That's just all I can think of when I watched it. Fucking weird.
Yeah, the only person who can question his sanity or his mental state is M. Like, she's the one who always says, WSM, you need to go on a vacation. WSM, WSM. Like, she's the only one who can say you need a break, you're crazy, you're whatever. Not this chick, not this whoever she is.
When you said who I was like, where's it going? Not this who.
It's fucking who. But yeah, I'm not.
What country? I don't even know what country they're in. They in France or something, or where the hell are they?
Laser mission.
Africa, Brazil City. They're in like Monaco or some shit. They always end up in like Monaco.
See, because like at this point, I'm not even following the story. Like, he went into the dam He blew everything up. He flew away, and then he's just in Monaco,
Driving test.
just
Yeah.
doing a driving test.
Cut to DMV.
Like how? Okay, I guess. And then he's gonna go gamble with her for some reason.
Yes.
I need 2 proofs of address.
All right.
That's what it was. It was the DMV. No,
But I
you've
just,
got
like-
this, but your registration you can't renew. You got to go back home and get some more paperwork.
Like, why did you tell me this over the phone? I did,
Yep.
sir. I'm trying to remember if he had some kind of briefing or something before this to tell her who
He
the hell
has it
this
right
is.
after. He goes in and he plays cards with her, and then he beats her at cards. And then when he goes out and sits in the car, he's like on a Kenwood, his stereo, and it prints out that little printout to tell him, okay, well, she's doing this and they're doing that, and they want to steal this helicopter or some shit like that. And it tells him to get close to her, but hey, not too close. Remember? It's like a little smart alecky message from M or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to remember what put him on this course.
Right.
To follow the second most attractive woman in the movie.
Right. No, I get it. I mean, if you have real boring taste and you think blondes are the end all be all, I get it.
Well, listen, you guys have been shooting down pretty much all of my great suggestions. I want to share my suggestion for Bond, Gabe. If you could share this, and obviously it's a little left field, but I think it could work. What do you think?
James Bond.
Bring me a vodka.
Everybody stirs the Bring Me Market shares and lemon twist.
A Four Loko, shaken, not store.
Do you guys have Capri Sun? I'll take one of those. And monkeys don't eat tuna fish. What?
There he is.
Okay.
Brainiac.
Okay. Burn down the red.
Oh, it'd be good in the Goonies remake as Sloth.
Hey,
you guys.
Hey guys, seriously? I almost wore a Goonies t-shirt tonight. I have a Goonies map right here. Don't you dare insult Sloth. Not in my presence.
If he was in Bond,
even Sloth thinks that guy's retarded.
dude, if Fetterman was playing Bond, that opening scene where he turns and shoots at the barrel of the gun, he would fucking shoot himself in the foot. God, that hurts. Da 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 da. But you're not supposed to sing the theme song too, John.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
But let me give some real quick respect for Fetterman because I think this is really important.
respect.
Is that the respect? This is important. He's exposing something big, right? Sloth love chunk. Like, listen, the fact of the matter is, he's exposing something great because every single thing a politician says is fucking word salad. But when you get that salad out of order, it only reveals how fucking full of shit that is. Like when it's like, the fact is the wall and separating whales from donkeys and not letting the chickens come home to roost. And the CEO, you realize they don't believe a fucking thing.
So was that a real sentence from him?
No, but it might as well have been. I'm a speechwriter. I actually use Mad Libs. It's this new technology.
That was verbatim. John
Yes.
Fetterman.
Okay, so we see her, and we get to this ridiculous, like, not even a sex scene, this makeout scene where she's with this Russian general.
Or admiral or something.
I can't even describe what is going on here. She's in her underwear. She's got the underwear and panties. And she's on top of him, not growling, not moaning, but like kind of both. Like acting weirdly, overly excited, like in a... You've seen better acting at like community theater. This is just in the world?
She had, in her defense, she had just graduated from the No Holds Barred school,
right,
or Academy of Acting, and she was like, and the guy was like, growling back. It was very fucking weird.
But then, okay, so then he gets on top of her, as a man does with a woman, and she has her legs wrapped around him, and she starts squeezing him to death. And he tells her through like choked breath that he can't breathe. And I just like, at that point, I just started scrolling on my phone. I didn't even know what I was watching. Like,
It's so stupid.
And
Like, she's not.
Did she kill him that way, or did she shoot him or stab him? Because
No, that's how she killed him.
That's how she
No,
killed him.
no, hold on. She choked the life out of him by squeezing him to death around his guts. Not his, like, if she put her legs around his neck, I would buy it. I would think it was corny. She squeezed his liver and spleen and killed him?
Well, I mean, I think it was maybe more up around his lungs because he couldn't breathe. So maybe it was more
that you could see in the shot, her legs were like below his ribs.
Maybe she ruptured
I
his.
could see like him farting from her squeezing his guts, but not dying.
He's like, no.
Well, it was weird though, because that one line where he's like, Dookie. I went, oh no. Are we back here again?
She's like, what's that smell?
By the way, let me say this. When in the 90s we were watching movies with computer technology and we were like, that fake computer technology from the 60s is fucking ridiculous. Cut to now and you're watching this shit and you're like, this is fucking ridiculous.
And can we talk about, can we talk about her name too?
Yeah.
Mrs. Onatop.
Her name is Xenia Onatop.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a Pussy Galore.
I thought Pussy Galore was stupid. Xenia Onatop is
no, Pussy
beyond
Galore
retarded.
was the American dream, okay? That was
Yeah.
Amber Waves of Grain and Pussy Galore.
She's a cousin of Ivana Humpalot.
Humpalot, which was the best.
And she's
No, this
from
was... Yeah, go ahead.
Ivana Humpalot is from Likawini Island in Hawaii.
Jesus.
A lot of people didn't know that.
I don't know.
Her family is from one of the most famous tribes on Hawaii called Kamanawanalea.
Kamanawanalea. Okay, I've seen that. Yeah, this movie is like you drop your wallet in a trash can, and you got to dig through the trash can to find your wallet because you have to. You can't give up on your wallet.
No, this is dropping your phone in the toilet. Let's get real.
This is dropping your phone at the porta potty with that
All
guy.
right.
And some guy's hand comes
The
up.
guy at the bottom of the porta potty just
Thank
hands
you.
it back up to you. He's like, I think you dropped this. And he just
But do you say thank you when he hands you your phone back?
right.
No, he gets it's a hostage exchange. He's like, you want the phone? Drop a deuce on me now.
Oh,
All right. I do.
And
need
you're
my
like,
phone.
I didn't need that phone. And you
Or
walk
they're,
away.
her name was
lot
a
of
lot of Fachina.
Mhm.
So there you go. There's another
There you
great
go.
name.
Oh man.
I don't know where this movie's going. This movie shouldn't have been allowed to be made. This is a terrible movie. And it's you can't even it's like it's not even funny, this movie.
He's taking a shit. Was that him taking a shit? He's like,
Media.
fucking Indian food. Ew.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah, something.
Yeah, so that guy takes
That
a
shit'll
fat
kill you.
shit and dies.
right.
Yeah.
So
And
they're gonna
they want
demo
his credentials.
Right. Yeah, she steals his credentials.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So then they're going to demo this state-of-the-art stealth helicopter, blah, 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 blah. And they did reveal earlier that Xenia Onatop was an expert fighter pilot or something in the old days.
Yes, she was a
Remember.
Russian
Russian fighter.
fighter
In
pilot.
Soviet Russia, plane flies you, or whatever they always reverse the action. It's like, oh, and look at this.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why does he have that look on his face? Like
Well,
this
you
is
know.
not supposed to be funny. This isn't a comedy. Why does he have that look? Why couldn't he just die, fall out of the closet, fucking
He died doing what he loves.
regular
Shitting-
Let me
dead guy
ask-
face?
Yeah, he died
Let me
doing
ask
what he
this
loves. Shitting his pants.
Yeah, he loved a good
Yeah.
juice, man.
Did this guy play the same guy? And I'm having this moment just now. This guy played the same guy in the Val Kilmer movie Top Secret. Remember the one? He goes,
Haven't seen it.
and he goes, he died or took our best men like 5 hours just to wipe the smile off his face.
Oh.
He looks like that dude.
Yeah, like why couldn't he just fall out of the closet, regular dead face?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
she's there by herself. How did she get him? You mean to tell me she picked that dude's dead body up? And I think it's 40 pounds per 100 when it comes to dead weight.
Yeah.
So that guy had at least an extra 40 pounds on him from being dead weight, and she picked him up and propped him in the closet. And he wasn't like leaning against the door; he was like back in the closet. So when he opened the door, it was like a one beat, and then he falls out with this lovely expression on his face.
Boxer
There it
shorts
is.
just filled with poo. Come on, guy.
Yeah, it's rough.
In Biden's America, he'll lose an $80 million jet.
Mm.
Like they're gonna lose this helicopter. So
Yeah.
anyway, the two pilots that are gonna come and fly the helicopter for all the Russian officials, they're walking through the bowels of this warship that it's on. It's kind of like you're a Navy man, Jericho's a destroyer, a frigate. What is this thing? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a frigate.
Okay. And
Wasn't
she
one of the
just
bigger ships.
happens to be dressed up like a fancy woman in there. She's like, "Oh, boys, I have a surprise for you." And then the guy, what does the guy turn around and says, "Oh, I must be my dreams are coming true," or something. It's
Yeah.
like, I would argue, friend, pilot, you don't have enough time to do what you want to do here and make it up to that ship. You know? You could be a very efficient lover. Maybe he would. I don't know. But she caps them both. They steal the
my dream come true. Blue balls for the flight.
right. And she kills both guys, shoots them both with her pistol, steals the helmet and the flight suit and all that, and she makes her way up to the helicopter and steals it as Pierce Brosnan tries to warn everyone and stop them, but they just arrest him instead.
Why in the fuck is she dressed like that? Like she's an old black woman going to church on Easter Sunday.
She just needs a big fan.
And then she shoots him. She shoots him, but with no suppressor. She shot him with no suppressor on a gun, so that's loud as fuck. That would bring people like what we just heard 2 gunshots. I don't care if they're talking on a PA system or not. 2 gunshots. Somebody's gonna hear that shit, especially on a military shit on a Navy vessel.
In the cavernous insides of an all steel military ship, it would echo the gunshots. You feel like that?
Well, these guys, they're going up to the flight deck, so they're not they're not machinist mates. They're not down in the bowels of the ship with the fucking engine grease on their face. These guys are pilots. That means they're officers. So they're up around. They're probably like 1 deck below, and that would get somebody's attention. Those 2 pilots aren't the only 2 military personnel on that fucking ship when it's in port. So that's just ridiculous. But of course, guys are like, ooh la la, woman, fuck, I just abandoned all my military bearing, and we're supposed to go fly.
Well, I know that I know that I have never made any bad or irresponsible decisions because of a beautiful woman. I've never done that.
No, never.
Impervious.
Sean?
Never. I mean, look at my face. I mean, does this look like the face of...
Okay. Now, here's the next part of the movie that is just terrible to me. So we go to these Russian, like, super security, top secret hacker people, where the less attractive blonde woman is one of the characters here with an awful haircut and never dressed beautifully. She's there with Boris, who looks a little bit
Boris,
like a cousin of like Pee Wee Herman. Like, doesn't look like him, but like I could see it. And he's Boris. He has thick Russian accent, and he's like, "This is you got to understand. This is like burgeoning internet here.
Yeah,
this is 1995. Only nerds had the internet up to this point since the late 70s, early 80s, and American households were just some of them had the internet. Almost none of them yet, though.
This 10 years before YouTube.
Right.
Yep.
And he has to enter his password to get into the server or whatever. And he makes the less attractive of the 2 female leads. He makes her guess.
Right.
And it turns out his password is knockers. Now, knowing what we all know about passwords, and this guy's supposed to be the smartest computer hacker in the entire Russian military, whatever, and he has a regular word for his password.
Knockers.
Knockers. Like it would.
People in Russia they don't call tits knockers. That's American.
Wait a second.
Around the world calls titties knockers other than
Wait a second, though.
America.
Are you saying they also don't have all of their codes and stuff in English?
That's right.
Right.
That might be in some kind of more Cyrillic and symbolic.
In Russia, in a top secret military installation, and everything is in English. You got it.
Yeah.
And they speak English to each other too.
They do. He's the top British-Russian computer hacker.
In Africa City.
In Africa City, just north of Cuba.
I feel like there should be like a cool fucking song about Africa City. Like I can hear it in my head, but I don't know the lyrics to it yet.
No, it'd be like, "You're in Africa City." It'd be very Cuban.
It would be a lot of drums, a lot of Tito Puente
screaming
in
through
there.
Megaphones.
Yeah, a lot of piano.
Salsa in Africa City.
Or Russian, German. You just take your pick.
Take your pick. Do what you gotta do, kids.
Oh, so what even happens here? I don't even remember.
I got this one
This
for
guy's
you.
a hacker. He hacks in the FBI, but I don't even know what happens because again, I
He's
kept looking
just
at my
showing-
phone. I couldn't stand this movie. Ugh.
So he hacks into Atlanta FBI,
Okay.
orders some Chick-fil-A,
Oh,
and then
so we know it wasn't a Sunday. Because
it
they were
wasn't.
open.
Yeah,
Sunday.
we know that for sure. So, and then at the same time, this ugly whore and this military guy fly in on a helicopter, and I mean ugly whore.
Filthy.
They land, and since he's a senior secretary in charge of ugly whore, they land the chopper. They go into the base, and he gets the passcodes for GoldenEye because from this particular officer, and they make sure now they have control over it. At which point,
GoldenEye is a penis-shaped satellite. By the way, don't think I didn't notice that.
With testicles.
Golden Dong. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and then
Yeah. So then he hands him because it's a TGI Fridays. He hands him the little coaster that buzzes to let him know when it's time for him to be seated. Yeah, this is TGI GoldenEye, and then what he does, which is he's got the super stealth helicopter. A lot of people don't know stealth has to do with the way that the thing is sort of designed, and not so much secret laser mission power. But anyway, point is can't be detected.
So he's giving us a language lesson here. The German word for a bra is keeps him from flopping.
Keeps him
That's
from
right.
flopping.
Yeah. Diesel,
Or
also
whatever,
known as the Bra Raider. That's right.
Yeah.
Fucking Raider. I didn't know Raiders knew more than one language, fool.
Hey, fool.
I didn't know their fans were that smart, eh?
Yeah. So their cheese fries and mozzarella sticks are ready. They get the access codes. She orgasms while shooting people because
it's just so bad. She
Yeah,
murders all the scientists in there. She's like, afterwards. And you're just like, what?
Yeah. She's like,
Who did this? Who signed off on this?
Oh, like she just came on herself because she killed 6 people.
She is Zinnia on the top.
Yeah, let me. Okay, you asked me who signed off on this stuff. This is how, and I'm sorry to say this, folks. I'm sorry to go here, but this is how virgins write sex. That's exactly what I felt like when I was watching this.
So
this is
right,
like,
dude. You're so
isn't
right.
that like virgins like, and then the girls all like, hey.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
see,
and then go ahead.
This can be done well. The female kingpin, like that movie Savages with Salma Hayek. It can be done right, but to have a woman be like hands-on psychopath murderer is fucking weird, and it never works. Anytime they have the woman as the head of their security, and she, or some bad guy, she's the head of his team, and she's this fucking psychopath, it never lands right. And they could have done it right if they put her in a higher position where she's more hands-off, directing people to do fucked up shit. But for her to do it herself and get her hands dirty, to have a woman do that, it's just fucking weird. And they came nowhere close to getting it right in this movie.
And what is the purpose of this? Like, we know what the purpose is because it was 95, and this was the start of this. You can count the times when you're going from. I like following up because people have been asking, what's wrong with the Bond franchise? How do we modernize Bond? That actually has been the problem since Sean Connery, has been the modernizing of Bond.
Right.
That's the 100%
Take it
reason why
back
this
to the Cold War. The Cold War was long enough. The 60s are long enough. You can make 1,000 movies in the 60s. Come on.
You don't even need to take it back to the Cold War, man. It's going on right now. They just would have the balls to write it. Hollywood knows what side their bread is buttered on, so they're not going to talk about the real Cold War, the real espionage, the real global conspiracy. Let's call it what it is. But here's the bigger issue. Her ability, I love the eye closing as well, but her ability as she fires, close eyes, spray and pray. But the thing about it is she's the tough person, and when she's fighting Bond, it's a 50-50 fight the way they show it.
Yeah,
a
like get
50-50
the
fight, so he has
fuck out of here.
zero upper body strength, right? Zero upper body strength. And she's also, this guy is in this country called Russia or wherever. He can't find any big, strong badasses, right? So this is the one. This is who he goes for.
Russia, famous for its undersized citizens.
Yeah, they're tiny folks, not known for their ability in MMA. I mean, there's nothing coming out of that country.
Oof.
Yeah, and so yes, we have to point that. Why is this happening?
Prepare to fire.
And when you activate it, this big like robotic hand comes out and wraps around it. So
yeah,
I thought it was weird that it shot like one big laser and then like a couple more lasers right
kind of dribbled out,
and they didn't shoot as far each subsequent laser, you know.
And it said, "Don't touch me! Don't touch me!"
Why did the metal soften and then just kind of curve? Sorry, I'm gonna need 45 minutes or so before it fires again. All right,
it's gonna be another hour, sir, before we can.
I love CCCP. Oh my god!
God, make it stop.
And then it slowly, when it's ready, it slowly, like, kind of reinflates. It kind of slowly goes back to that rigid form.
That's right. Yep. Scary.
Yep.
Oh my gosh! Well, I saw that and I'm like, is this fucking Spaceballs?
It is Spaceballs, dude.
If
this wasn't good even for 95, folks.
No,
don't get it twisted.
If this was successful, they were going to have a different model that's actually an upgrade. Not only does it have the hand that goes up the, I guess the shaft, you would call it.
Yeah.
It has other ones in the back that go like this on like the testicle parts of it. But you got to pay extra for that.
You gotta be kidding me with this shit.
Yeah, it's scary.
At least
Coming in 5, 4.
I was bitching earlier that this is a shit movie and it's not funny. Okay, well, this is redeemed it somewhat. This is actually funny. This stupid thing.
But it wasn't supposed to be.
That's true.
But that's what makes
it not a comedy. It looks like Airplane.
Dude, this is the crazy thing, though, right? You go from when we went from Goldfinger, and you've got things the hat that cuts off the heads of statues, right? And you've got all this crazy shit. They were trying to go for that, but at the same time, there was this undercurrent of soy. Hey, Minnie, how you doing?
Minnie,
special guest, my daughter, the one and only Minnie.
The brunette.
Oh, the brunette. See? You guys are just wrong.
I don't understand. We were listen. I told your father we were. He asked me. He goes, "Sean, beef or pork ribs?" And I said both. Embrace the power of both. We're equal opportunity.
As a beautiful young lady yourself, would you educate these two knuckleheads on which one of these women is exotic and beautiful, and which one is just a basic bitch? Would you please tell them?
She's like both. Come on now,
knuckleheads.
You're thinking both, Minnie.
No, I would say the woman on the so it's my left. So is it your guys' right? I don't know. The one wearing red, the brunette, the pretty one, she's exotic looking. And she is. She looks, I don't know, to me, I would guess Russian, obviously, because I watched the movie. Well, I didn't really. I fan capped it. But she's I speed through and I'm like, okay, this looks good, that looks good. Like I do like the gist of the movie, but I like try to get as many like key shots as possible. And I mean, I wouldn't call the blonde girl a basic.
No, she's not ugly, but she's not close to the other one. These guys are confusing the hell out of me. I feel like they're trying to make me crazy.
But she's what?
Go ahead, Minnie. No,
I was just gonna say, like, to me, like, I don't know how to describe it, like, without sounding like the one. Okay, the brunette. To me, that's a woman. The blonde one is a girl. Does that make sense? That's the best way to describe it.
We're also looking at two different photos. The one on the left, Femke, the
Femke, you put some respect on that name.
The orphanage floor scrubber.
Your mom's not watching, right, Minnie? Your mom's not watching.
No, she's watching the baby.
She's like, this is a photo shoot. You got the wind blowing and that look in her like, oh, am I hot? And then the blonde, that's like in a red carpet. These are two. If you got a model, looking photo of the other one, she'd blow out of the water. She does anyway.
Okay.
She's way more beautiful.
Someone told her she's getting free ice cream.
Femke.
Okay.
She looks like she's. I don't know. To me, like when I think of like a genuine beautiful woman, like one of the first people that comes to my mind is Cindy Crawford, and she's a brunette. She's not a blonde. And I
Cindy
think
Crawford's gorgeous. Yeah,
And this
We're not
lady
having the
looks
Cindy
like
Crawford
looks like
conversation.
she does
No.
not look
You
like
put Cindy Crawford up on here?
Are you
They're
kidding
both
me?
done.
oh, mom said she's watching. Mom's in the chat.
Uh-oh.
I'm watching.
So,
I'm,
Gabe, sorry, you were
bitches
saying
on
we've
there,
been
I'm
talking
watching.
too much, Gabe.
I'm always watching.
I'm always watching. You got those whores on there. I'm watching.
Yeah. So anyway,
You know what? My
Jericho
dad
and Sean were
said?
just
Wait,
drooling over these two women. I'm trying to say, like, I don't like either one. Is what I was trying to say.
you guys know what conversation my parents had the other day? They were just trying to decide where to go to dinner, and mom's like, "What do you want?" And dad goes, "I want big booty Latina." And I kid you not, my mom goes, "We have that at home."
Got it.
Yep.
Nothing gets past
Oh
her.
man, that's right.
Well, I'm glad that's settled.
She's gorgeous.
You're right that you don't like either one of them.
Right. I detest them both.
Both pigs.
I choose James Bond. That's who I choose. So.
Wait,
They both
what's
look
it
like
say about
pigs.
me though when that when I was looking at the screen, I was actually torn. I actually was attracted to GoldenEye. Do you think there's something I need to work out? You know, like
Oh, you're fine, man.
I think you have some unresolved feelings.
With this
dude, they were taking the piss on that for sure.
Space
There's
dick.
no way.
And
they
the tip
handed
of it,
that.
the tip of it opens. It goes, zzz, and it's all.
What is CC? Did you guys already discuss what CCC?
Yeah, that's Russia. That's
Okay,
what
I
it is.
thought so. But I thought, well, I was kind of baiting you guys for like a funny acronym.
Oh, I don't. Well, we already had a horrible one in the chat. So.
I don't need to know.
CCC penis. That's what it stands for.
Is it a Mexican?
Don't worry, Jericho's got this. We were trying to keep it clean. Jericho's like, it was an asshole.
Hey, that thing I totally remembered that I didn't want to say again. Go ahead and say it, Jericho.
Yeah, exactly.
I was saying that thing I totally remembered and didn't want to say. Go ahead and say it.
No problem.
Like,
That's what I
let's
specialize
just be real,
in.
Gabe.
You know
Let's
who
be
does?
real.
My
And
wife
everybody's-
does. My wife does that to me constantly. I'll be like,
And these are the people. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be like at the grocery store, and I don't do this often, but I've done it. Like you're being lazy. Like you have cereal, and you're like, I don't want this. You just put it with the bananas. You just put it where it doesn't belong. My wife would be the kind of person to grab and go, "You left the cereal over here in the wrong place." I'm like, I was trying to do that.
She just did that to me the other day. She's asleep in her room, and I'm discussing. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the drink. It's called kefir, and it's a yogurt drink. It's really good for you. I bought raw kefir, but I was pronouncing it incorrectly. And I think it's kefir. I'm still saying it incorrectly. I just called it kefir. I don't remember. I think I called it kefir.
Kefir.
Yeah,
It's
it's
kefir.
It could be anything.
And I was saying, yeah, it's called kefir, and I was saying kefir. And I was arguing with my brother, and he's like, no, it's kefir. And then my mom from the other room asleep goes, "It's kefir. Your brother's right, Minnie." And I was so mad, and I'm just like, go to sleep. What are you doing?
Actually,
yeah,
working at Trader Joe's for 13 years, when I worked there, they sold kefir. I was actually kidding. Kefir is a South African derogatory term for black people.
Oh,
remember?
Well,
so when you're going, it's kefir.
You can say,
Listen.
You can say kefa as long as you don't say kefir, right?
Let me just add this. Let's ask the hard questions, Jericho. Minnie, how do you feel about diplomatic immunity? I mean, because this is, I want to know where you stand on all diplomatic immunity.
Yeah, because that's why they're calling him. When they broke into the house of the white cops, they were calling him Kefa lovers. You Kefa. So yeah, Kefir.
Saying the slur on the air. Sorry.
Yeah.
Minnie, we'll let you go. We'll let you go in a minute, Minnie. But I want your overall impression of these 90s this movie. Like, what'd you think? I know you just looked at the fan caps, but what'd you think?
The adult scenes were very confusing. They're
worse when you watch it.
I heard them from my room, and I was like, "What the hell are they watching?"
It's like more cartoonish than Saturday Night Live, and that her name's Xenia on the top. She kills men like leg lock.
Yeah,
but not around the neck, around the belly.
She squeezed. Yep. She's like a boa constrictor.
She just squeezed a fart out of a guy or something. Like, why would he die?
I
Oh,
mean, you're crushing
So-
it. I don't know. We should got a spleen. I don't know.
I don't know.
What
So
were you
here's the other question I have, right? So, Minnie, what year were you born?
1997.
97. Okay, so you were born 2 years after this movie. I am convinced that this shit looks as dated to you as the Sean Connery movies look to us. Like I was trying to explain to people that we think we can see how bad 90s movies are, but no, you talk to anybody from the generation, they'll be like, you guys were watching Atari on the fucking screen. You believe this shit? You believe that you go, oh, I gotta reboot the system. Command Alt Delete.
Dad was just telling me that he was saying like in 90s movies they would just be like, "Are you gonna zoom and enhance and get the terabyte?" And it's like, what? Because nobody knew.
Because nobody
what
knew, like, you could just get away with
Yeah.
saying, "Oh, just give me 3 more megabytes and I'll crack into the system." And it's like that doesn't make
Yep.
sense.
It doesn't. Yeah.
Do me a
Well,
favor.
what's
Yeah.
funny, Shanti, you saying that
Yeah.
this looks dated to me. You're right, because until you told me when this movie came out right now, I thought this was made like 2 years after the other Bond movie you guys made.
That's see? I'm telling you, dude,
This movie
this is
was literally 30 years after the other one.
30 years after.
Wow, it
30.
looks the same.
So thank you, Minnie. Thank you for this. Like,
You're
I feel like I'm like Hannibal the Cannibal, like, thank you, Minnie. Thank you. You know, but here's the thing about this. I look at this flick and I think about this all the time. Go back, we were laughing so hard we could not breathe. We were watching Mission Impossible 1, franchise
Right.
still going, and the knock list that would give up where all the secret agents were was on a zip disk, which I don't know if you even remember those things existing, but if you sneeze on them, they could hold 200, the expensive ones could hold 250 megabytes of
Right.
information.
That's honestly
And if you sneezed on them, they died. They never worked again.
Right.
They were just crap.
I mean, I'll have a comic book cover or a comic book page, and
Yeah.
you know, when it's in layers in RGB, and if it's a real
Yep.
complicated image, it could be like 100 megabytes for one page of a comic. That's
Yes.
unusual. But you had, you know, like back then you had a disc, and like it was huge memory, and it was like just double the size of one page of a comic that I do now. So
Yep.
I don't know.
I
Yeah.
just, I still, my mind is blown. This movie is like what, 24?
This movie's 28 years old.
years old, yeah. And
Yeah.
I thought this,
Yes.
I thought that the James Bond movies were like every 2 years, and I thought it
This
was like,
one
oh,
was right after Goldfinger. It's totally
I
no.
thought
You.
so.
I'm glad you said that because
because it
this
seems
is- I-
dated. Yeah,
Well, there were like
Right.
there were like 10 movies between this and Goldfinger. There were tons of movies between those two.
Mm,
Yeah.
This is not the next movie. This is like 10 movies later.
mm.
yeah, and
John
I
wanted
was
to
going by-
torture everyone, so he suggested this movie tonight. Mission
Yeah, no,
Impossible.
I did because this is the thing. We talk about the disease, we talk about the illness, we talk about when comedy began to die, and you started seeing people get lectures on their language in movies. And I'm
Right.
sorry to say, it started in the 90s, and
Yeah,
it's
and-
still like I'm sorry, it didn't start in the 90s, but it started in Bond. So you used to be able to get to movies that were kind of counter programming, but Bond basically fell in the 90s and never recovered.
Right.
You know, like it just has been, you know, and it's funny to me because yeah, you're right. From a special effects standpoint, that stuff never holds up.
No.
It's the story. That's it. It's the only thing that ever holds up. Yeah. Right on, Minnie.
Oh.
Right
It's like a
on.
good country. Okay. Well, I could hear my daughter screaming.
Oh,
Thank you, Mom, for watching her. But she's been
much
fussy.
love.
Love you
All
guys.
right.
It's nice seeing you. I'm glad to get the guys' pictures. And make sure you guys check out Father Daughter Dance. We did a little bit different this time. We did Ask Us Anything, and we answered questions. It'll be posted tomorrow.
Yeah, we
Excellent.
recorded it, and it'll be live tomorrow at 11:30.
So we'll do questions.
It'll be posted. We will not be live streamed. It'll be posted tomorrow.
Yeah. All right. All right. Love you guys.
Terrific.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Love you too, kiddo. See you soon.
All right. Oh, goodness. What has happened to our man,
Your
Jared?
daughter is an amazing young lady, let me tell you.
She
Even though
is.
I know she's putting into the context of this how old we are,
Right.
and that this looks like it's from the 60s too. I agree. I might swear
That's,
it's like
that's
it's
wild that she thought this movie was just 2 years older than Goldfinger.
yes,
Or younger.
yeah.
So,
I'm telling you.
yeah. Oh. I'm glad she settled the Famke versus the Ugo debate, though. I'm glad she settled it.
Yeah, it really changed my mind.
Yeah, you're really into which one was it, Gabe? I don't know. I'm assuming your wife's still watching. Which one?
Oh well, no, it was you two that were arguing. So
Yes.
it wasn't me. I was not involved in the discussion.
Yeah,
I was like,
who was
what
it you
lady?
thought was
I didn't even
attractive,
see a lady
Jericho?
in this movie.
You were for the blonde one, right, Jericho?
Say again.
Sorry. Oh, you were for the blonde girl, right?
Yeah, for sure, the pretty one.
Okay, I was for the GoldenEye satellite, but where were you, Gabe? Where did you?
What piece of equipment did you fall in love with?
Oh man.
Yeah, that's CCC penis.
Heartbreaker. Oh man, modeling contract though at age 18.
Wow.
Yeah.
The communist cock command.
Oh, man.
Colossal communist
cock patrol.
I want to put phallus at the end. Let's see. Colossal communist something phallus.
Yeah.
I don't know. Cosmo. I don't know. Cosmo, because of the space, it's a Cosmo phallus. Colossal communist Cosmo phallus. There you go. That works.
Better title for the movie. Better title. All right.
Yeah, way better.
All right, let's ride now that they're unfurling the solar panels.
Okay.
Because it's carbon neutral. Weapon armed, thank God.
Well, yeah. So the Anya Top and the other guy, they take the GoldenEye controls, they fire it. Now, this is the ingenious part of the plan. They fire it right at the base that they are currently inside of.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there have been criminal masterminds, amazing overlords, Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Al Capone. You think of the great villains and conquerors and heroes. I think firing a giant space penis with a destructo beam right to where you are standing ranks up there with the master stroke of villainy. Who the fuck wrote this movie?
I don't think anybody did. Nobody did. This is all just playing it by ear on set. They're like, what do we got?
Holy shit.
Got a helicopter and a satellite dish. What are we going to do with that?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So, yeah, Bond is...
That's Money Penny. That's Miss
right.
Money Penny.
And I thought this was the same lady. And were you joking, Shant, or did you make the same mistake as me? I thought it was the same person.
I got to be honest. I don't pay too much attention to landscape when I'm working. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Master stroke. Yes, it was a master stroke.
No, that's
definitely was a master stroke.
Right.
That's money.
Prepare the master
I'm firing it with my left hand, so it feels like a different person.
It's like stranger. Give him the stranger. And then when they fire it, it goes. Like, wait, you guys hear that?
Oh man. Good stuff.
How is this real? This is so stupid. I mean, it even has the little ring at the bottom of the head, the corona.
Yeah, the helmet.
I mean, that's the medical term. That's the medical term. Is the
no, I know. I'm just laughing at the image. We're absolutely fired. Not the monster.
Oh,
the helmet of the spacecraft.
Yeah.
How did it go to the helmet of the spacecraft?
Holy shit.
So many stupid jokes about this.
Rush, get into the pee hole. Get in the pee hole.
Look at look at that face. That was a wonderful capture by Minnie there. That is 100% the whole problem with him is Bond.
And then that cannon, the space penis, it can only fire like every 15 minutes or so?
Yep.
Like 45 minutes an hour.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
And only like up to like 3 times a day. Then you got to wait 24 hours.
Okay.
That's got to reload.
So.
You got to reload.
You know the crazy thing though, if you don't fire it for like a week, it fires like a ton more.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, that first blast is gonna be fucking crazy.
Yeah,
it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you can always detect where it's been firing too. You just need a big black light.
L'chaim.
Well, there you go.
Yep.
Okay. Here
my
we go.
goodness. My goodness. So he's back at what MI6 base, and they're talking about, hey, we picked up a reading. The space wiener is going to blast itself all over the earth.
Come over here, 007. Look at the space wiener.
Oh, tremendous! It's rather girthy, don't you think?
It's really thick,
Yep.
007.
It's not long, but it makes up for it in gas.
Yeah, you could probably get friction on a pickle jar, 007, with that spacecraft. It's humongous.
I've never seen anything quite like it. It's magnificent.
Dude, I've seen some big ones in my day.
And
007.
she's like, I've seen big ass.
I've seen much, much bigger 007.
They used to call me back at MI5. They used to call me the pickle jar.
Remember that, 007?
Yep.
So anyway,
The Emperor's trying to kill her. Look at the lightning.
Yeah.
He's like,
Was it Palpatine?
fully functional battle station.
oh,
Uh,
it's
all of
the
them.
Death Star. Yeah.
Diane Feinstein's trying to kill her.
Mhm.
She looks like Palpatine.
Right. So the way this is. I mean, listen. I'm going to defend your girl. Okay, I'm going to defend your girl.
We don't need your defense.
No. I wasn't asking you. I'm doing this for her. Look at the picture I'm showing you, and look at how they styled her hair and dressed her in this movie.
Well, she's a computer
should
nerd. She couldn't
fucking
be
do
smoking
that.
hot
Why not? Why not?
because that's not what nerds look like back in 1995.
Would it have made this movie any less ridiculous?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, but no, go ahead. Stop. No,
robbed this
go
woman.
back. I agree with you. Go back. Nope. Forward. God, jeez. I keep missing.
You gotta say which
Forward.
one.
You passed it again. Passed it again.
Would say which
So
one.
anyway. Okay. One more. So this hot chick, right? All right, guys. Wild card.
Judi
All right.
Dench.
I'm all in with her. Option number 3, M, because she says I've got the balls to do this job.
My God, boy.
Listen, I got the balls, like Rhode Island. Yeah, I
Uh,
love that.
Report from my daughter. My wife got all embarrassed and covered her face when I talked about the Rock. It was, oh, I must say. Well, who the fuck does that? Like, if I made a movie, I wouldn't make a giant space wiener. Like, what
Big
are we
old
doing?
space dick.
By the way,
you
I'm
know
not going to
what?
be sending you your copy of Nosfero, Gabe. There's a weapon in it that I just don't think I want you seeing. I think you might make fun of it.
Is it that double-sided sword of his?
It's called the column of thrust, and it's
It's questionable.
it's questionable.
Skynet. That's right.
You know what
John.
You know what this thing needed? The early, like the early 2010s. You know those truck nuts.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the big old
Like
rubber
yes.
balls you hang
Rubber
off the
balls.
back.
Monkeys.
This thing needed a pair of truck nuts hanging off of it.
Yeah, and it has a butthole in the back. Like who designed the
Mm.
butthole? Look at the back, 007.
Oh
Look
crap!
at that
So good.
sphincter, 007.
That's why
Look at
he's making this face right here. He's like,
that.
no,
That looks pretty good, Miss Moneybag.
I can't believe it. He's all,
Jeez, jeez.
are those truck nuts? Indeed, sir. Those are the best truck nuts England could buy. The
Look
crown,
at those.
the
Look at
crown
those.
spared no expense to get the best truck nuts in the land.
Look at those truck nuts, 007. Look at the way they hang down, 007.
So terrible. What is happening?
Amazing, 007.
It's amazing, yeah. So anyway,
the space wiener rains down its electrical rain of terror all over.
Electro cum everywhere.
Right, it's just zapping everyone.
Ew, it's on me.
Oh man, destroys the base. She's
Skynet.
terrified.
she sees what it looks like up
Oh
close.
man,
Mm.
that's what it looks like afterwards.
He's
They
always-
robbed this woman. They robbed this woman of her beauty.
Yep.
She looks terrible in this movie compared to what she looks like in real life, like in normal life.
You're right. Horror
They had to-
show.
They had to
No,
uglier.
You're right.
You know, they had to uglier up for her.
This
role.
No, I'm
isn't-
just telling you.
This
I
doesn't
think
look
she's
like the same
unattractive.
woman.
Yeah, but no one's
No.
gonna be like, oh yeah, she's a computer programmer with some sweaty fucking nerd in Russia.
Oh.
Nobody would believe that. So they're like, you know what? Make her look like Femke Janssen. They'll believe that. They're like fucking hit her in the face with a sack of fucking nickels. so she looks like fake
damn.
peaches.
Gabe, he's goading you into defending her too hard and getting
That's
you
all right.
in trouble.
It's all right.
No.
I'm biding my time.
I'm
So
waiting
anyway.
for the right moment to strike, sir.
And then I shall
So-
pounce.
Meanwhile, at MI Soy, which is what I could describe, where computers look at these computers, people. You remember these computers?
Yes.
Yeah,
You remember this? Like, this is the 60s. I think Minnie's right. I think times it's not moved.
Those are what TVs used to look like. They had the big old
Yep.
fat ass on them. TVs used to have
Right.
fat asses. Now they're all fucking slim and trim. But that's where all the weight was. When you had to move an old TV, all the weight's in the back.
Yep.
All that junk in the fucking trunk.
All right. Now, speaking of this British accent with the R rolling in it, I gotta know if you guys have. Hold on, I'm trying to download something here from my phone to here. Have you guys seen this? Hold on, because this is amazing. I thought this was an actor my whole life. I didn't know this was just a regular guy. He gets arrested in Australia for like on a false, what is it called? Mistaken identity. You have to see this to believe it. Yeah, the rolling the R reminded me of this, and I had it handy on my phone. Hold on. You have to see this. You have to see this. It's fucking unbelievable. It's awesome. Damn it. I have to cancel the screen and then present the new screen. You're going to love this. Stop screen and then present new screen. Share screen. Window. Okay, this. Have you seen this? Do you know about this?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, listen to this guy. I thought he was a famous actor or something I just didn't know about, but he's getting a mistaken identity. I guess he gets let go like a few days or weeks later. He wasn't the criminal, but the police are arresting him. He's clearly day drunk while he was trying to have lunch and gets arrested. He's not happy about it at all.
Under arrest.
I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. The headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
T-ball.
Well, what is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare you?
How?
Now that guy should be James Bond.
Ta-ta.
So wait, when Jericho was arrested in this, though, Jericho, what happened next? I'm pretty sure I just watched Jericho getting arrested in England.
They booked me in the local imprisonment facility.
What
On
kind?
hand me, sir.
Enjoying the
I see
meal.
Yeah.
Enjoying
Stop
the
fondling my
Chinese
monocles,
meal.
sir.
I was merely cleaning off my monocle.
Oh my god.
What a very if you're gonna get arrested,
That can't be
I
real.
feel like that
I
guy
can't
has
deal
some
with it.
fucking class.
Okay, guys, Famke Johnson won. Or Jensen, not Johnson. Jensen.
Farmka?
John,
You
well,
won
that's a
what?
slip right there.
We're not going to debate this 1 second further. We're just not. Guys, this is what defeat looks like. For
You're
you.
tripping. Won what?
You're
How did
tripping, man.
what did she win?
It's over.
She won.
It's self-explanatory.
No. She's a beautiful woman, but
No, and
The
I
other
gotta
one-
say, yeah,
the other one
I-
shits
I-
all over her.
I knew somebody who looked just like her. Bring her back. Seriously, take a look at this. I'm totally serious. I knew somebody in high school who looked exactly like her. You got to put her on screen for comparison, though. Yeah, his name was Ken. Terrific dude.
Ew,
And strong jaw, all that
Nice.
business.
Like she's a beautiful woman, but the other one, Sophia, whatever her name, or Isabella.
Yep.
Or what's her name? Yeah, Isabella Scopuro or some shit.
Isabella, not so pretty. I think that was her name.
Nope. She's gorgeous. She
That's
takes
right.
a fat dump all over Femke's fucking chest.
Now I'm out for both of them.
She took a fat
I'm
dump
about-
on something, but it looks like it got on her face there, buddy.
No,
Nope,
I'm not
you got
interested now in
That
either
looks like
of
her
you
face
jerks.
caught on fire and somebody tried to put it out with a football clean, okay? This is
Nope.
not good. This is not good.
Someone
That is,
chopped down the fucking an ugly sequoia and it fell right on top
This
of
is not enough beer in the world on the left there, my friend.
You're true. Beer? That would
Look,
take
let's
no
be real.
beer. No beer.
Oh.
No, for Femke,
Wait a
that'd
second.
take
Wait a
about
second.
handle.
Wait a second. Kenneth Simpson. That was a joke. Is that real? Are you saying that really happened?
What do you mean? Did they make her that in the show? I don't know.
I have no idea, but now I'm gonna look. You guys
Nip
hold it
Tuck?
down.
I remember that show, Nip Tuck.
Yeah.
I have I'm just gonna zip it. I got a horrible joke about that. Let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, I knew there was something. I knew she looked a little Adam's apple-y. I knew it.
Anyway, Bond is with M. He had to have a drink after he saw the space wiener because he's just horrified. He didn't know it could be happening like that. But,
So look at that space cock, M.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know, 007. I've been looking. I've been looking, 007.
you don't have to ask me twice, 007.
007.
I like that little
It is.
7. I like that little stuff.
Oh, dear,
007.
that was true.
Now we're in St. Petersburg, Russia, for some reason.
Again? I thought we were in fucking Russia.
Russia is I don't know. Oh yeah, this guy with the Halloween mask face. What is
Yeah,
he doing?
he's German. The other guy at the end of the table is French, and they're both supposed to be Russian.
Oh my God. I don't even know what.
Yeah, this. Look, guys. Look,
that guy at the
I
end
know.
of the table. He's French.
I know there are no Russians you could find apparently in the world.
Right?
I mean, the only thing that would be like if they couldn't find Indians for Temple of Doom, which they of course had no problem with. But
They found
like
all of them.
They found all of them. They just were like, get everyone from Gandhi, and I do mean
Yeah.
everyone.
Extra.
But the thing about
everybody.
this is, you're talking about that, and you're talking about the way that they're casting folks in this. They had nobody was the thing they said they were in this movie.
No.
Period. There was nobody. Holy cow!
No, but it's obviously St. Petersburg's Russia. They're in the Kremlin. This is the defense minister, and they got a French guy to play him and a German guy to play the Russian guy, the Russian general. But they're not trying to do a Russian accent. They're just speaking the way they normally would. It's almost like nobody will notice that you're speaking a different European accent. Just talk the way you talk. Fuck it. It's very, very weird. But the worst part of this movie is yet to come, and I'll say this much: it involves Minnie Driver, and I'll leave it at that.
Oh boy. What's the Spy Master Q? Right, that's his name.
Q. And let's shout out, man. God bless this guy. Okay, this guy was in the most Bond movies of any actor in history, and he was definitely getting up in years at this point. And I think it's one of those things that you can't ever begrudge. And I always love seeing in a movie to see an actor like this who's been a part of it for so long, going, I forget, when was his first movie? He was under Connery, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Desmond
Llewellyn.
Yeah. Desmond was under Connery, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, Lazenby.
Yeah, he was in the first one.
Yeah.
He was in the first one. 63 to 99. He died in 99, so he died 4 years after this movie.
Wow.
I mean, think about that, guys. It's beautiful. Like, that's the one thing that always makes me feel like, nostalgia when I see an actor like this make an appearance. It's just great.
But you could tell that he was getting up there in age because there were the scenes where he was showing him how to use stuff. His hands were really swollen.
Yeah.
Like, you could tell he was getting up
God
there.
bless
But
him.
007. And of course, there was a rocket powered. He goes, "Oh, sorry about the leg cue." And then he just like, boom, shoots a rocket out of the cast and shit. And this is where there was too much
penis-shaped guns, perhaps.
He says, "What are you having a penis cue?" Everything.
By the way, have you seen those CCCP perverts and what they've designed? My God.
Because I want everything to be shaped like a cock. I want everything to be shaped like a cock, Q. Of course, 007. So this, a little too much comedic relief in this scene, and it went on a little too long. But they're like talking, and it's like Naked Gun.
Yeah.
Where they're like in the police station, and they're supposed to be that scientist was showing them all these different gadgets, and there's all this slapstick shit happening in the background. There's a guy who gets like some inflatable thing inside of a phone booth. He gets caught in. There's all this shit going on around him, like all these comedic beats, and it was like this is one of the coolest scenes in a Bond movie.
Right.
When he goes and gets his cool gadgets from Q. They didn't even
get
into the car.
What is the worst part of this scene, though? Give it to me, Jericho. What is the worst thing that happens in this scene?
There's a lot.
I'm gonna give it to you.
The
Bond car is fucking German.
Oh,
it's a BMW.
And it's blue. It's not an Aston Martin.
It's not a British car.
It should be silver Aston Martin is what it should be.
It was a product placement car. For an American audience. A German car for an American audience product placement. It was bullshit.
Yeah, this is because you see these cars were hugely popular after this movie. These little roadster things, they were everywhere. But yeah, that's weird. Why would you change that? But then again, that goes to their international fucking attitude. French, foreign, this guy's German. Who gives a fuck? A German car for a British secret agency. I would hope that the CIA doesn't use Mercedes for their official cars. But
you'd hope that.
Yeah, that's just weird. And it's blue. And they didn't even talk about it that much. He's like, oh, this 007, there's some rockets behind the headlights. Like, get in there, show me the radar and what the oil that squirts out and shit. What's going on here? No, they just a couple of rockets, 007.
You ever notice that Beamers don't come with turn signals?
Yeah.
I think they evolved. They said, fuck it, don't even put them on there.
Anyway, we get a failed gear up scene, and a gear up scene is supposed to be so much fun.
Yeah.
And they tried to make it the Naked Gun, and it just wasn't good. Like everything in this movie, it wasn't good.
Yeah, he has a pin.
This guy kind of sounds like the boss from Law and Order. You know that big guy that was like this, he was like the senator or the district attorney. He was the district attorney.
Yeah,
he was kind of heavy. And
Fred Thompson.
Yeah. He passed away a few years ago. This guy reminds you of him. It's not him, but he sounds like him and vaguely looks like him. And he just seems out of place. This guy with his Russian hat, even though he's not Russian or whatever, I don't like.
Yeah, he's bad at incognito.
He's
wearing a fanny pack.
He's CIA.
Muffy. It's Muffy, isn't it?
Show me the rose. Show me the fucking rose, isn't it?
The fuck is this movie?
So there's some secret. There's some secret phrase. He says, "Oh, it's what is it? The winter shore long hair, or some shit." And he's supposed to say something back, so he knows this is the guy that I'm supposed to hook up with. But he's a smart ass. He's like, "Oh, another asshole Brit," and he doesn't say the second part of the whatever little riddle they're supposed to say to each other. Right. So then James Bond pulls a gun on him. Says, "Show me the fucking rose."
The code word was the wiener fires from orbit. That was
the wiener. The wiener will come on us all. And so he shows him the rose that he has tattooed like on his halfway between his ass and his groin. So are you sure, man? You sure you want to see my rose tattoo? Of course, let me see it, Sam. He fucking
God.
Skin bridge. There you go. So
he's got a
hold on, wait, go to that other
rose next to the brown rose.
That's right, man. You gotta see both of them.
Okay, let's deal with this. Knockout. Done.
Boom.
No, this is plain Jane.
Even Minnie knew it.
Haircut.
Subconsciously, Minnie knew it. That's why she got this image. Because she even knew. She's like, how can I tell the truth and not upset my father?
Like, I can't believe that you think this image is better. Like, that's insane, dude.
I don't even know that guy.
That's not even the real her.
You and I are anatomy experts. We draw people for a living. We understand proportion and beauty. And it's outclassed by the
he would much rather draw the beautiful one instead of this fucking
the one on
hag.
the right. Her haircut is awful. Short hair is not feminine, by the way.
But she's supposed to look like this.
She was only
whatever
pretending
name
to be retarded.
But Jensen, she looks like shit in this movie. She's fucking terrible.
No,
They
she
both look
acts
like shit in
terrible.
this movie.
Doesn't look.
No,
good.
she
Have
looks
either
like
of
shit.
you ever
in this
seen
movie.
my paintings of women?
I seen them.
It's
Yeah, but when have you ever seen me paint a woman from the front? Never mind. Let's just move on.
I mean, I'll say this.
all
I don't know
act
where you
drawing.
guys come down on this, but there's boob guys, there's butt guys. I'm a face guy. To me, if a woman doesn't have a beautiful face, they're not beautiful. I don't care if they have a perfect Olympian body. If the face isn't beautiful, they're
Yeah,
not.
it can't be
beautiful.
ugly.
No. They
Well,
can't
that kinda
be. So to me, they can't be okay. They can't be pretty. They got to be like gorgeous in the face, or I'm like, forget it. You know. So that's
yes.
just how I am.
Blah, blah, blah.
That's just how it is. That's how it is. That's my taste. You know.
Shh, don't tell anybody this because they'll learn that men are different than the stereotype. We actually care what your head looks like.
Yeah.
Oh.
Can't be
Secrets
fucking.
out.
It's gotta be
There's a
beautiful.
type of guy who thinks because a
Yeah.
woman is thin, they're hot. And I never understand these guys because you look at the girl's face and it's like 2 miles of bad road. It's like, yeah, she's thin. She's got a gorgeous body. Did you see her face?
Yeah, she
And
looks like
there's
shit.
dudes I know so many dudes that are that way. It's like, oh, she's thin. She's hot. Like, no, she's thin.
No,
It ain't hot if the face isn't beautiful.
no, there have to be some curves. I gotta see woman when I look. I don't want no fucking woman with the body of a POW. Fucking like the guys that Rambo rescued in Rambo 2. No thanks. I don't want that.
So something's going on. This lady's here. This guy's downloading like illegal streams or something like that.
That's right.
I don't know what he's
Napster.
doing.
He has Napster on his computer.
Yeah. He's playing Tetris.
Yeah, but she's like using almost like a business or something, or some kind of, I don't know, business. They sell computers or something like that. It's the equivalent of going to like a computer shop, like a Radio Shack or something. She's like, I need a place to. She tells him she has this big order, so that he's listening now, big money. You can do whatever you want. So she says, I need a room and a quiet place to test the hard drive or whatever. So now she has the privacy to get in there and fucking monkey around on the internet and try to stop Pee Wee Herman's cousin from, destroying the fucking world.
Someone said his name in real life. It's Alan Cumming. So
Yeah, Alan Cummings. Yeah,
that goes right along with our space wiener. So there you go.
yeah. It was his idea. It was his fucking idea. But see, he's Scottish and he's doing a great Russian accent. So did the other two fuckers were they not able to do a Russian accent? Then again, you could always hire a Russian.
Yeah, you could.
And here's your favorite part. Okay, so enters the church. I don't remember why.
Because that's where he told her. That's where Pee Wee Herman told her to meet.
Right.
He told her over the message when she was in that office, meet me at the so-and-so cathedral in 1 hour. Right. So this is where she's meeting that fucking pencil neck.
And then Bond is going to go to like a dive bar to meet.
To find his Russian contact.
Right.
Which is a guy, he says, oh, he has a limp on his right leg and blah, blah, blah. And he says his name and he says, then James Bond says, he's like, so-and-so, but it says his full name. He's like, yeah. He's like, you know him? He's like, I gave him the limp. So he knows this guy and apparently he doesn't like him because he shot him in the fucking leg. And then we got some fucking nice titsy.
Yeah.
And then, but this part makes no fucking sense.
Oh dear God.
This is the only scene that she's in. We don't see her before this. We don't see her after this. So they had to have cut some scenes with her because she's a pretty big time, especially in the mid-90s. Minnie Driver.
Was she popular? Yeah, or did she get popular a few years later? Because Good Will Hunting and the Tarzan cartoon, both of which she was a big star for those, that's 98 and 99. This movie had to have been filmed in 94. So she
was big in Britain. She was big in the scene in Britain, not here.
Okay.
Like not in the States. Not really.
So,
but
it's still, they have her in here and she does a horrible, remember they're still in St. Petersburg. She does a horrible fucking Russian accent.
What are they singing? Are they singing like Stand By Your Man?
Stand By Your Man. Is that by Patsy Cline or some shit?
Man.
But it's terrible. She does her accent is fucking awful. Why did they have to shoehorn this famous at the time British actress in this movie? Did they have to do that?
I don't know.
Like, it's fucking terrible. Get a Russian actress. Oh, it was fucking awful.
It was.
Minnie Driver. You driving me fucking crazy.
Minnie Driver.
No,
Yeah.
Good Will Hunting was 97.
97. Oh, so 2 years later, she's in Good Will Hunting.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah. This is some of those things.
I don't
This
know.
this movie's actually turning out to be pretty spectacular to analyze.
You know, it is. That's the thing about it I find interesting, man. People keep asking these questions. We talked about it with comics. We talked about it with Dean Cain, All-American, which I feel like I have not brought up enough. All-American Lawman. But this is the thing, too. People ask, when did this stuff... Look at that arm, dude. Like, come on now. Look at the... You know, where does the stuff start? Where do you start getting these apologetic guys? In almost every sequence, he's, you know, being outdone by everybody and told what to do. If you watch this movie,
Right. He doesn't have the dominance and the gravitas and the stoicism and the suave, the debonair like thing that Sean Connery had.
Yeah, no one's telling Sean Connery what the fuck to do.
Like, I think it's a frog in a pot situation where woke started decades before we noticed it.
Yeah.
And it crept in 1% at a time. And all of a sudden, like every system that's building, it's an overnight event. And it wasn't, man. This shit, honestly, has been building for 100 years if you really go back and look. But in our entertainment, I think you start to hear about political correctness in the early to mid 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah, the VCU was made during that time.
This is Will and Grace. Ellen DeGeneres had her TV show. She had her movie, Mr. Right, or some shit. And you also have a scene where he's arguing with another character, and the girl's like, "Stop it! You're like a couple of boys fighting over a toy." Like, those two dudes are gonna say, like, "Bitch, shut the fuck up, get out of here." Like, they just wouldn't be like, "Oh," they wouldn't just get quiet, like, "Oh, sorry." Yeah, there was a lot of that shit, but like you said, we didn't notice the small increments that they were just turning it up, just a half a degree every 6 months.
What about when
that.
M comes in? And if you don't know this, Judi Dench is a very short woman, a great actress, but she is tiny. The man who is talking to Bond, representing MI5, when she comes in the room, is shorter than her. Think of the guys that Bond was talking to as the people who were higher ups back in those original movies.
Right.
I'm telling you, man, the fact that he was not jacked and tall and tough, the fact that come on, man, do you have any upper body strength in this scene? Like, whatsoever to get this?
Dude,
like, she's trying to kill you.
Dude, you're not. And of course, the classic Walter PPK, his gun. But there's no way, not only a full, Pierce Brosnan looks pretty tall, maybe around 6 foot.
Yeah, he's over
more.
6 foot. Yep.
So a 6 foot, tall
he's
man.
Scarecrow, man. He's so thin and wiry.
But even still, she's a thin woman. Right. She's not gonna. And this guy's an MI6 trained secret agent, so he's not just some tall, skinny dude off the couch. She's not gonna be fucking him up. She's not gonna be slamming him and squeezing him. He would punch that bitch in her face so many times it wouldn't even be funny. He would slam her, he'd throw her, but she's somehow this fucking badass or whatever.
So Xenia on the top tries to have sex, then kill him in a spa steam room.
Yeah.
And when she does her sex entrapment of people, it's so like you gotta watch it through like fingers. It's so cringy. She's just like, just making all these
yeah. And this isn't on the floor. This is up against the wall. She has her legs wrapped around his torso and she's squeezing him. And let's be honest, she's not built like China or something. She doesn't have these huge muscular legs. She's not squeezing anybody. She's a tall, skinny chick. She's not squeezing anybody. She probably wouldn't even make your voice go like this if she fucking squeezed you as hard as she could with her legs. It probably wouldn't even hurt that much.
No.
But she's this pilot, murderer, psychopath.
And who was the person that Bond was struggling to defeat Roger Moore in the previous movies? All the time.
What was that dude? The guy
Jaws.
Yeah, Jaws.
A gigantic man with metal teeth who bit you to death. Now, you think about Bond fighting him. He's pulling parts of a car off, for God's sake, in one of those movies. And he's struggling with her. This looks like the girl that guy would date. It's like, what the hell am I watching?
The only woman who could bear his children without dying.
I'm trying to find a picture of her standing up so we can see how massive her legs are or are not.
Even still, if they were, they would like accentuate them. She would wear short things, or they would have a close up on her legs to show you that they're ripped. We're just supposed to think that because she's a pilot, she has these super strong legs that can squeeze grown men to death.
Well, she couldn't squeeze me to death. I'm certain of that. She couldn't. But
she couldn't squeeze me to death either.
But you guys would let her try, right?
For sure. Like, no, around the neck. There you
go. Yeah, she doesn't strike me as a power lifter.
No. Look at her. She's skinny.
Yeah.
She's tall and slim, like most models. She's not fucking have these huge buff legs. Like James Bond should kick her fucking ass easily.
Yep. Yeah, it is weird to look back now with hindsight being 2020 and see this woke stuff start slowly. Where, like, I don't want Judi Dench to be M. The boss is a guy. It's a guy. It's always been a guy. It should be a guy. I don't care how good of an actress she is because you're doing it because it is woke. It is. What if a woman was the boss?
Well, remember, in Goldfinger, he was sitting in that room with three guys who were dressed like they would have oil paintings of themselves.
Right.
Like it was all this real highbrow fucking 007 and the missiles and all this shit. But it was like four dudes in this, super fancy house in a room smoking cigars, drinking cognac, and having some guy who's probably named Nigel, refill their fucking glasses. Like it was,
Nigel, would you be there and refill my cognac?
Yeah, or they probably didn't have to. Nigel was on his shit.
Yeah, let me say this too, right? Because this is the thing. You go to try to find something. I was looking for a picture of Jaws from the Bond films, and of course, because these dudes were so classy, it's like, and God rest Roger Moore. But I saw an article. The headline came up: Roger Moore distraught over the death of his one-time foe in the Bond movies, and you're like, damn it, that's so. You see, old Roger Moore going, he's what? Good Lord, like it's like no, God damn it. But it's but you see these sequences where he's fighting Jaws. There is this towering, and Roger Moore wasn't short. This dude is towering over him. They got villains that were imposing in a world where she's your toughest Russian. I'm not too worried about that.
You couldn't find some big old fucking barely speaking English Russian dude to just be the henchman who he has to square off with and get his ass kicked a little bit, like Goldfinger. He had to square off with Oddjob.
Red Heat came out when Rocky 5 came out, or 4 came out when. It's like about that. You had Dolph Lundgren, not Russian. You had Arnold Schwarzenegger, not Russian, but that's what Russian had been pitched to us as.
Yeah.
These gigantic, towering guys who would beat you to pieces.
Yeah, they all look like strongmen. They're all 6'8", 375 pounds, humongous. These machines.
Yep.
It was almost like it was propaganda to keep the tax money coming in for their Cold War.
Hey, whatever it takes.
Propaganda. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah,
really dangerous. You better keep funding our bullshit wars with your taxes.
With your taxes.
Pay up or Ivan Drago's going to get you.
Hey, keep them fucking scared, huh? Make sure they're fucking scared.
So what is this place, this graveyard of Russian communist statues? I don't even know what this is about.
Oh, you don't know?
Exactly that.
Well, I know what it's about in real life. I'm saying in the moment of the movie, what is this about? How did he end up
it's to say they've moved past all that shit.
Oh, I get the cultural significance. Why is James Bond here?
No, I meant like this is bullshit. They haven't moved past any of the shit, and this is a propaganda scene. Like it's a total like communism make that bad. Perestroika.
Yeah, it's not that bad. The only thing the only thing you get from communism is a bunch of old statues. It's not even that bad. Just put them in a statue graveyard. It'll be fine. He's there to find, I can't remember the villain's name, but he's like the invisible entity behind all of this world terrorism. 007's gonna meet him. And so he gets rid of fucking Squeeze You and like walks, through this thing and finds who is this bad guy, but he finds out it's 006.
Oh.
You cheeky bastard.
Oh, you cheeky bastard.
I was in that massive explosion and I got just a little singed.
Just a
Come
little
on, my dear.
singe. I'm totally fine. A little lotion in the morning.
That's right.
Giannis, thank you.
Yeah.
So yeah, he tells him, "Oh, I got this because you set the bombs for 3 minutes instead of 6." And he's like, "I'm supposed to feel bad for you?" He's like, "No, of course not, 007." But that's how he got his fucking that's how he got his Nick Fury. Was the bombs went off 3 minutes before they were supposed to, but he thought your fucking face got blown off. So who gives a shit? He didn't know you were still alive.
Shot in the head.
Yeah, he thought you were fucking dead anyway.
Yeah.
So what was he supposed to do, you asshole?
So
he's the bad guy. The classic once we were equals, now we're bad guys. You're bad. You're equal. Your badness is equal to my goodness. You're my counterpart.
And what is Janus is that Russian or Greek religion? It's the two-faced god, right? So that's his name is Janus. His name is
Anus. His name's Anus. That's what I'm calling
My
him.
name is Anus, and I got no end of ribbing. I don't mind telling you.
But you can say something I haven't heard before, Seb.
Do your worst. I've heard them all before.
I've heard it all.
You know what the greatest moment in history? I'm sorry to go off the rails here because that's not like us, but the greatest moment in history was back before the fall when Anthony Weiner was on the Bill Maher show, and Bill Maher made a joke and he goes, "I think I've heard all of the new Anthony Weiner jokes that are ever going to be said have ever been said." And I went, when he got busted, I went, "No, you haven't.
No, you haven't."
So I'm afraid.
I believe you're quite mistaken, sir.
You little weirdo.
Oh, famous anus. I've had those cookies from the grocery store, John.
They taste like shit.
Those aren't chocolate chips.
Those cookies taste like shit.
MJ1 Media is being serious for a minute. If I rewrote GoldenEye, I'd put more emphasis on the whole. They know they have to destroy each other, but their friendship was so strong, they have a hard time going through with it. Cheesy but deep. Yeah, anything, MJ1 Media. Anything to fix this. No more squealing Russian sex pots that crush you with their thighs. A waste of a beautiful woman in this.
And let me be clear.
That's why they didn't use a beautiful woman.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Nobody in Russia is Russian in this except for the
they're German, they're French. Dude, just go out on the street, just find some Russian gym and be like, "Dude, you're the bad guy in the new Bond movie."
Yeah.
You don't have to say nothing.
You want me to kill James Bond?
You want me to kill him for real?
Right.
No. You're an actor. Don't kill Pierce Brosnan.
It would have been better.
I fucking hate James Bond. I kill him for free. You don't pay.
No. And the beauty of it is he wouldn't have to say shit. You don't have to talk. You're a machine. You're a killer.
Right.
You don't have to say a fucking word. Just be menacing. Just be a big giant
Colin
Russian.
Quinn joke, right? Alec, are you okay? How would you like me to feel?
Dude, just fucking be a giant menacing communist, and that's it. We'll have to custom make some Russian uniforms for you because you're fucking huge. But that's great. I'm glad that you're 6'8", 425 pounds. Perfect. This is you don't have to say a word, but no, let's go with 5'10", 135.
That's a good friend here. I can't believe it was you behind the space penis all along. That's right, James.
Actually, we kind of did. A lot of us had long suspected.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You did have a fascination with balls.
Why would you talk about that, 007? I stuck one penis at MI6, and I've now I love it all
I
the
told
time,
you that
007.
was a secret, James. You're not supposed to tell anyone.
Oh, sorry. I told everybody. I told everybody that I ran into on the street, a random person. Hey, come over here, John Q. Public. Did you know that 006 sucked on a penis one time?
006? More like 00 dicks.
Stop saying that, 007.
I'm afraid we got 006 with 009 in a rather compromising position.
That name hurts my feelings, 007.
Diesel, I don't know how old you are. I assume you're about 10 years younger than me. I'm 45. I think you're in your early 30s. If you've never bought or if you've never played GoldenEye 007, the quality of that game is the inverse of the quality of this movie. That
But
is a
that's big.
genre-changing first-person shooter. One of the best first-person shooters of all time. GoldenEye on the N64 is an amazing video game. Not even kidding.
Yep.
And you'll
It
notice,
does not have a space penis in that game, though.
damn it, the only mark against it is no space penis because they knew kids were
Yeah.
going to play.
Right.
But James Bond, and once you play the game, when you're playing the game and you put it on pause, you'll notice some of the same music from the movie. Like there's this echoing like sound that keeps repeating itself in the movie, and you hear that in the game when you press pause. And the soundtrack to that game is fucking awesome. The music was amazing. But I'm talking when Gabe says game changing, no pun intended.
Right.
007 kids, if you had a Nintendo 64, that's where 90% of the high school, junior high age boys were at that kid's house. And I saw a meme one time where you had like 10 bikes were all like on the sidewalk and on the lawn and stuff. And it was something like, this is how, this is what we used to do. This was social media back then. This is how you knew where everybody was, because all the bikes that were parked outside. So I saw that the other day. I was driving to pick my son up from school, and there were like 6 bikes in front of this one kid's house on the front lawn. So I was like, oh, that's cool. Good to see little boys still hooking up and playing. But this game, I remember many a day looking at the clock, man, like, oh man, okay, 10 more minutes I can play, then I gotta get home. 5 more minutes, I gotta get home.
What was the rifle you used? Because I love that K-Lob, that Klob or the K-Lob.
Oh man, I don't even remember.
Oh,
but you never wanted to get down to the chopping hand. If that's all you had,
right,
you were fucked. But man, yeah, even the Walther PPK, everything, all the guns are cool. You could pick them up and take them from the other guys. Yeah, man, that movie was.
Did you play it, Sean? Back in the 90s?
Game,
it was such a good game.
No, man. Nope.
Oh
I was not a video game person, but this is the crazy thing. We talk about pop culture. I did play the occasional video game, but I heard about the game.
Right.
And that's big. You know how it is. Like, you don't have to. I could rattle off a bunch of video game titles based on what I hear people say. It's the same thing we were talking about anime and manga at the beginning. So what they did right with this flick was, for the 90s, the marketing. The danger of doing things for your contemporary audience over, too much is exactly what the result is when you go and watch it later. The video game, by everybody's description, not only had a huge impact on them, but they still love it and want to play it. Like, it's held up better than the movie. That's kind of something when you think about it.
Yeah,
that GoldenEye game has been like remastered and remade, and someone's making a modern version with modern graphics, and it was like a hit game. It was really good.
And they had GoldenEye 2. GoldenEye 2 was good, but it was different. The character was smaller. Like it was just different. Like I remember playing it. It was still cool, but it wasn't like the first one. But the first GoldenEye video game, that's where you get your Call of Duties, your Medal of Honor, and all that shit. All that came from GoldenEye. That game literally look at who the hell, anytime there's a new system coming out, or anytime Call of Duty drops a new game, it's a fucking event. They make a commercial for it and shit. Like this was the grandfather or the father.
It was the first time. I'm sure there were other games. It was the first time I ever played a game where with your left thumb you're controlling which ways the character's walking, and then your right thumb is controlling his head. And it was revolutionary to me. Like, I can run forward and look to the right. That was like, oh my gosh, you can look around while you're running and shooting, and like it was. I'd never played a game like that before. I thought it was amazing.
Yeah, there was no game like that. Before that, like you're walking straight and you can turn like this and like look down the street or something, but not while you're moving. And it wasn't the whole new controller,
right?
To do that. I mean, yeah, it took some getting used to. It took some getting used to the things that kids now. That's all they know. But to retrain yourself from the Sega and the Nintendo controllers. Even the Super Nintendo that came out before the 64, that didn't have like the joystick kind of thing to it. It was still the buttons. So GoldenEye was great.
This is when she found out
the game.
This is right when she found out that Famke Janssen was way hotter than her.
No.
Bond told her, it's all right. It's all right to be second best.
No, somebody told her. Somebody told her that Famke looks better than you. She's like, motherfucker, what? I'll kill you.
Let me look. Let me see if I can make this happen. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try. I might not be able to get audio, but just so people can grasp what things were like back in the day, and what we're talking about, and what was, revolutionary. Can you guys see that?
Hold on. See what? You're gonna have to give me a second because I was opening.
Yeah, take a second. It's all right.
I was getting the next set of photos ready. I had to close this one. So yeah, 006 put them in a helicopter. He wanted to blow them up and kill it. They eject. They get out. The helicopter blows up. They're safe. She's not as pretty as Famke Janssen. And then what do you have for me right here, Sean?
Glasses. All right, so here we go. Here's the. Here you go. Let's take you boys back. I don't know if you can hear that because I'm probably not showing audio.
Oh man.
Oh, that was the shit.
Yeah. There you go. So good. I was really good. You know what's crazy? It's like 30 years later, I still remember the maps of the levels. I still know which way to go.
Look how it looks in the distance. As you get closer, it comes into focus. Like all this shit was new, man.
It was mind blowing at the time.
Fucking crazy.
You go from playing like Pac-Man and Mario Brothers and stuff like that. Just the tank. Oh.
And did it leave bullet holes? Did they have that technology?
It would leave a little mark on the walls, but after a few of them, they would disappear. Yeah.
Oh,
you just greased that dude.
Yeah, you had to go inside these little buildings and shit. These like little gun ports that they had. You had to somehow get
look at their reactions, like boys with toys. Sorry.
Yeah, I was like, "What, bitch? Get out of here!" So this man, now you make me want to go find a damn Nintendo 64.
That's right. That's what I'm here for. I'm a push.
MJ1 is so right about this. He's like, I like how swiftly you can move in that game. Nowadays, games are so realistic. You are forced to be slugs. Yes, I hate that. It's like if I wanted to move at normal speed, I would just walk around in real life. It's a game. Yeah. Let it be fantastic.
Yeah, I was the type. I put in all the fucking codes. Can't die. Unlimited ammo. I just want to have fun. I'm not trying to fucking crack no fucking code here. I just want to have.
So here they went to a Russian, like it was a Miss Universe like judge thing, because she couldn't believe that Famke was so much hotter than her, and he gave the official verdict and told her that that's just how it was. And she was going to have to just settle for being a woman with a horrible haircut and a flat chest, and not as luscious.
And then a real man shot him in the head.
Yeah, the real man was like, "Are you out of your fucking mind?"
This guy with the fake face over here. What's his deal?
Yeah, he knows what's up, dude.
Listen,
he's like, no, he's like, Famke is fucking hideous. Boom, shot him right in his head.
Yeah.
Then I was on my phone so much during this movie. I hate it. So I kind of don't know some of the shit that went on.
He's like, I don't
See,
know shit.
What I should have done is sent you the GoldenEye video game.
Oh.
And then you could have done that.
They're trying to escape in this car. They've captured her running around like a library kind of place or some records. I don't know. They get her. Bond steals the tank that we just saw in the video game. And he realizes how ugly she is compared to Famke. So now he wants to run her over with this tank and kill her and put her out of our misery. No. He just wants to erase her from the earth.
He's like, bring me that ugly bitch, Famke.
I will.
I'll tell her to squeeze this. He's like, tell him I'm going to squeeze this batter up her fucking butthole. Of course you will, 007.
Oh my god.
Fuck Google. Oh, fuck Google too. Definitely the best Brosnan movie. That is like saying the tallest midget. Yes. One of them has to be the best. Let's see. Diesel, he's drunk at this point. He says he had a chance one night to have sex with Pamela Anderson or play 007 with the boys and drink beer. Guess what I chose? You have a rich imagination, my friend.
Yeah, yeah. If you're talking
I can't believe you were playing this game.
No, he was talking Pamela Anderson from the Perkins and San Bernardino, not the other Pamela Anderson.
Yeah, I was going to say, man.
That's right.
If you passed up Baywatch Pamela Anderson, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, if you actually pass up the real Pam Anderson, I don't know if we can be friends, bro.
Yeah, man. But then again, he's a Raider fan, so good decision making. Not.
Pamela Anderson's like, I want you, Diesel. I'm like, hey, baby, the Raiders are on TV. Can you wait? And then, like, he lost his chance.
She's all, who? The Raiders, gross.
You know what? She used to be a Raider cheerleader.
I'm going back to Canada.
Right.
Huh.
When I found out she was Canadian, I was like, what the fuck?
We're
I gotta
losing
say,
everything.
And you guys are
I'm
going to know this is true as soon as I say it. With my past behavior, you're going to understand. I never thought Pam Anderson was all that. I never got that. Again, the blonde thing to me, it's just, it seems so.
No, she had a beautiful face. Pam Anderson was
No,
gorgeous.
no, she has beady eyes. I don't like beady eyes.
Let me tell you this. No, this is now. See, I'm gonna have to split my loyalties here. When it comes to the Baywatch ladies and people who are thought to be hot, I'm sorry, I'm an Erica Leniak guy. So that's where I would come down on that.
I've never admitted this to either of you because I just went along with it at the time. I don't think Erica Leniak. I don't see that either. I don't get it. I see her and I'm like, I don't know what the hell you two are talking about. So I guess I just don't like. I don't like blondes. I really don't. I guess.
But Pamela Anderson in her heyday, that was,
I don't like
beautiful.
squinty eyes. I just don't. It doesn't work for me.
Like Halle Berry, she's not blonde. But like Halle Berry in her heyday, her heydays now.
I guess. I don't know. I like big eyes, big, huge eyes, brown hair. That's what I like. Just how it is. Anyway, I think Sean, he didn't die, but he was very.
Well, that's good.
He was very offended. Sandra Bullock, that's all you, dog.
Oh, just Sandra Bullock. She was bad too in her day.
I don't think so. She's just
what?
She's so masculine. Like her face could be more angular. She's not
like
feminine.
Sandra Bullock in like 93, 94. Come
not
on.
feminine. Not feminine. No. Not to me. Not to me.
It takes all kinds.
I'm very picky. Very picky. Gotta have them. They gotta be girly, like a I don't know, just very feminine.
I thought she was pretty girly.
She's got
Anderson's pretty
manly face. It's all angles. I don't know.
I don't agree.
I don't know. Anyway.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? I mean, and it's all relative. They're all beautiful actresses. Let's see. So the tank, the guy, they try and take him with trucks and jeeps. He makes short work of these buffoons.
Yeah, runs them over, of course.
He does run over a car with the tank. That's pretty cool, but not enough to save the movie. Crashes into a Perrier truck with a bunch of clearly empty cans of Perrier. They're not. You can tell they don't have any of the water in it.
Yeah,
it's like flying all over like they're weightless.
Don't want to waste that Perrier. Like we want to get in your movie, but we don't want to waste a bunch of our fucking product.
MJ1 Media, he's like me. He wrote the book on me. I'm very picky. I just am. I think, most women are pretty because they're women, but like to me, to get my attention, they got to be like astronomical to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I'm very, very picky. So.
Yeah, for me, a woman has to have nice feet.
Are you being serious?
Yeah. Oh, feet are important. Yeah.
You're not Are you
I'm not a fucking weirdo. I'm not banging toes here.
Would you drink like champagne out of a woman's shoe?
No, that's disgusting.
Okay, because I've seen someone say that was hot, and I'm like, that's gross.
No, that's nasty. But I'm talking about just the look, just the aesthetics of it. Like a woman has to have nice, pretty feet.
I mean, you're not short. You're like 6 feet tall or something. Like, I'm not even gonna notice a woman's feet.
I left for like
you're
3 minutes.
Not like you're 80
and you
feet
guys
tall
went,
and you can't see them.
I left for 5 minutes. You guys went full freak. Like it was. It had to have been just 2 minutes, man. A guy goes for some pound cake, and all of a sudden it's feet.
Yeah, I bet you went for pound cake.
No, dude, that a woman
dude, listen,
having pretty feet is important.
Gabe, hold on a minute. Oh,
it is real pound.
Okay. It's right here.
I thought you was pounding cakes.
Well, you do what you got to do. No,
if a woman's like wearing open-toed shoes or sandals or something, I want her to have pretty feet.
So if a woman has like those thick yellow toenails, she's out.
Oh, you're fucking out of here.
Now, what if Isabella Scasgrupio or whatever her name is? What if she came to you and said, "Jericho, I've been watching Double Impact, Triple Threat, and I can't hold back any longer." And then she just had fucking talons on her feet.
She's out of here.
Even with this face.
Even with that face, you're gone.
Really?
Eddie.
I'm old school, dude. I'm old school. Saw her feet off and do your business.
Yeah, the feet binding.
Wouldn't you just
get those
put
feet
some
binding little
Crocs
wooden
on or
shoes over
something?
here?
Oh.
Because I already know.
Tomato, Gabe.
I already know what's under there. Nope.
Again, she should, well, whoever her attorney is, her agent, should sue the producers of the movie. These don't look like the same people. They uglified her so hard, it's insane.
They have to because she's a nerd.
It doesn't matter. She could be a hot nerd.
No.
Look at it this way. Look at it from a shallow business perspective. Would this have helped the movie make more money if she just looked like the girl on the left in the movie? Yes. So just do it.
I guess. But if this were a good Bond movie, she wouldn't be the only gorgeous woman in it.
Like the difference between these two women, even though it's the same woman, the one on the left is a beautiful woman. The one on the right is like, I'm not looking twice. What is this look they gave her? Brutal.
I don't know. Put the beauty mark on her or the mole on her face. I'm telling you, they uglied her up because the idea of a hot nerd was too advanced in 1995. Nerds were still like and the girl like this pushed their glasses up like this, you know. Yes, if she was going to be a nerd, she had to be ugly, so they had to ugly her up.
If you tickle the bottom of the space penis, it'll fire fast.
Yeah, you have to tickle its thruster butthole.
That's when we put the thruster. So, yeah, he's like fucking. He's drinking because he has to go see Femke. He's like, fuck, I gotta go see this ugly fucking bitch. I better get shit faced.
Ready for those thighs to crush me.
To crush me. And even though I'm Russian German.
Speaking of the issues they're dealing with.
It would be Lizzo would be the Bond girl.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Don't you?
She'll be Bond.
Come on. She's like, come on, 007. Over here.
No.
I feel like Lizzo's gassy. I feel like that's a safe assumption.
Definitely.
You know. It's not,
she could crush James Bond with her thighs.
Now that I would believe. And she wouldn't even have to squeeze him with her legs. She could just sit on him and kill him.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, Lizzo, get off of me, you beast.
Get off of me.
I've got the title, guys. I got the title for the movie. It'd be called Not Enough Money in the World.
Yeah. That is a James Bond title, too. Not enough money in the world.
I think that's a good one. Not enough money in the world. And then the sequel, Lizzo Returns, is the villain. And that sequel's called This Bitch is Fat.
fucking huge.
Lizzo would be the asteroid Bond has to destroy with the GoldenEye wiener satellite.
You
God!
You had to get it in the right spot. The weenie satellite had to shoot in the right spot.
Oh my goodness!
Stick it out.
All right. So then, for some reason, at this point in the movie, I quit paying attention for like half an hour. I couldn't stand this movie. I don't know. They end up on a train that strangely looks like a face, like a weird nose. Looks like that eagle from Sesame Street. And big stupid train. Sean, the guy from Lord of the Rings, is there. And they're. I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on in this movie.
Oh, look at her. She looks hideous.
Mm-hmm.
She looks fucking hideous.
Okay. What is going on in the movie at this point? I don't even know. They trap James Bond and the nerd girl on the train, and then they're gonna blow the train up, and then Sean Bean and Squeezy Thighs, they escape the train, and he sets the train to blow up in 3 minutes instead of 6, just like Bond set the bombs for 3 minutes instead of 6.
Ooh, payback.
Right.
Yep.
And he uses a watch laser to cut the floor panel out, Bond, and they get out the bottom of the train. They run down the track. The train explodes. So, but not before Isabella or whatever, the less pretty one, not before she hacks into the system and spikes Boris.
Yeah.
And like finds out his location. And he's like down in Cuba or something. So they got to get over there. Because that's where some big stupid satellite that's going to control the space dick is down there or something. This movie is a mess.
Yeah, you don't want to lose control of the space dick.
Right. Yeah, you don't want that thing just going off without any warning.
All the world.
You know,
we're covered in it.
So yeah, so he has to get right back on the case with his AK-47, and Talisa Soto. Who's that?
I'm looking her up. I'll be the judge of that.
No, that would have to be Halle Berry if she was a Bond girl.
You think Halle Berry's the best?
Yeah.
I used to love Halle Berry when I was like in middle school, and now I don't like her. Something changed. I don't know. Yeah, this one's pretty good looking.
I'll give you Halle Berry as being unbelievably attractive, but as a Bond girl is the problem. I didn't like her as much as a Bond girl as I've liked her in almost everything else. She was
we're going
right
we're just going off of straight looks.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's Halle Berry. What do you want me to say?
Exactly, she wins.
What do you want me to say, man?
Hands down, she wins.
Halle Berry was grown in a lab. She doesn't count.
And then they destroyed the lab after, so they
They broke that mold.
You can't have two of those walking around the planet. So
yeah.
Why does okay, I'm looking at Halle Berry as the Bond girl. Why? What's with the short hair?
That's what I'm talking
about. What are you cutting her hair short?
Yeah, that was her thing for a while in the 90s. But she was that beautiful where she could pull it off.
I guess.
Yes.
What was her name in that? She'd be better with it long. That's all I'm saying.
Do you remember what her name was in that, Jericho?
I don't.
It was like Jinx or something. I feel
Jinx.
like it was. Yeah, because they were talking for a while. They were going to try to give her own spin-off movie of that character, which was classic. You know, again, I hate to say it, classic woke whatever. When they use that when they're trying to move something forward. Oh, we're going to give this character a spin-off. No, I mean, I thought that she was great. She was always great in everything. But Bond girls, I'm going to have to say I don't have an answer for anybody, but I would have to go back to the 60s because that's when I really feel like we're talking about Bond girls, during the Sean Connery era. Yeah. So that's kind of, it's hard for me to think of the 90s in modern times. Like, were there even really Bond girls in the new Daniel Craig Bond movies? I don't really feel like that's what we're even talking about at this point.
Wasn't Halle Berry a Bond girl in the Daniel Craig movie?
No, I mean, she was
in the 90s.
Oh,
yeah, she's in the 90s. I'm talking about.
I didn't know that. I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh, she was in a Pierce Brosnan one? Pierce Brosnan one? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think in 97.
Oh, it was a long ass time ago.
Tomorrow Never Dies or some shit.
Where is Talsia Soto, Gabe? That's what we're getting asked.
Yeah.
I found her. I didn't think she was attractive, so I didn't throw her up.
Damn.
I'm looking at other Bond girls. I told you I'm picky as fuck with women.
Well, can you at least see them?
Oh, yeah. So I got distracted looking at these other women. Sorry. What was the name?
Something Soto.
Talsia Soto.
Talsia Soto. Yep.
Talsia Soto. Punch it in. Okay.
For Halle Berry, Lucas literally says she could be bald and got with an exclamation point.
Oh, we'll work it out.
She seems like a beautiful woman. She's got the big eyes. That works for me. I love big eyes, but
she's got brown hair.
Not my type.
Oh, she's pretty.
This isn't my type.
Yeah.
She's very pretty, but not my type. So
damn.
I have a type, and it's very specific.
Yeah.
Helvetica. Sorry, go ahead.
Very specific.
I have refined tastes.
That's right.
I honestly, and I'm not even trying to be provocative or funny, to me, the most beautiful Bond girl is Famke Johnson. You guys don't understand how pretty I think she is.
She's not a Bond girl, though. Well, I guess because she's in the movie. She's in the movie. But Bond girls are usually his romantic interest. He's not romantic.
Well, they did have their little tussle in the steam room.
Yeah, but he wasn't romantically interested in that fucking sewer rat.
All right.
Call it what it was. He was in the friend zone. I'm sorry, the murder zone.
No, he put her in the friend zone.
There's this girl here. What the hell's her name? I'm trying to figure it out. What's her fucking name?
From which movie?
I don't know, but I see a picture over here. I'm gonna try and narrow this down.
Ursula Andrews? Is it?
Shit, I had it. Hold on. It's where is it? The girl here in the top row, third from the right with the goggles on her head.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which movie that is.
Is that Sophia Loren? No.
No. Come on, chat. You got this, dog.
I don't know her name, but she's real pretty. I think. Again,
was Peggy Lipton a Bond girl?
I don't know. No idea.
Mine's Minnie Driver. End of discussion.
Oh, gross. She went worst fucking Russian accent ever. Let's see. I guess not.
It says, let me see. Hold on a second.
All right. No,
I'm trying to find her. You guys keep going.
Moving on. I think she's from yours. Only Squeezy McEuro Trash. I think that was her name.
Carrie Lowell,
Famke,
it says.
Famke Janssen is on the fucking Bond girl list.
I think it's Carrie Lowell is who it says.
All right. Well, Gabe sounds like an old man. She's real pretty. I think she's very pretty.
Yep.
I feel sorry for women because I think just as men, we look at women and their beauty, and it's just that's enough. You know, it's like a drug, man. It's just like, yeah, it is, and it's funny when it happens to you. I remember the moment. I've told the story before, and I would like Jericho and Sean, I'd like you to share. But I remember the moment I noticed, oh, I like women. I was 7 years old. I was at my grandparents' house in the room watching some TV. It was at night. It was like prime time, 7, 8 o'clock at night. And for whatever reason, it wasn't Star Wars, but Carrie Fisher came on the show in the Princess Leia white outfit, and she's sparkling and has her pretty smile that Carrie Fisher had and all that. And I was like, oh, in my head and like that. And I've never been the same since. And I was only 7. What? Who was it for you guys? When you're like, oh, women. Yeah, I like this.
Oh, Dan Plagle got it, man. Our guy.
Oh, Dan Plagle. I met you at Comic-Con. He's a great dude. Great dude. Very nice guy. Yeah.
I would say for me it was Vanity.
Oh, yep. Vanity. Now that's my type. The exotic, the brown hair. Yeah.
Yep.
What about you, Sean? Who was it?
Oh my God, man. It was always girls that were around when I was a kid, man. Seriously. Like I had a crush on the neighbors when I was like in 1st or 2nd grade. I had a crush on the neighbor's teenage daughter who was a cheerleader. She was like 15. And I was like in either 1st grade or something.
I can make this
I had
work.
crushes on girls in my class. I was asking out girls in my class when I was young. Dude, I was ready to go. That was it. I was like, girls are the best. I remember when I was in kindergarten or 1st grade, people were like, oh my God, the girls are just all over us, man. It's like, it's so annoying. We got to get away. And I was like, you guys run. I'll hold them off.
Yeah, you go ahead, buddy.
Fucking morons.
Oh.
Yeah. That's how it is. Fucking hell.
Okay, this is our Claudine. So again, to me, it's always the brunette. They're always a little exotic looking. Maybe their eyes have a little bit of a point to them. But again, this to me is just such feminine beauty here, and you're not gonna know what I'm talking about. You're like, oh, is there boobs? It's that smile. The smile looks so kind and pure and feminine.
I think we can agree on this one. I could be wrong.
And I remember when I saw my wife, 15 years old. I never met her before. And we were at a youth group at the church. And all I saw from across the room was this smile. Now, if you've met my wife, you know she has people pay $20,000 to have a smile like my wife. Her genetics, her mom and her, and I think her brother, they have these perfectly white, perfectly formed, perfectly straight teeth, huge smiles. So to me, there's like a lightness and a kindness to a woman that makes them beautiful beyond belief. And when they have like bright eyes and this smile, I don't know what could be more feminine, you know. So
yep, smile's big, man.
Yeah, smile is
for sure.
So
definitely, that's what a nice, pretty smile. It's another.
The smile to me tells the story of like demeanor. You know that she's nurturing, she's kind. You know, she's feminine. She's not some fucking nurse ratchet, just some brutal. Ugh.
Yeah, she has to be beautiful and feminine and all that shit. Yeah, beautiful smile, nice, pretty, feminine feet. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's right.
Little Hamilton in The Terminator and Kelly Lynch in Roadhouse when 3 to 5 years old. This dude knew he liked chicks from that young. Wow.
Pervert.
Wow.
Little pervert there.
So anyway, the Doom train blows up. Bond and the second best looking woman in this movie jump out, and they get away. What the fuck is going on in this movie? Do I have something out?
Nobody knows. So anyway, cut to the end. Roll credits. That's where Gabe is. It's like,
and last one.
Another thing I like on a woman that some people don't like is when they have a bit of a nose.
Mm.
You know, and maybe that's because I'm Middle Eastern. You grow up kind of seeing some of the bigger Middle Eastern noses. I actually like that. I find that very beautiful, very sexy when they have a bit of a nose. This woman has a little bit of a nose, so maybe that's what it is.
So,
I don't know.
Bit of a schnoz.
yeah, and let me say, you're absolutely right with Daisy Duke back in the day with Dukes of Hazzard. I absolutely noticed her. But let me.
I'm no pervert, sleazy maybe, but not perverted.
Never.
What do you think of? What do you think, Gabe, of Norma Shearer going back to the golden age of Hollywood?
Norma
Shearer. What do you think of her nose?
Let me go find
Norma Shearer. So it's Shearer.
Let me find this. Pretty not my type, but you know what? I can't stand those haircuts. If we could find her with long hair, because I'm just finding her with all this short hair up.
Yeah.
Okay, I found her with her hair down. Yeah, not my type, but pretty lady, not my type. You know, I guess I should put it on screen. It's not great radio to.
She had quite a prominent nose for her time. It was remarked upon.
Just this era, I hate the makeup and the hairstyles, and that's not the woman's fault. That was the style, but it doesn't work for me. And again, not her thing. I'm sure if I put her in the more modern look that I like, you know, be much prettier to me. But that's just a style thing. So, but I see it: big lips, big smile, big nose. Nothing wrong with that. I guess I like big features, big eyes,
big glam.
Big. She gotta have a big glam.
Jericho just pops off screen, comes back in hot. He just comes in hot.
Gotta fucking have a big glam.
Jericho, like, you meet my family. This is my wife. Big glam. Like, it's what's gonna be right out of the gates.
Hey, big tits and big fucking glam. Ah.
I don't know. If we think about like a modern woman, let's see. I've always thought the Gwen Stefani was gorgeous.
Gwen Stefani,
really?
Oh, I think she's drop dead gorgeous, stunning.
Holy cow! I really don't get your taste
and
now.
She's a blonde.
Yeah, you're
she's
all over
blonde.
the
It makes no sense.
Well,
up down, down is up.
Look up Rosalind Sanchez.
I said a big, genuine smile. I love a big, big, big smile. You know.
She had Botox.
Look at none of
her lips. What she do to her fucking lips?
This has to be the horniest episode of our show, dude.
So I hate when they get Botox and they make their lips all fucking big. Like nobody thinks that's fucking real. You look ridiculous.
Dude, let me tell you something.
Fuck,
she was older when she did Friends. She was older than the whole cast.
Who?
But holy shit, man! Someone take the freaking lip filler away from Courtney Cox. What the fuck is she doing?
Weird, man.
Here's how I'll know what kind of guys you are.
Fuck.
You bring up Friends, one of the most hated shows to me.
Yeah.
Do you think Rachel was hot?
No.
Jericho?
Nah.
No.
Me neither. What was that? She was supposed to be the hottest girl ever. I'm like, what am I not seeing here? Is my TV broken?
That's not even a hard question for me to answer. Like, that's like, to me, that's just like,
me, not at all hot. Like, not at all.
No.
No. Okay. Lucas literally, Raquel Welch is the Godzilla of hotness. She might be the hottest actress ever. Like, are we kidding?
Yeah.
She's in the mix.
True that.
She's a brunette again, so there you go.
She's a fucking brunette.
Right. Yeah. I always confuse Sophia Loren and like Raquel Welch. They look, they're both brunettes and pretty, but I think because they were like in the same time and all that, and they were these brunette bombshells. I always kind of like, I got to think for a second which one is which. The names like all confused.
So, and the ultimate blonde, Marilyn Monroe.
Yep. Carolyn Monroe, too, by the way. You're damn right. She is something.
Marilyn Monroe?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty. It's completely overrated. It's pretty. She's pretty. She's not Raquel Welch or Sophia Loren. It's not close. So I've never got that either. That whole
I
Marilyn
don't
Monroe.
know. But she's a classic beauty.
You know who's
Marilyn
way
Monroe.
prettier than her? And again, she's a blonde. You'll like this. I'm going with your blondes here. You know, who's a contemporary of
They're
her.
not my blondes. It's just that woman is hotter than fucking Femke, whatever fucking weird.
Grace
name
Kelly is 100 times prettier than Marilyn Monroe. She's so feminine, delicate,
She
like
is.
an angel.
Marilyn Monroe's not feminine.
Princess Grace of Monaco, though, has her own special.
Yeah,
quirk
this
and
woman was a
category.
literal princess. So
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
great. I mean, that is is about. Yeah, that's a.
Let me
female.
tell you something. When they did the math of people's faces and like this belief that if you fall within these perfect sequences, male or female, you have a perfectly balanced face and you're super attractive. They used for the woman, I believe they used Grace Kelly as one of them.
Right.
And for on the men's side, they used Denzel Washington. And their fucking features were in this like crazy, like this works all the time. It's always movie star.
I mean, there's her side by side. She's so much prettier than Marilyn Monroe. It ain't close.
I heard that about Halle Berry too. But she had her
Oh God, yeah. Halle Berry was like seriously on the button.
her symmetry.
That was it.
Yeah.
Yep, straight on.
Huh?
Yeah, Halle Berry is all time.
Yeah. Here's an interesting thing, though, right? Take a look at it. You want to talk
See
about
that one
angles
in
and all
that
the work?
picture? Marilyn Monroe looks better than Grace Kelly.
I don't
That
think so. Grace Kelly looks much more beautiful. Marilyn Monroe looks more sexy, trashy. Like Grace Kelly looks like porcelain. Like, oh my God, like such a delicate woman, you know?
What's wrong with trash, Gabe?
Right. The other one, she looks like a hell of a lot of fun, you know, but
No.
I think she looks better in that particular.
My metric is not blonde. My metric is not brunette. Which one of these girls do you think would look hotter in a Chuck E. Cheese costume? Am I wrong?
No, definitely Marilyn Monroe.
Marilyn is down
she's Chuck
to
E. Cheese
clown.
material.
Do you understand? She is down to clown.
that's right.
There you go.
I don't know. Anyway,
So meanwhile,
Back to the
again,
Bobby.
blonde or brunette in this photo?
she's gonna.
Wait, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
You guys probably like Sean Bean better than her, right?
For sure.
I don't like any of the non-Russians in this movie.
Then Boris
So, yeah, we
is.
go- yeah,
I
Boris.
don't know. He's hacking something. Something's happening. They're gonna
Yeah, he
set
is.
off the space wiener again and
Yeah.
kill everyone or something.
Space Wang.
And she's she's changing the access codes. She's
Right.
fucking up his thing because he doesn't take her seriously. He's not even worried about her because she's a second level or whatever. So she doesn't have his skills in his mind. So he's not even thinking that she would play any part in it at all. So he's kind of letting his guard down, and she changes the access codes. She does have like a librarian kind of sweater thing going on there.
She's got a 5 head too. She should sue whoever cut her hair in this movie.
That's what they wanted to do.
Oh, they
Make
did
an
it.
ugly nerd.
Like, let's take this beautiful blonde model and make her look like someone jumped off the third rope at WrestleMania and hit her with the steel chair in the head.
So she is a beautiful model.
What?
It's
She's
just
a beautiful woman. She's not as beautiful. She's
Gotcha.
a beautiful woman. I never denied that. She's not as beautiful as the other one. But
let
they
me say
ruined
this.
her.
The hottest nerd girl in any film, and actually I'm gonna change that because nerd girl's been ruined as a fucking phrase. Fake nerd girl is all that comes to mind for me. But the most breathtaking woman ever to play a nerdy girl in a flick has to be Rachel Weisz in fucking the first Mummy movie, and I think she is fucking hot. You ask me, like, who's an actress I think is absolutely gorgeous? She is 100% that to me. Period.
She's a looker. Yeah.
Yeah, she's got the eyes I find absolutely stunning, and she's got the face.
Yeah.
And
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Moving on. She's hacking into Boris's space wiener control. She's able to guess his code because early in the movie, the world's greatest Russian hacker uses knockers as a password. That's how he treats his security. So she's like butt, ass, buns. Like what is something you sit on but you can't take with you? Was his other code. And then Bond tells her chair. So then she's able to break in and hack whatever. And then they jump off the pain train. The pain train blows up.
Oh, here we go.
Then Bond settles. He settles. Like, well,
by the way, this is the most. All I keep hearing is fucking when we're having these conversations. I hear Wendell from Key and Peele. You know, body 4, face 4, like fucking these supermodels.
MJ1 Media is defending Rachel Weisz's honor. She wasn't nerdy. She was a scholar. Sean, how dare you?
I'd like to read them pages. Let my fingers do the walking. Let me tell you.
I'd like to fact check her.
Love to see what she does in a Chuck E. Cheese. Never mind.
Here
Look at that smile. Holy shit.
Now see. What are these outfits they have? It's so dreadful.
Yeah. That's 90s. That's 95 right there.
This is nice. This is nice.
Oh yeah, his fucking suit, the jacket, the suit jacket with the white shirt. Yeah, that's very 90s.
Yeah,
painfully 90s.
I love Minnie's like, I thought this was made in the 50s. What the hell is this shit? I love it.
I don't know. They drove in a car somewhere after the train blew up. I'm not sure what's going on. They're way down in Cuba or in Colombia. They're in Medellin, in Colombia. I don't know where they are.
Laser
in Africa City. Yeah. They're in Africa City.
Jerky, you know we gotta make that movie now.
In Africa City.
That's right. It turns out the villains are in Africa City. Have you seen his head collection?
You know where you must go, 007. Africa City. If you dare.
Africa City, on one side you have the tropics right here, then you drive to the desert and you have the Swiss Alps. Everything's in Africa City.
Right.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful place, man.
Africa City.
If you were going to hide a space penis, you'd hide it right in Africa City where no one would suspect.
Right in the middle of Africa City, 007.
Yep.
Though they had to change it because Africa City sued him, but Toto's song Africa was originally Africa City.
Right,
but,
right.
We don't need the publicity. We don't need it.
Yeah, but you gotta get your shots before you go there,
Fuck
man.
off,
They're freaking their country bird is actually, and it's wild. The national bird is the mosquito. So you gotta be careful down there. That thing, that's some India shit. Okay, I know.
You have to give me the Africa City package, please. I need to be vaccinated for everything.
You're going on holiday. You're going back to Africa City again. Oh.
What happens in African City? African City stays in Africa City, except for, of course, the malaria that comes back with you.
You can take that with you, please.
That triple E will come home.
So I don't know. They talked to this guy. I don't know who he's supposed to be. I don't know if he's supposed to be that American.
He's the guy that he met in Russia with the fucking stupid hat.
Right, but I don't know. Who is he? Is he CIA? Is he
CIA?
MI6?
Yeah.
Oh, so what is the CIA guy? He's in the first 3 movies. He has the big nose, like Lenny or Lester or something with an L. Anyway, I guess that's who he is here. And Brian Knapp remembers the dialogue. He says, Bond, time for the laser mission.
He's on, now that you're in Africa City, we can talk about the laser mission.
Oh, yeah, all right. And then they make it on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
A little nice beachside romance.
Yeah, get some sand up in your cheeks.
Hey, if you put enough sand
guys,
in the sand, you'll get a poil.
Ew.
I'm undercover as a Cuban. How y'all doing? What the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah, you're gonna have to settle for this fucking pearl necklace, eh?
Oh boy. Oh boy. So they fly in a Cessna. They can't seem to find this giant satellite dish that they've been looking for.
Fucking humongous satellite dish. Can't find it.
The world's biggest satellite. And a missile flies out of the water.
Yeah.
Hits the jet or the plane and doesn't blow it up. Just ignites it into an inferno.
Well, it's one of those fire missiles.
Right. Right.
It's not one of the explosion missiles. It's a fire missile.
Oh, it's from the fire mission, not the laser mission.
Yeah. Wrong mission, Gabriel. Wrong mission.
Wrong mission. Yes. Oh. Let's see. They crash in the jungle.
Mm-hmm.
Something else happens.
Here comes ugly fuck.
No, that's Gabe's. That's Gabe's. The Gabe dream right there. He looks up. She's coming down from a rope, zip line from a helicopter. Wham!
Look at that profile. Statuesque. Beautiful.
Fucking, and she's squeezing him. Yeah, she's squeezing him again. That's her thing.
Yep, that's all she's got.
She's squeezing him.
Fucking, here you go.
But then, how does she get killed? What yanks her into the tree? I don't even know.
Helicopter. He hooks her up.
Yeah,
to the
she was attached. No, she was attached to it when she rappelled down.
Right.
So she's still attached. He takes the gun and shoots at the helicopter. So the helicopter pulls away and pulls her with them, and then pulls her up against a tree and kills her. But in reality, it would have fucking
he got the gun, and instead of shooting the person who was trying to kill him, he decided to buy more time for her to kill him by shooting the chopper.
Yes. And it pulled her. It didn't pull her in half like it really would have in real life if a fucking helicopter is pulling on a lady between a tree. She would have came apart.
Yeah,
but
a shoe on the ground.
Yeah, she's
she always did enjoy a good squeeze.
Yeah, that's what he said. She always did enjoy a good squeeze. Now, wait. Was I about to squeeze those titties? Oh.
Helicopter goes up. Somehow her 150-pound frame holds up I'm going to say 12,000-pound helicopter.
Yeah, easily.
Tree. Makes sense. It's just physics, guys. It just makes sense.
Yeah, and she doesn't slide down
Nah.
after. She just kind of, I guess, it kept the line taut and held her against the tree.
Did enjoy a good squeeze.
She loved it. He loved it.
That's the end of her.
It's the end of that fucking ugly bitch. We don't have to see her anymore.
All right, then back to Sean Bean. He's with Alan Cummings.
Yes.
They're trying to figure out what's going on with this computer hacking and using the space laser, the space penis to zap everyone on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
They should have, you know what, it would have been more idiotic is if they had a giant space condom that Bond put over the space penis.
Yeah, grab the space magnum. Put it over the dick.
Oh, I think I have one in my wallet. Wait a second.
Remember, roll it down.
Oh, you put it upside down. You got to put it the other way and roll it. Fool.
You imbecile.
You've inverted the reservoir.
Now it's going to come all over everybody.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know what's going on with this space wing.
But when I fire it, I can't feel anything.
Don't pull it down too tight, 007. Leave a little slack in the tip.
Can we just talk about the TGI Fridays fucking coaster? He's holding it.
So, our table's ready.
He's like, he's have to go get my blooming onion. Fucking terrible.
So the GoldenEye has the eye slot for the bit. He has to blow on the cartridge first before he puts it in.
Pull it out. Put it back.
You know what was disappointing to learn as an adult? That all that blowing on the cartridge was just not placebo effect, but it wasn't real. When you blew on a Nintendo game and stuck it in and then it worked, that wasn't why it worked. It was just random. I found that out years later. That was so upsetting.
But it got us through.
I thought we were doing something.
No.
You know what I found?
I mean,
I found a YouTube channel. I'll share it. I'll have to look at them, share it. But it is a guy that goes back and reviews all those late 80s Nintendo games that are like had horrible controls. Like Ninja Turtles, you jump and you just fall in the hole instead of clear the jump. And he goes and looks at the programming and proves that the programmers were like drunk idiots. And it wasn't you as a kid. This shit is programmed incorrectly. And he fixed it with Game Genie codes. And you can actually play Battletoads and Strider and all these games that upset me when I was a kid. I rented Strider with my brother one weekend. He's this like ninja guy with this giant blade, and he can do a thing called the Z jump from wall to wall. He broke down how wrong they programmed this thing. We have 4 frames to push the button. There's 60 frames a second. The window to push double jump is 4 frames long in real time. Plus, you have to facing the. It was so terrible how they and we rented it from Blockbuster, my brother and I, and we couldn't get past like the first level. We were all upset. We played it for hours. You just jump, fall, jump, fall, jump. And I feel so vindicated watching this guy's YouTube videos where he says how shitty the programming was. Thank you. Guy's a hero. Ugh.
Can you, but at that time, when we didn't know, we didn't know. It just fucking, damn it didn't work. Just to think of how many times you did that same part over and over and over. Oh man, hundreds of times. probably. But and things like that, like blowing into the cartridge.
Right.
How the fuck do we all know that?
I don't know.
We grew up in different places in the United States at different times. You guys are a few years older than me. How the fuck do we all know that? How did
Everyone
that word get around?
World did it. Not just think about that. Not America. That was a thing around the world. It's just known that you.
But how did it? Where did it start? Is this some Nintendo? Is this big video game like fucking messing with our lives? How in the fuck did every Nintendo playing kid around the world know to blow the cartridge? Like, how did the word travel so fast? I don't know.
I don't know.
It's like back in the day, like jokes. Well, there were Michael Jackson jokes or little songs. What is it? I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Now he's drinking 7-Up.
Yeah. Pledge allegiance to the flag. Michael Jackson is a Pepsi Cola and burnt him up. Now he's drinking 7-Up. How the fuck do we all know that?
I don't know.
How do we all know the Pee Wee Herman joke?
Jericho, I didn't want to tell you this.
How do we all know the John Bobbitt jokes?
What about the Richard Gere gerbil story?
Yeah.
How does everyone? Terrible.
We all knew it. Without social media, we all knew the same thing.
It was a better time. It's a better time. I love urban legends. I love the urban legends and myths that kids told each other in elementary and middle school. I feel like it tapered off in high school, but the bullshit other kids told you. I've told this story before, but I love it. Someone on the school bus told me there was a Nintendo code to get the Playboy channel.
Yes, that's the greatest.
And you ran straight home.
I ran home and I couldn't get it to work. And not that I wanted to see the Playboy channel. I just wanted to know how to stay away from it.
You're not a good degenerate.
So you can go back and tell that young man that you need to see the error in your ways and stop engaging.
Well, if I proved it worked, then I could have called the authorities and put a stop.
Yeah,
that's what I was testing. You know.
Too bad you weren't able to achieve that. So you really could have done some good. Damn it.
Yep.
How the fuck do we know all that shit? How do we know all those urban legends? How does everybody know that?
Talk to people. We did that whole thing where we talk to people, where we call their cousins in some other city. No, but we call their cousins in some other town and be like, hey, I just got an Atari. Do you have one? You know, I just got a Nintendo. You call your friends would call their cousins. No, I mean, it's crazy to think about this sort of shit.
Yeah.
The time we're living in right now, the funniest thing about the time we're living in right now is that that you can spread and you can start rumors like really, really fast. But if you think about it, for them to catch on and catch fire and get everywhere kind of takes the same amount of time before they're everywhere. I'm not talking about before some people have heard of them, but I just think that this idea that we were not completely interconnected before the internet is something that keeps people sucked in to this virtual shit. You know, we text all the time without going through the internet. That's the same thing. We've had phone calls, for God's sake, without the internet. Just pick up the phone. Hey, all right, so what do you think, man? You know, I think I've talked to both of you on the phone at least for over an hour at some point. Sometimes in the same phone call. You know, you and I have talked for hours, Gabe, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, and you told me.
I talked to you and Jericho last Friday, the Friday before. And I talked to Jericho for an hour and a half in the morning, and I talked to you that afternoon for an hour and a half on the phone.
Yeah, and what was crazy is we were talking, and Gabe let me in on the secret. I can't get it to work. But the keys on your laptop you can hold down and get the Playboy channel.
Right.
Now, I'm still working on it.
Oh, man.
Let me know just so I can help the research, just to help you guys get
and I've wiped my hard drive accidentally 5 times. Everything's gone.
I told you guys
let me know so I can help.
I love this. I had a friend in college, and he was kind of like a hick. You know, he's from out in the country.
He was Sean.
He was out in the country in Colorado, the farm country, like literally. And he was over at the university with me. And I was talking about something, and he said his girlfriend got mad because he had been looking at pretty ladies on the internet, and she saw it. And I said, oh, you know, you can clear your history on an internet browser. And I explained to him how to do it. And like a week later, he calls me. And he never called me because we worked together. We'd see each other at work. We didn't call each other. He calls me, and I'm like, Luke? Oh, shit, I shouldn't have said his name. And
you did this the last time you told
me. I mean, Dave.
So anyway, Sean's going.
He calls me. I'm like, Jericho? And he's like, yeah. But he was all twitchy and breathy on the phone. He's all, remember that internet thing you showed me, man? How do you do that again?
Do that one more time. Asking for a friend who just jerked off.
Right.
Oh, okay. Oh, if it's for your friend.
Oh my god.
Asking for a friend who just fucking rubbed
Listen,
one out.
folks, the reason why this show exists, let's be real here, is because the three of us did not go to high school together. Okay? Because if the three of us had been in high school together, we'd all be dead or in jail. Those are the two options you have for the three of us meeting in high school. Fucking hell.
Oh my goodness. Diesel's mocking 49er fans, saying they keister gerbils at home games for good luck. Jericho, is this true? You are a 49er fan. Is this the truth?
That's not true, but I'll tell you what is true. Raider fans keister gerbils for their home games, but they leave them in the cage before they
I heard that Raider fans leave them in during the off season. You know, they leave them in for the draft.
Yeah, they just leave them in. Just, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Just leave your dead gerbils in your ass. But they're in the cage when they put them in there. So Raider fans, they have a lot of prolapsed anuses in the Raider fans.
Just going for it.
Do the Raiders play? Do they play the Niners this year? The Raiders? They have
no, they don't. We only play those idiots every 4 years.
All right.
Oh,
and we whooped their ass last year, so we got 3 more to go.
Oh, all right. Well, see you in 2 more seasons, Diesel.
Yeah.
The Broncos lost to the Raiders opening week by a point. Oh,
damn it!
But they play the Raiders. I think they play the Raiders like the day or two after Christmas in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm hoping to be there. But holy shit, Raider tickets are expensive in Vegas. Turns out that's a very popular place to go and do anything, Las Vegas.
Yeah, because that's why. Because it's Vegas. No one's going there to see the fucking Raiders.
Right.
The stands probably look like the stands when they do a game overseas, where anybody over there who has any affiliation with football, they just put on their favorite jersey.
Right.
And it's just all different.
I like that when you go to a sporting event, a pro sports event, and people are just wearing. You can tell someone just there was an extra ticket and they didn't want to go because they just have on a sports jersey. They don't even like it might not even be the right team, but it might not even be the right sport.
But it's sports, so we're in.
You know, it's just like you're at a football game. Someone's got like a Michael Jordan Bulls jersey on.
Yeah, you're like, come on in, you fucking idiot.
Let me just say
this is uncalled for, Diesel. Throw a baseball bat at home games. How dare you?
Damn.
Oh, easy. Go easy.
I'll see you in December, Diesel, for the revenge game.
When you keep saying that, Gabe, I keep waiting for you to go, I'll see you in hell, Diesel.
I remember when Han Solo said that. In Empire Strikes Back, Luke is stuck out in the blizzard. He's been captured by the Wampa monster, and Han Solo's not going to let his friend out there. And the bosses are like, hey, man, if you go out in that blizzard, you're going to die. And Han Solo goes, then I'll see you in hell. Yeah. And he takes the tauntaun, like rides it out like a horse. And I remember seeing that as like a 7-year-old. Like, dude, he just said he'll see him in hell. And I thought that was like the most insane thing you could say to somebody. I remember it blew me away as a kid.
It would be, but I think the correct the correct thing was he said your tauntaun will freeze before you reach the outer marker, but we're not splitting hairs here, okay? Listen, guys.
Is that how you get the women turned on, by quoting Empire Strikes Back?
That's not true at all. I quote Jabba the Hutt. I say, Chunky Chewbacca, Yuda Kadaralpa Kalpa Wipa Nachis Kawa Wookie. I mean, if you want to get a girl, right? Listen to me, fellas. I know a thing or two. You tell them Star Wars quotes while they're in the well. Wait, sorry, never mind. Let's go back.
Mom went to Vegas at least twice, still waiting for my kid to go. Oh, I go every few weeks or months. I live in San Diego. It's like a 4.5-hour drive. I love Vegas.
Yeah.
I haven't been in a little bit. I'm upset about this, but I'll be back very soon. Diesel, Gabe, let's go to a game in Vegas. Last game. Yeah, I'm going to be there, Mr. Diesel. I'm going to be there. You know what's a great game to go to, Diesel? And Jericho and Sean can verify this because I went last year and sent them 1 million pictures. If you go to the East-West Shrine game, it's the college football all-star game. The tickets are dirt cheap, and you can go into the VIP lounge with like the movie stars and NFL players. And it was like $400 for 2 tickets. I went with my son. Nobody goes to these games. That's why the tickets are so cheap. And we went, and you're there where there's like the big couches and the seating, and there's buffets. There were 2 buffets. Dude. And it was $400 for 2 people. You're in the VIP with a wristband. That I'll definitely go to. That's in February or late January, the East-West Shrine game. And it'll be back in Vegas again this year. So I'll be there for sure. So
there it is.
All right. Anyway, Boris, and Boromir from Lord of the Rings. They're talking about sticking the TGI Fridays vibrator inside there like a Nintendo cartridge. The big satellite is up there. Holy shit.
Come on now. By the way, anybody ever slid down concrete before? Just throwing this out there. Yeah, you by the time you fall 50 feet slide down concrete, you're just your face like laying flat on fucking concrete.
Yeah, you've been ground away.
Dead. Yeah.
Captain Haruno's like, did I miss the whole show? You didn't miss the whole show, but you did miss Jericho and Sean not understanding true beauty. They think
look at her right on the screen on the left.
The one with the horrible haircut and the nostrils.
No, put the other picture of her up. What she looks like.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Not when she's been uglied up to be a computer.
The one on the right, like she's gonna look sweaty. She's got those bedroom eyes, hair's blowing. The one on the left is like, you left your socks out again. It's just it's that's what you
don't touch that sock.
No, the one that doesn't unfold when you pick it up. Don't touch my paper mache sock.
That sock is standing up by itself.
Why does this sock have a picture of Famke Janssen on it?
Why do you have a paper mache sock? It's not paper mache.
Anyway, the GoldenEye, the Space Wiener's coming to, what's it going to blow up London? I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to do something.
Because he wants to steal the money, steal money from the London banks, and then blow it up. So then there's no financial records.
Oh my god! I think I seen that laser in Brookstone.
How did they?
No. It's not. There's no answer.
That space dick's flying around looking for a place to insert.
No,
it's just looking.
All right. Well, it is looking for a way in. Space Wiener.
For a crevice.
Yeah. You know what? It just they miss an opportunity. If they really want to make people laugh, when it gets ready to fire, it really should have extended. And they could have hidden it behind some like science mumbo jumbo,
Yeah. But when it extends, I want it to make like that slide whistle sound.
Also, you could have had they could have said it was some like cooling tubes, and it like gets these like veins on it, or something like that.
And it's just all like this.
I hope your wife is asleep, dude.
It's just flying through space like this. Then they go, activate the veins.
Activate the cooling veins.
Yeah.
So the Space Wiener is coming to blow up London to save them from debt that they don't want to pay. If you're criminals, hear me out on this. Just don't pay your debt if you're a criminal. You can break the law.
That's right, because you are a criminal.
Just tell the bank, hey, fuck off. We're not paying it. And then hang up the phone.
I'm not going to fucking do it, innit?
Yep.
You're gonna pay your money.
I'm not going to pay it. My mom's partial to the periwinkle blue. That's like, go ahead. Sorry.
So then there's more Russian troops. He's got to figure out a way to get on this satellite or do something.
He just got rear-ended by the space laser in this shot. He's like, oh, God.
How rude.
And he pokes a bunch of holes in like these fuel tanks. Why do the bad guys always have thousands of gallons of fuel?
They just need it.
Lucas literally says, sir, we're veined up.
Sir, we're fully erect. Perfect double effect.
Ready, get into firing position. Sir, we're veined up. Oh my gosh, what a stupid movie. How did they make this movie? Holy shit.
Listen.
I didn't even watch like the last half hour of the movie. I was just on my phone, like, when is this shit gonna be over? I guess there's a bomb.
Well, they find him sneaking around. Like he gets kidnapped or taken into custody by 006 like 4 times, and he escapes, and he captures him again, and he escapes. So he captures him one more time, and but they didn't see that he poked a bunch of holes in the or they shot a bunch of holes in the fuel tanks or whatever, and he stuck a bomb to the side of the tank, and there's all this fuel leaking everywhere. And so she's trying to fuck with the launch codes, and they find her and bring her downstairs, and they fucking kidnap her, and she gets away like 4 fucking times. And so once they realize that she changed the codes, they fucking puts a gun to Bond's head, tell us the codes or whatever, we're gonna kill him. And then Pee Wee Herman's like, I can do it myself. And so he's trying to fucking change the access codes.
Sorry.
And one of the fucking little spy knickknacks that Q gave him was this pin. You click it 3 times and wait like 5 seconds, it fucking blows up. So he doesn't know that. And this nerd, Pee Wee Herman, takes his pin and he's clicking it. Click it 3 times, and then you click it another 3 times, that disarms it. So he'll click, like he just keeps clicking it because he doesn't know. And Bond keeps watching, counting all the clicks and shit. And so finally he fucking clicks the 3 times. It doesn't do it again. And so he knocks it out of his hand, grabs the girl, get down. Boom, fucking blows up. Smoke and fire everywhere, but the computers are still fine. See, that's what they're saying. Tell me the codes or we'll fucking whatever. And you can see the pin in his hand. So he knocks it out of the way, lands in the fuel. But how come they don't notice that there's puddles of fucking gasoline pooling up everywhere around him?
They don't even smell the kerosene or diesel or whatever it is. Jeez.
So he knocks the pin.
Is a fucking mess, this movie.
He knocks the pin out of his hand. It lands in a puddle of fucking gasoline. Boom, blows up. Everyone's on fire. Everything's on fire.
These guys burn to death. That's good.
Yeah, they just get fucking, I don't know. They must have been standing right in the fucking gasoline puddle. So Bond,
no, they were filled with gasoline.
Yeah, they were drinking the gasoline upstairs while everyone else was downstairs.
John says the JG. This is called We've All Had Enough. Let's get the fuck.
Yeah, here we go.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let's bring it home.
Let's bring it home.
Diesel left puddles in there. Did the Raiders win or lose? It's either a puddle of piss or a puddle of tears. That's the Raider win.
It's both.
Oh.
And so they fucking Bond is trying to get up there and destroy the satellite, and he's getting chased by 006, and 006 is spraying at him with a fucking AK-47 from not too far away. Can't hit him. That chain link fence is catching all the fucking rounds.
That was so stupid. He was running by the chain link fence, and you see the bullets bouncing off. Jeez.
Like, yeah, the sparks and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. He would have shot him full of so many fucking holes. But he's shooting back and shooting at each other.
He just got a prostate exam. Like
he just did.
Yes, he's all 3 fingers.
He's like, I don't know. I've never done this before.
Never done this before. He's like, is there already KY on your ass? Yeah, yes, my first time.
You've never done before. Why come? But it looks like size of pickle jar.
I watch YouTube video. They say you put lube. I just get prepared.
Antenna malfunction.
By the way, that light only does one thing. Okay, it's just that's it. Can we carve antenna malfunction into that?
Then they have a face off. This is so unrealistic and painful. The guy's going to shoot him. They're up high in this 500-foot tall antenna.
Yep.
And he kicks some switch and it drops the ladder that he's holding on to. Why would that be designed like that? Anyway. He falls really far and is somehow able to hold on and not fall
with one arm. He's holding on with one arm for like 30 seconds. And then 006 climbs down the ladder and steps on his foot. And he falls, but he lands on this lower platform, like 10 feet down.
Like a Luke Skywalker in Cloud City.
That's what it is.
Yeah, he doesn't fall. But this is Africa City, so it's different. And so he doesn't.
The funkiest dude in Africa City. I'm telling you, there's a song here.
Yeah, it has to be like the 80s though, like that style of rap.
Oh yeah,
it's got like rockets involved.
It's got those like, just old samples from the 80s.
Yep.
So he's the classic, choke you to death, and you're hanging off of the edge of this and blah blah blah.
He's like, but why a space penis? Why?
I love penis 007.
That's why.
It's my favorite thing to put on.
Two. What?
He's all, I like to put those in my mouth, 007.
He's like, I'm going to catch it in my mouth from here. It's going to shoot.
Did you notice I sculpted it to look like you, James?
You notice how it hung a little bit to the right, James, just like you did. Oh, 006, you're so thoughtful. And not as thoughtful as you, 007. So I might as well tell you what I'm going to do, 007. You're going to be dead in 10 seconds anyway. I'm going to climb to the top of this satellite. I'm going to pull my pants down, bend over, show my chocolate starfish to the space penis, and let it rain down on my turd kata.
Jericho's like, I feel like every now and again Jericho goes, actually, it's probably why that Japan man works so well. You go deep into your John Belushi, man. You're like, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? We're like, forget it, he's rolling.
Just let him go. Let him go.
Finding my way to Africa City. I'm making friends along the way.
That's right.
Oh man,
we gotta come up with the Africa City theme song.
I listen. I want it to be I just want it to be how it's styled. I want the lyrics to be the lyrics to the theme song to Full House. That's what I really want the theme song to be. Whatever happened to predictability? Whatever happened to predictability? You know, like
I feel like
right through a megaphone.
I feel like this is the official mascot of Africa City. You know,
right?
He needs to be wearing like lederhosen and like have maracas in his hand and fucking something.
No.
Like, it's a very multinational city, even though it's named Africa City.
I want a little German hat with a feather sticking out of it because the Russians there are Nazis. We know this about Africa.
Well, what about these
Russian
guys?
Nazis.
I like these guys for the mascot too.
Hey, that's in the 90s too. The t-shirts and stuff with the Looney Tunes characters dressed all fucking hood and shit. I remember that.
What about we get for the Africa City theme song? I want to get Miami Sound Machine back together. All right, let's do this thing.
The
you
Africa
know,
City national anthem.
That's
Finding my way through Africa City. I'm
We're gonna get it
along the way. I gotta come up with a better melody than that.
We've got this.
Way too many plot holes here. It's midnight during the day.
Yeah, they got to get their sunlight nailed down in that fucking city.
We really have to reset the sun.
They got to do something. So that wasn't lining up, and so she fucking.
I can't believe I was in this movie.
He's like, I was just kidding about the three fingers.
Oh, I'm sorry, old chap. So now I'm going to make it 5 for lying to me.
Oh,
I am
God.
both of your hands on my shoulders. So, yeah, fucking stupid Bond. He throws 006 down like 50 feet. Like 50, 100 feet, dude. This motherfucker falls on his back on concrete, and that's what he looks like.
Yeah, he's still alive. He'd be so dead.
He'd be splattered.
Oh my God, his head would be open. His little stupid brains would be everywhere.
He lands on his back from like 100 feet on the concrete. Nothing.
Listen.
Oh, Captain Hiroto defending Brandon Lee. Fun fact number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Africa City is actually the North Pole, making it day most of the year. The more you know.
There it is.
Well, now that makes sense.
I'm from the Northeast, and we have ice here. And if you slip on the ice and land on your back, we put a tarp over you. Do you understand? It's over.
That's from 5.5 or 6 feet in the air, hitting your head on the ground. This motherfucker, 50 feet on the concrete thing.
On his back, no problem.
And he's like, "Oh man,
a little blood in his mouth. That's all.
I hope
I
I
just bit down on his tongue a little bit.
I hope I can still see the space penis shoot all over the earth."
No, he's like, I see the space penis. It's coming towards me.
007, please roll me over on my stomach and tug down my trousers, please.
Holy shit!
Put this popsicle stick between my ass cheeks so hold him open, 007.
I'm just trying to get a bit of the old heave ho, my boy.
Oh my God!
One last time, 007. Roll me over. Roll me over.
I'd do it for you, 007.
Come on, please, 007.
I
dying
didn't think
whiff
this episode would be the one that killed me, but it really is. You know, I feel like movie qualities sometimes affects our comedy.
Yeah, because we don't
There's
got a lot to
something
work
about
with.
it, man.
We do not.
We
have
gotta have a
to
lot
work
to
with.
work with. Yeah.
So
All right.
this should have killed him.
Mostly broken.
Yes.
On 3. Flip me over, 007. Ready? Steady. Flip.
Oh, he's 006. I didn't know you had broken light bulbs in your pocket. Those are my bones, 007. Roll me over. Roll me over.
Good God.
Good God. Yeah.
We need a good color. Oh, you know what? My daughter suggested to me, guys. Got to get through Halloween. I don't know what we're doing next week. Maybe we'll throw this one in. But the worst movie I've ever seen in my life is Junior, where Arnold has a baby.
Oh my God.
Holy
and
shit.
I think I'm gonna call an audible. We might do that next week. It's the worst movie I've ever seen. And remember, last year November is Arnold November, and I think we need to bring Arnold November back. We got to get through Twins with Danny DeVito is awful.
Well, then we
awful.
gotta save it for November because November's coming up quick.
Right.
So that would be a good way to kick it off.
Right. We'll kick off Arnold November with Junior.
Junior. Do it.
And we gotta find True Lies. We wanted to watch this for like over a year now. We gotta find it.
And it was on there for like a day. It was on there to fucking watch.
For 3 minutes.
But Junior is now we did Jingle All the Way. And that gave you Family Arnold. You know, Jamie, put my wife's cookie down now. You know, this Junior is fucking smart Arnold. It's Smarnold. He's a scientist, you know, the babies in there and the sperm goes in there. Yeah, he's this like geneticist or some shit. So we're getting smart Arnold. We're getting Smarnold.
Makes GoldenEye look like The Godfather. It is the worst movie I've ever seen. It's incomprehensible. It's worse than Laser Mission. It's worse than No Holds Barred. It might be the worst movie ever made, Junior.
No, it can't be worse than No Holds Barred and Laser Mission.
I despise Junior with a passion.
First of all, it can be because Laser Mission is a masterpiece. Moving on. Okay.
Right.
Listen,
I love
have
Laser
more
Mission.
calls on this show for that movie in the short time it's been since we've watched it. Laser Mission haunts our dreams.
Yeah, Laser Mission is something special.
It
So this one, so now he's laying there, and I guess he's gonna lay there and die. But he's the main bad guy, so he has to be some kind of cool kill, right?
Right.
So there's a helicopter. This whole time, the helicopter is hovering overhead, and the hotter one has a gun on the pilot.
No, the hotter one died. This is the second hot one.
No, this is the hotter one. They killed the ugly one
confused.
first.
The hot, the Famke, the brunette, the super
ugly,
the hottest one in the hottest Bond woman of all time. She died.
No, they did that because they're going to make a new Bond movie called The Ugly One Dies First.
Oh,
so
well,
that's what happened.
But that definitely is not this movie.
But that's why Fimke.
Chat is saying that they hate it when mommy and daddy fight. No kidding.
That's why Fimke is dead because they killed the ugly.
Well, she was too hot. The original name for this movie is Too Hot for This World.
No.
And that's why she died first.
The original movie, the original title was "Fuck That Bitch," but they were like,
"No." Well, the original title was "Open Wide, Here Comes the Space Penis."
This needs to appeal to a wider audience.
Yeah, actually, it was funny on the Blu-ray. The original first draft was called Bohica. It was B. and it stood for "Bend Over, Here It Comes Again."
No, on the Blu-ray, there's 2 hours of her just crying about how ugly she is.
Right,
what's going on with
hideous.
What's going on with the GoldenEye, everybody? It's entering the atmosphere.
So let's wrap this shit up.
Yeah, he jumps and catches onto a fucking.
Yeah, he jumps and hold onto a helicopter. I don't know how far away they fly. He's just hanging on the bottom of this fucking thing until they.
But he acts tired when they land, so he sold it.
Yeah, I think they flew back to the tropical part. The tropical side of Africa City. And so he hovers like 6 feet above the ground. He lets go. She jumps out, and then the helicopter takes off. So I guess we're just giving him a ride. And so they land on the ground. Of course,
bye, bad guy. He's all bye. See you later.
see you later. And so they land on the ground. Of course, they end up rolling on top of each other. He's like, "Oh, please don't hit me."
007, is that your wolf of PPK?
Did you see what I just did? You stupid fucking bitch! Get off of me. And so,
if my arms didn't hurt, I'd slap you.
I'd slap the shit out of you, woman. So she lays on top of him and they start kissing. Oh, James. And then that CIA dude just fucking pops up out of nowhere. Again, another pet peeve of mine. A man in uniform whose fucking hair and facial hair and the hair on his head is not fucking up to military specs. I hate that shit. His hair's all long. And if you're going to do that, fine. But don't put on a fucking uniform when your hair looks like that. That's ridiculous. So
yeah, Jericho was telling us last week that it's referred to when you're in the military as being on fleek, which I didn't know.
No, it wasn't me who said that. That was somebody else.
Because it was the Marines.
The big satellite, it blows up the satellite dish, and it lands on 006. Lands
so
right.
And he goes,
lands right in his red cheeks.
And he's like, perfect. See that long thing hanging down?
Right.
He's like, I'll take it.
It does have a bulb on the end too. Goodness.
He's like, someone help me roll over.
Roll me over, quickly, boy, roll me over.
Roll me. So he gets what he wants.
007, be a good chap. Roll me over and spread my cheeks, please. That's a good lad.
I have a favor to ask you. It's a shilling. What I need you to do is roll me over and then put some kind of device between my butt cheeks to hold them open. Okay.
Oh.
So it falls on him. It goes up his ass.
Then Tina comes
dead.
in. Chocolate.
And how does this guy get frozen? He gets blown up and
so
burned.
there's liquid nitrogen tanks in there too, because you got to keep the jet fuel, diesel gasoline across from the liquid fucking nitrogen. So he's throughout the movie, whenever he does something on the computer, he goes, "I am invincible," and so he does it again, and then the nitrous oxide tanks blow up, or not nitrous oxide, liquid nitrogen.
Right.
Blows up and then freezes him fucking T2 style. And then they cut back to James Bond in the hot one rolling around on the ground. The CIA guy walks up and he goes, Marines, and it's a bird's eye view, and they all pop up. They're all wearing ghillie suits, so they couldn't see him camouflage. So all these Marines were around him while they were about to start fucking each other. And then he says, Marines, and they all stand up. Whoa, cool.
Yep. And actually, not typically done in the military, goes, how do you feel about all of us going family style on her? And I was like, that's a bit.
Whoa.
That's not how the Marines.
He's like, oh, please, 007, it's my dream, 007. He's like, yeah, go ahead, James. And then stupid, look at the smile, and he picks her up. Like, that's not James Bond.
He's like, that's a smile of, they paid me for this shit.
What the fuck, dude? This isn't James Bond. He doesn't ride off in the sunset laughing with his latest hooah. Man,
this is my channel. I am responsible for the content on here, and I do just want to apologize to the audience. This is one of the worst movies I've seen in a long time.
Ooh.
Let me tell you this.
I did not know how bad it was. I had thought I had seen it years ago because I played the video game a ton. I just had a mixed memory of, I know this movie. And I watched this movie last night and was horrified at how terrible it is.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though, and this is the big one. We watched that, well, for many, what seemed like just a couple of months. But for us, we watched that 30-year jump, and I think they made a great comparison to Goldfinger. Not the one they were hoping for, but they made a great comparison to Goldfinger. Because we skipped over a few things that, thank God, but Judi Dench saying, you don't think I've got the balls, which is a classic. First of all, lady, if you've got the balls, we have to have a different conversation.
Yeah, it's a different movie.
You saw her correcting both of them constantly, that she knew more than them. You saw, there were so many tropes in this, when she goes, depending on, the men not having to correct their speech. So, you don't know.
Excuse me.
Always wait for the third. You got to wait for the third, Jericho. That was a rookie mistake.
No.
I do on the first one. That's it. You only get one.
That's it. You bluffed once, but the part where she goes, he goes, well, we have, depending on who, whether he attacks or she attacks or they attack. Do you remember that? That landed like a fucking thud to me. I was like, interesting. Interesting little pronoun going over we just had there in 95. And he's like all embarrassed that he accidentally said he. And I'm like, what the fuck are we even doing with this scene? We know what we were doing. So, yeah.
Terrible movie. I love James Bond. Terrible movie. I need everyone's help. We're gonna get out of here in just a second. But there was a horror movie I wanted to do in October that I don't remember. I said Psycho, Friday the 13th. I let the audience choose one, and there was one other one that I was like, oh yeah, let's do it. Because one of you mentioned it early. What the hell was that?
Oh, Young Frankenstein.
Young Frankenstein.
That's the
Young Frankenstein.
All right. So I misspelled it, but that is it right there. I think I want to put Event Horizon. I was already thinking of that. And who was it? Someone said it in the chat. So that was one I already thought of. That's actually kind of a scary movie, more of a science fiction thriller, but it's fun. I think you can get some good jokes out of it. It's wild. I've never seen Friday the 13th, but I think that'll be the
Why did you write Young Famkestein?
Right.
Was that intentional? Or
I'm trying to brainwash you guys to have better taste in women. Listen, I love you. You're my good friends, and I don't want you to embarrass yourselves. You're safe here with me to tell me you thought the ugly one was hotter than the pretty one. I don't want you saying that out in public. So I'm just trying to.
I'll sit that episode out.
So that's all. I'm well intentioned. I care about you guys. I care about your reputations. If people knew that you didn't know how hot Famke Johnson was, you'd be humiliated.
First of all, I don't want either of you wasting any energy trying to fix my reputation. Okay, that ship has fucking sailed.
Don't waste your time.
Listen.
All right, boys. Well, that is a long, weird show. I'm glad 006 finally got what he wanted right in the rump at the end of that.
Right in the stinker. Right in the stinker.
Holy shit, man.
Woo! They said I'd never get it there, 007. I guess I proved them wrong.
We proved them all wrong. Oh, boy.
I guess that's the show. Thank you, guys. Check out all the links in the description. Follow Jericho. Follow Sean. Check out all the fun stuff we're doing. Thank you for being here. Hit the like and all that good stuff and share. And anything you boys want to say before we get out of here? Is that it?
Much love, all.
All right. It's pretty late. We'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.